Tap the screen, guys. Get the likes up. I'm sorry I haven't been live this week. I just have not been feeling good. Yeah, Trump doesn't get a say in what happens with Ukraine and NATO, so. But I think it's bullshit that he's going to try and secede that argument before negotiations have even started. Like, yes, one of my negotiating points. Let me give it up before we've even started negotiations. That's fucking smart. Am I doing better? Yeah, I'm doing okay now. I'm just tired overall. Did I get the same cold? I don't know. I got a cold from one of the guys at work, and then I just was exhausted for a few days. Hello, Bob. Tap the screen, guys. What up, brother?
Well, perfect timing. I just finished my live. I did 2 hours.
Oh, nice. You've been watching the security conference?
Yeah, the Trump. Yeah,
dude. I can't remember who it was. There was a dude speaking at the open town hall, and he just pissed me off so much.
I'm just surprised that Trump chose these incompetent morons around him.
I just don't like that they're speaking on behalf of Ukraine before they've even started negotiations. Like, one of the things was Trump even said at one point that Ukraine wasn't going to be part of the negotiations. Like, I'm sorry, you get to negotiate on behalf of another country's freedom now? Excuse me? Like, that's not how this works at all.
Well, I don't know if you heard about on the Russian propaganda channel. They were really, what was that? It was a few days ago, and they were saying that that their goal is to have Russia, Trump, and China
invade Ukraine.
Split the world. Split the world.
Yeah.
And basically, that's what they're trying to do.
Have you applied for an online press pass? Ooh, I should do that.
Press pass? For what?
Dude, I've got so many questions I want to ask. Like, I was sitting there watching the open town hall they had at the summit, and one of my things that just kept coming to my mind was I just wanted to sit there and ask, like, what the fuck happened to us? What happened to us as America that we've become such fucking pussies? Whatever happened to the good old America? If you touch my fucking friends, I end you. Don't fuck with America. Don't fuck with America's friends. What happened to that?
I think a lot of things. Well, this one is Trump happened for the major part.
I know the obvious part about that, but I'm speaking in general. Like, what happened to you touch America's friends, you fucking die?
Well, I don't know. I think there's a lot of things that happen, honestly. I think a lot of things. I think we just, I don't know, a lot of things.
We've become pussies?
No, I don't think we're pussies.
I think we have. Our politicians are a bunch of fucking pussies.
Also, we've been getting a lot of, like, older dudes, like, who just don't want to do anything but play golf and sleep.
Yeah, they're pussies.
I mean, you can take Trump, for instance. He's the same shit. He fell asleep at his own thing a few months back. So, yeah, and then a bunch of, at least with Trump, with Biden, you had somewhat people that were competent around him. I mean, they're not the best, but with Trump, you have all these guys who are not qualified to be at all where they're at. Tulsi Gabbard, right? The CIA director, Hegseth, the FBI Patel. None of these guys are qualified for any of that shit.
No.
You know that?
Oh, were you here for the big fucking crash out with the dude losing his fucking mind about me calling out Tulsi Gabbard?
Yeah, Tulsi Gabbard is a.
Were you here for that? The dude having the big fucking meltdown, former service member. Oh my god, I had a veteran lose his fucking mind because I was calling out the Tulsi Gabbard shit and that I didn't like Trump. Dude, he was having the meltdown of the century.
New York Post did a good article about her being an Russian asset.
Oh, they call her Russia's girlfriend on Russian state television.
Yeah, I posted that New York Post in the real talk. So GD Vance is the word. Yeah, GD Vance is a dumbass. Yeah.
Like I don't like how. Here's my thing. He does half truths. JD Vance was talking about freedom of speech in Europe, and he's not wrong. But he then flipped it, and he essentially, if you listen close, if you know anything about the Cold War and the Red Scare, JD Vance used a lot of talking points that were used by people who didn't want us to view the Soviet Union as the enemy. They went, oh, it's just the Red Scare. It's not a real thing. You should stop being afraid of this. Stop being afraid of Russia. And that was the same talking points that JD Vance used. And the Red Scare, whether people realize it or not, was a real fucking thing. The Soviet Union actively wanted us to fall. They did their damnedest to do so from the inside. They had hundreds and thousands of spies everywhere across the globe, especially in the United States. Like, that was a real, legitimate fear. And he used the exact talking points that were from people who were trying to get us to not be on the lookout for shit like that. And that really fucking pisses me off. Guys, tap the screen. We're at 6,000 likes. Let's get up to 10,000.
Yeah, I mean, we got a bunch of Russian sympathizers, really, in the government. Patel, Tulsi Gabbard, Vance, the list goes on. So I'm not surprised.
What are more I could do to learn about the Ukraine-Russia war? I watched 20 Days in Mariupol. Go to my profile. There's a pinned video. It's about 7 minutes long. It just teaches you the basics, the basic documents, and the basic timeline. It'll get you caught up.
And then you gotta understand, like I was talking all the time, the people that Trump chose this time with him are isolationists. They don't give a shit about anybody. They really don't. At the end of the day, they could even drop Israel if they really want to. You know?
Oh, they wouldn't heartbeat if they didn't see any benefit for it.
And they would, yeah. So they're isolationists. So they're not really. They don't give a shit about. The thing is, they think that America, in this world, is better to have all these allies, and in their opinion, is America is just by themselves. Which I don't. It's not a bad thing, but it's also a bad thing because that they're ruining their allies, the friendship they have over their ideological views. You know?
Yeah.
Which is stupid.
Yeah. I gotta order a bunch of ammo.
Yeah, they've been good for the Middle East, but at the same time, I mean, we'll see.
You can't just be good for one of your allies, but not the rest. There was, again, one of the parts that pissed me off was that fuckhead who was sitting there at the town hall meeting who was like, oh, you have to stop the bleeding first. Like, you have to stop the war and get a ceasefire because you can't treat the wound unless you stop the bleeding first. It's like, bitch, how do you stop the bleeding if you keep getting shot every time you try to stop? And to which someone pointed out, hey, every single time there's ever been a ceasefire with Russia, they violated it within 12 hours. What the fuck do you want us to do here?
Well, like I said, I've told a bunch of Ukrainians before, and I know a lot of Ukrainians voted for Trump in the swing states. There's a lot of Ukrainians. They were mad at me. They were thinking that I'm wrong, that, Trump is going to be this amazing guy.
He doesn't give a shit about Ukraine.
Oh, no, I told him from day one. He doesn't give a shit. And there was interviews about him literally saying he will stop the aid. There's an interview of him, like, in December saying this shit, Oh, thank you for the gift.
Oh, shit.
A dino. Thank you.
Damn, Lauren.
So, yeah, and that's, yeah, and there's not much you can do about that. And so, unfortunately, Trump doesn't give a shit about Ukraine. They think, they have their views and,
Oh, damn, Lauren going crazy with the gifts for you.
Oh, thank you, Lauren. Thank you. One of my loyal followers. Thank you.
Are y'all dating? I don't know. Are we official? What is this?
Oh, Sam, I didn't know that. Are we dating? I'm blushing.
Do you like my borscht?
Oh. Stop it! I'm still making you blush, you dirty fool.
That's sweet talking.
Spank me at least afterwards after borscht.
Also, what are you stopping by Texas?
Eventually, I'll stop by,
Okay.
dude.
We gotta
I'll let you
go
know.
have fun
I'll
at the
let you know.
range.
We can go have some good Texas food.
Ooh, I just put down money on a quiet stick.
What's that? Is it food related?
The quiet stick that goes on the end of your
Yeah,
your
that's
pew
nice.
pew.
Oh, okay, got it. Silencer.
They're not.
No?
they're
Not
not called
exactly?
silencers. They're suppressors. But no, I just
Suppressors, yeah,
put down the money for one from
That's
Otter
just-
Creek Labs, and it should be here within the next couple days. And then, dude, the background checks are going like that. Like the guys at the store were like, "Oh yeah, no, the background checks have been going through in like 3 days."
That's crazy. Tati, you should come up and voice your opinions. It's kind of hard to read your vibe from the comments.
Tati, wait, what?
Tati's a Tati 3.0?
Yeah, what? Wait, what?
I thought she had a 2.0 account.
Yeah, what happened? What happened to your accounts, Tati?
You just move into 4.0, 5.0, pretty soon have a 7.0 GPA.
And it's like Hammer with Hammer 16.0.
Oh, man.
Oh Jesus! Is Dual Dab still on all that Russian propaganda stuff?
We talked mostly about Africa today with him and everything.
God damn, she's going nuts with you,
We
dude.
mostly talked
She's
about Africa.
spoiling you.
Spoil him. Stop
Look
it.
at
I mean,
that
like,
shit.
You just don't be jealous.
Hello.
Sam, what did you do to the side of your face?
What?
Other side.
Oh, straight razor.
Oof.
I didn't change out the blade in time. It was good on this side, and I was like, okay. And then I flipped to the other side, and apparently the other side of the blade wasn't sharp anymore.
Yikes. I thought
What's
somebody
up?
came after you.
What's up,
I
Anyushka?
thought I was going to have to throw fists. Hey, world. You're being so spoiled right now. It's so good to you.
You're just jealous.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you are. Admit it. I can hear
With great coins comes great responsibility.
Oh, shut up.
She's jealous. She's very jealous. Oh, look, you got Sam. You got a rose from
I did?
Tati 3.0.
Oh, thank you, Tati.
Anyushka got a rose.
Look at my
See?
one rose. I'm very
Beans.
proud of my singular rose.
You're being spoiled too, Anyushka.
With great coins come great responsibility.
Oh,
Oh, man. So yeah, I had a 2-hour live. We talked about Israel, then we talked about Africa, and then that was it.
I gotta make you an Africa-based background.
No, I do have Africa. I have a
Jesus
Trump-
Christ,
I have a Trump
Yes,
picture. and it
Sugar
says
mama.
kid- I
Where
have a
can I
Trump.
find myself a
dude!
sugar
She
mama?
just gave you 3,000 coins in one gift. Holy shit!
You're just mad. Let's just. I had a Trump. I had a background. It had Trump picture, and Trump will make Africa great.
I still,
One
I,
toilet at a time.
I still like my one that I made for Hammer with the
Tati, are you like a TMZ special? Like, do you work with that TMZ propaganda?
I figured this out a month ago when things happened. A certain block that still hasn't been undone.
What block?
I think I'm still blocked on my other account.
I saw you
for
stop by the
what?
live, but you never want. I saw you stop
I
by
was
the
being
live.
a little bit of a jerk and I got repercussions that may have been deserved.
Why, Anyushka? I saw you stop by the live, but you never jumped in. What's up?
I commented.
You You know what? I feel like you're being racist towards me right now. Like, you're very
Racist while we have the exact same ethnic background
you're
with same oppressor.
exactly, you're oppressive, ableist, sexist, womanocigist.
I made a comment. I commented. I helped your algorithm.
You're a womanogist. Like
I'm all the things. I'm
Wait,
all the
hang on. You've got 9,000 coins. Does that mean you're cooking me? Isn't that what that's supposed to mean?
don't woman explain everything here. How come I can't go up and down in the comments? It's real. I'm like lagging.
Jesus Christ!
I think she's trying to make you cry, Sam. This is abuse.
Everything here.
No, it's fine. TikTok takes 66% of it anyways. Fuck them.
You guys are just mad and jealous.
I just like the graphics. I'm just here for the show.
Do you guys think Russia's going to end up annexing more Ukrainian territory? Fucking who knows?
They're not at some point going to have enough people to actually hold it.
No, they're fine on personnel. It's a logistical constraints. It's the problem right now. But there should be a couple big pushes coming in the next couple days.
So, guys. Sam, I saw you stop by. You should have. Oh, look at
Oh,
What?
that one's so cute.
that was a nice one.
Okay, see, I can't see the full animation on my screen. I see it like kind of in the chat on the side.
I got so much gifts that I believe I'm lagged out.
Are you really? Oh my god.
Like I can't move. Oh, there you go. I'm lagged back in. Okay. Sam, you know you're getting a piece of it too, right?
What?
I guess you're getting a piece of something. Piece
I
of
don't know.
Anushka.
What?
What?
Okay, I've got.
Anushka has 11 coins. She's rich.
Very wealthy.
That's it. Time to conquer and buy Palestine.
I mean, you could probably afford it, right? You could probably afford it right now.
Oh man.
I'm about to drop $1,000 on ammo.
Jesus.
I gotta check PSG ammo.
So I'm thinking of doing my lives a little bit earlier tomorrow.
Uh-huh.
I'm gonna do like a very long live about Palestine and Africa together combined. I think Trump will buy them all out eventually. And I'm talking, my case will be it's good for the world.
Hmm.
But it's more, you know.
Okay.
Forward.
Mojo Rider, what's up?
What do you think about the fact that they're not even going to allow Zelensky to attend this little brouhaha?
I think it's absolutely stupid. And the funny thing is, what's probably going to happen is Trump's going to negotiate something with Putin. He's going to agree to something on behalf of Ukraine without Ukraine's consent. And then he's going to come to Zelensky, and Zelensky's going to go, "Are you fucking stupid?" And then not go by it. At which point, the Republicans are going to go, "Look, Ukraine doesn't actually want peace."
Agree. This is craziness.
I mean-
lost his mind.
I've said that a long time ago. That's what's going to happen pretty much. I think
Yeah.
Sam and I have talked about this a while ago.
Okay, probably.
Probably. We've been talking about this for 2 years, 2.5. So one time or another.
M193, 20 rounds a box. It's 65 cents per round. What the fuck? That is an awful price.
So guys,
And allies feel like they've been betrayed because he did that without their consent too.
well, he did the same thing in Afghanistan to the what do you call those? The Kurds. He did this.
Yeah.
I mean, like I said, he's gonna do the same thing probably to Ukraine, like he did to the Kurds. He fucked them over real bad with his deal. He really did.
Yep. And the Kurds are still pissed off.
Oh, as fucking they should be. Who wouldn't be pissed? Like anybody, I would be pissed off if somebody fucked me over like that.
Yeah.
That's all. I just think he's lost it.
Oh, no,
mean,
I think he just doesn't care.
Anushka is mad for 12 coins. Imagine being betrayed.
I'm fine with my 12 coins. Leave my 12 coins alone. They're
I'm
treating
just
me very well.
making a point. That's all I do. Just making a point. Don't be
I've
offended.
never felt so poor.
It's enough for a Big Mac and a fry.
I need I think to afford that at this point, I need as many coins as you have.
Oh, thank you for the dolphins.
Okay, 1,000 rounds of M1193.
Did I make a dolphin noise like squeak squeak? I don't know how they talk. Oh my god.
How many cents a round is this? What's
Oh, I think
44 cents a round? It's the same I was already paying. I don't care.
oh, look at that lemur. Oh my god.
That's
Oh,
not a
what the fuck is that? Was that a meerkat?
That's a muskrat.
No, it's like a little meerkat. No, it's a meerkat. It's a meerkat.
It's
Yeah,
Timon.
one's a primate, the other one's a rat.
It says meerkat.
That's Timon. That's
Yes,
Timon.
it
from
is
the
M-
Lion
Timon.
King.
The M193 is just 556 lead core copper jacket. That's all it is.
Can you feel the love tonight?
World, you have
wait,
many, many talents. Singing is not one of them.
Hey, Elton John is amazing, and like you know that. Actually, I was listening to Elton John like a few hours back. Enjoy, good dude, good dude. Talented.
Is Russia bad though? Yes, absolutely. Auntie, I'll bring you up in a little bit. Just try not to fill the panel right now.
Is Russia bad?
I'd say it's over 100 years of them being bad. I go back to the Bolshevik Revolution.
So left
My
Ben.
family did not do
Abraham,
well in the
how you doing?
Bolshevik Revolution.
Okay, so we're buying
Is Israel bad? No, Israel's not bad.
we're buying
They're doing
1,200
the whole-
rounds of 556, 120 rounds of 30-06 for my M1 Grand, and we're buying 80 rounds of 7.62 by 5.4R for my Mosin.
Sam, if you were like Elon Musk, I can just imagine you having a big ass gun range, puke range.
What does, and he says, what does Russia do that Israel doesn't? Intentionally target civilians, openly give their soldiers permission to target civilians, post videos of them executing soldiers, colonize the land to where they are forcing people to change their language and change their citizenship, kidnapping over 10,000 civilians and deporting them to a different side of the country where they're then put into labor camps or put up for adoption. Should we go on? Cluster munitions on civilian populated areas, white phosphorus on incendiary white phosphorus on civilian populated areas. What do you want?
forgot the Russians raping old ladies.
That too?
I mean, like 90-year-old old ladies. I guess they have fetishes for that shit in Russia.
Yep. Israel is doing that currently, right? No. Literally nothing of what I just said Ukraine is doing. Or Russia. Israel is not doing a single thing of what I just claimed was happening.
Listen, Israel is doing the Lord's work. They're fighting against terrorism, so I don't want to hear that bullshit.
Allah is a Zionist.
Who's a Zionist?
Allah and Muhammad. It's the only thing that makes sense at this point. We just always win.
We're all Zionists. Male version of Anna Pugacheva.
Anna Nicole Smith. Jesus Christ. Russians are great chess players, artists, and the discipline of thinking is
Well,
amazing.
Alla Pugacheva actually left Russia, so good thing for her. Much respect.
Why the ops never request? I don't know. Wait, what happened? That dude came up and I don't even remember what he said.
Russians are great chess players. They
I don't even know what the fuck
Told you
Shadow
something
King's
else
thing
now.
is at this
just
point.
because they have a few great chess players doesn't mean they're, as a nation, all great chess players. That's a stupid shit to say.
Wait, Sam, can you show us the donkey that you showed on Mixed Live?
Oh, it's in the garage.
Oh. That thing is wacky looking.
Yeah, it's Al Barak.
El Barak. And
At what
Tetris.
point is a donkey not a donkey anymore?
Who gives a shit about Tetris? Like, honestly, who gives a shit about Tetris? You're looking real.
Hey, fuck you. Tetris is a great game.
Sam, I think this is for you. Somebody said you look real cute like a snack.
All right.
And it's a dude, big buff dude.
Oh, it's the profile picture's a big buff blood.
Yep, it's Barry. Some dude named Barry Wood too. Like, what are the odds of that?
That's funny. He buries wooden people.
Is it Barry Wood here for you?
Okay. What is my sales tax going to be? Only $50. That's not bad. Where's my wallet? I don't know where my wallet is.
So how has everybody been, Sam? How you been?
Tired. Pissed
Tired.
off.
Okay. Anyushka, how you been?
Pretty good. I'm about a month into a new job. I've been
Nice.
teaching adults, and every time they fall asleep, I have this teeny tiny little like hotel bell. And if they fall asleep, I'll put it right in front of them and just start smashing it. And the class seems to think it's really funny, so I'm going to keep doing it.
What the fuck?
Okay. Bells and noise. Okay, I see.
Well, if they're going to fall asleep in class, I'm going to treat them like the dog they are.
Are you a teacher?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well,
Maybe I
more
should
like a
go-
lecturer.
Maybe I should go
I
teach some
lecture
guy.
OSHA.
You lecture.
I teach people.
OSHA.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The non-fun people.
I don't have to wear a hard hat right now, and I'm very happy about it. And it doesn't pay poorly.
Hey, good shit.
She's from
get
OSHA, the
stuff.
non-fun people.
I know. I do the best I can.
Watch Trump cut OSHA financing too.
Yeah, but the thing is he's not able to cut PESH, and PESH is what I'm more paid by.
Who knows? Maybe he'll get to that shit too. Look at Elon and be like, yo, there's
No,
still
because
money.
that's state. Yay, state
Well-
rates.
He'll get to everything eventually.
Eh. I'm trying to get to medical sales.
Hey, OSHA keeps you safe. Yep.
Fuck
OSHA.
They also make work less fun.
Well, I mean, come on, Sam. Safety's important too. You know that. Look.
I went into this to save trees. I've saved no trees.
See, Sam, if you were reading the OSHA manual, you would not cut yourself with the razor.
Not true.
Exactly. 100% true.
You would still find a way.
Yes, absolutely. I am the reason rules exist.
Lauren, yes. OSHA violations on Reddit are absolutely hilarious. And then there's really funny I love you TikTok shop Chinese fails on here.
I don't think I love TikTok shops. I got a personal vendetta. Well, they have a vendetta against me for some reason, so.
I don't think I've gotten anything from TikTok shop.
Yep.
Coins back
All
into-
right. Ammo is on the way.
Nice.
Let's
nice.
go. Now I got to put it all on a bunch of stripper clips.
Stripper clubs?
Yeah, the little strips of metal that hold like 10
Oh.
rounds each.
I thought
Because
you said
I pack my ammo properly in ammo cans and stuff.
I thought he said I'm sending them all to stripper clubs.
No. Do I have any opposition tonight? Come on, guys, tap the screen. We got 11,000 likes. The U.S. allows plenty of people to keep the Undertaker's
Just make sure you use the
employed.
right
OSHA
lead
keeps others
plating
alive.
skills
Nah.
before you cook anything for your daughter. Shit, I'm sorry.
I didn't even hear what you said.
It's fine.
Something about grease.
Yeah, sure.
I like greasy
Well,
pizza.
Sally,
Greasy pizza is ass.
The fuck did you just say to me?
I like Hawaiian pizza with the pineapple on it. That's where
Hawaiian pizza is the only time that is acceptable.
It is. It's from the God himself.
it's from Allah.
It's Alhamdulillah. Wallahi, it's a great pizza.
Okay, and my
just no pineapple.
ammo can stuff is on the way. Let's
Pineapple
go.
is great, Anushka. You're just a hater.
I love pineapple, just not on pizza.
I love pineapple as well.
Racism. That's colonization racism mentality.
Yeah. I'm the worst.
Time to give me back 14 gig. I'll pay to you in pineapple.
Wait, just wait till she gets on a live, then immediately gift it all back to her. Wait, is there a gift you could do that's like 14,000 coins?
Oh yeah, there is. Actually, no, there's one 15,000. There's a nice gift for 15,000.
Okay, you just got to add a little bit on there then.
I'll add like 10, 15 bucks. I think no more than 10, 15. It's gonna be like 70 bucks. I think so.
Pineapple on pizza banned from Italy for life. Okay.
I'm gonna be honest. I've been to Italy and I've had their pizza. I'll take New York pizza over Italian pizza any day.
Yep, America's
I
better.
what's that dude Billy on the street?
Gotcha,
God,
gotcha.
I love when he goes to New York and he walks up to some woman. He's like, "Ma'am, what's it like being in New York, you elitist piece of shit?" And she goes, "Feels fucking great.
Oh, Billy on the street.
Yeah.
I love Billy on the
It
street.
feels great."
He was the in the live action of Lion King. He was Timon,
Mm.
the new one.
Yeah,
That's
I've seen-
great.
Not
So
like
funny.
it's
I love him
Mufasa.
in Parks and Rec too.
Anushka, it's
Wait, he was
Mufasa.
in Parks and Rec?
For a couple of episodes, yeah.
Who was
It's
he?
not like it's Mufasa. That's what you mean. He was on your movie Mufasa. Have you seen that,
No, I'm
guys?
talking about like the live action Lion King.
Yeah,
like
but
from-
who was he in Parks and Rec?
10 years ago almost now.
A live action?
Oh,
You
no,
mean
he
like
was only on it for like a couple episodes. He was like playing a like temp or something. And he was screaming the whole time. It was freaking hilarious.
have you guys seen the new
Pizza's not
Mufasa?
supposed to be healthy, Auntie. Pizza's
Have you-
pizza.
Have you guys seen Mufasa?
No. Have you seen Mufasa?
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah,
I went to the theaters that day.
Yeah, it's,
Me and my significant other went to the
Dude,
theaters.
what the hell? Why is M855A1 so expensive? Jesus
It's
Christ.
not live action. It's CGI.
Hey, hang on, it's
it's all
Propaganda.
very uncanny
30.
valley. I don't like it.
$30 for 10 rounds. God, that's $3 a round.
That's a lot of money for a round.
It is armor piercing, but
Sam, are you preparing for apocalypse?
no, I just
Oh, I welcome it.
I haven't bought ammo in over a year, and I can currently see the bottoms of my ammo cans. I have a problem.
Mm.
I welcome it. Put me out of my misery.
Oh, hey, Steve. What's up?
Hello, Steve. Okay, so we're
What
looking at
dude?
$3 a round. Okay, hang on.
I've seen. Oh, you were in my live today. I've seen you, Steve. I believe it's you, unless it was another Steve.
So many Steves.
There's a lot of Steves.
There is a lot of Steves. Okay, let's see. 556. There we go.
Why aren't you asleep, Anushka? It's like 4 o'clock in the morning over there.
I like slept all day. I've been in and out. Wasn't really
Really?
feeling well.
All right.
I once dated a Steve to eat.
Wait, why aren't you asleep? You live in the same nation as I do.
I do, but I'm currently in a different coast.
Ooh, I found
Fair
it
enough.
for. Ooh.
But it is late. It's like 12:30 here, so it is late. But I'll be going to bed here very soon. I I gotta. How do you think I keep my beautiful face? I gotta sleep early.
You must do a lot of sleep.
Yeah, treat myself like a king.
Okay, I found it for $250 a round. Let's go.
Exactly. Treat myself like a king. Pedicure, manicure, all that good shit. That's silly. That's still early. It is. By the way, I think I need a pedicure and manicure.
All right. Wait, how many rounds is this? 10 rounds. 80 rounds.
By the way,
Sam,
Sam.
this is how you're gonna get fruited again.
Fruited?
Sam.
Keep talking about
Oh, I'm TikTok doesn't know the different kinds. TikTok's dumb.
Sam, you need to start doing
What?
pedicures and manicures to be a real man.
What?
Yeah, get your nails cut.
Who am I? Hammer?
Exact- Why not?
I saw the strangest thing today. I think they were tidy whities with Hammer's face all over it.
I don't do tidy whities, darlings. I do
I
not
was
do
very
tidy whities.
concerned.
Eyebrow threading, dude.
Why is he sending out
I could
trunks
take a
with
lot
his
of
face all
pain.
over it?
I could take a lot of pain. For some reason, eyebrow
Stay
threading
yourself.
destroys me.
Tati, what do you mean stay yourself?
Do we have any opposition? Anyone who disagrees with the shit up top? Come on.
Damn it, Tati, you should come up and express your stay yourself comment.
There's this one chick who was on Nick's live that was like all
Don't pick
sweet,
up
and then
dad's
I saw her
habits.
on another live right after, and the girl was
Mhm.
absolutely rabid.
750 rounds of 5.56 for $319. I didn't say 750 rounds.
Don't
No,
pick
no,
up
no.
dad's habits.
I
What do you-
did completely different things, Gravers. Right now, I already bought my M193, a bunch of other stuff. Right now, I'm looking at M855A1, which is armor piercing, which is about $250 to $3 a round. Why do you stand with who that unalived so many children? What?
Why is H group?
No. You don't go. Don't. Allow them to
I'll-
expound on it.
Sure, yes, sir.
I will decode that for you. Why are you staying with Israel?
Woman, why?
It's very stupid, but it's in other words, why are you staying with Israel? Need a Russian interpreter.
Wait, you can ship armor piercing ammo to California now?
Bobby can ship it to Ukraine anywhere in the world if you really want to.
Nah, dude,
My buddies-
getting stuff into Ukraine's really hard right now.
I wouldn't ship anything right now to Ukraine. I would let the State Department handle that shit. I wouldn't trust. Tati, you should come up. I think you have personal vendetta against me, Tati. You need to come up. I know you're tired, but you can come up for like a few seconds and express your feelings towards me. Because sometimes comments are hard to pick up, you know? Auntie, yeah. Remember, I was a Kiki. I used to come on. Yeah, I remember. I know who you are. Am I following you on this account? Here. I got your back. I'm going to follow you, Tati. Manicure and hammer. Oh, yeah. Manicure and hammer.
Hammer
nice
gets
feeling.
manicures.
It's very nice when somebody's cutting your nails and making you clean. You feel like the king of Africa. Sorry. Can you feel Nasandenya?
Oh my god. Do you think Cybertrucks will be in Ukraine? I'm sure there's already someone who has a Cybertruck in Ukraine. Dude, there was a fucking Hummer in Kyiv when I was there, and it had like fake rockets on the top of it that someone had painted in the color of the American flag. It was great.
The first time I saw a Cybertruck in real life, I was so irrationally angry. It just had visceral reaction of just like trying to be like 8-bit in a normal world.
Oh, I just called them the Village Idiot truck.
Tati, what happened to your Kiki account? Did you get banned on that? It's gone permanently? Holy shit. I'm surprised. I was able to retain this account for 3 years. I had to battle, though, quite a few.
I
My
would love
account-
to get my other account back.
My account was permanently banned 3 times, Sam. Permanently. And unbanned, too, later on.
Here, let
I
me
don't know.
let me show you guys this.
Dude, that looks so...
The
that looks
difference,
stupid.
though, World News, is you go up against Africa in their toilets while Sam.
No, he goes against the Russians too.
I go against Russians. I go against a lot of things. I've been doing these lives for 3
look
years.
at look at
but-
this. It says HIMARS on it. He's got-
Fucking nuts.
I was here. I was even doing the lives when the Israel war broke out with Palestine early on for like 2 months. And then I
Don't
got
show it. It's a fucking Hummer with fake rockets on it. What are you talking about? Yeah, they're basically
But it's also
pencils.
you, Sam. It's also you.
Yeah, but yeah, this was in Kyiv next to a
They look like dildos.
I don't remember what it was called, but it was a nice restaurant I went to. They had lots of nice
Yeah,
had a
it
nice
looks-
steak there.
It looks really that Jeep looks dumb as fuck, dude.
It's not a Jeep, it's a Hummer.
Well, it looks dumb. It looks dumb with all the rockets and shit. Honestly, it's just Deport that motherfucker who did that.
No, it was great. My
I will
Chevy
send-
Colorado could outdo a Cybertruck, probably.
Training are the most
Cybertrucks are illegal on roads in the UK and will lose your license and truck if caught. Well, if it's illegal, how do you get it there in the first place? What?
Tati, if I was in that country, I would send ICE to deport that dude who did those
Wait.
rockets.
Why are Cybertrucks illegal on roads in the UK? I'm so confused.
What? That doesn't make any sense. Why would it be illegal? Unless, I don't know.
I mean, I could see if they talk about the safety regulations, I could see why. There's a big issue. Yeah, okay, they don't pass safety.
Narrow roads.
There is a problem with the Cybertruck where the steering wheel is not a direct linkage steering system like it is on a normal car. Like on a normal car, if I turn my wheel, the wheels turn with me instantaneously. It's at the exact same time. On a Cybertruck, there's videos of people showing that they just yank the steering wheel and then like a half second later, the wheels turn.
Also, it's not aerodynamic. It's just a really, 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 really fucking dumb truck.
As if trucks were aerodynamic in the first place.
Yeah, I think
That's
Elon's cars need to be banned.
What happened to your face? Oh, I fucked up. One of the sides of my straight razor was not sharp.
Yep. Yep. He got in fight, and then he got.
I think it's time to downgrade to a little bit of an easier razor, Sam.
Oh, I just swapped out the blade and that was fine.
I believe you.
It came with a package of 100 blades. I just forget to change them out sometimes.
Sounds about right.
How is Ukraine doing? Who is advancing, Ukraine or Russia? Russia is slowly advancing in a lot of areas, and Ukraine is making counteroffensive pushes in multiple areas at the same time. And Ukraine is also advancing in Kursk. Cybertrucks are so weak you can pew through the so-called armor with an air rifle. Okay, that one I don't believe. Also, Auntie, why are you typing in all caps?
Yeah, why are you yelling at us?
Love when old people type in all caps. It's like, I can't see.
I actually really do love it when I see people type in all caps.
Ukraine is cooked, bro. Okay.
We'll see. There could be some trades done and concessions over land. Maybe they'll get something back.
I think
We'll
if
see.
Trump was smart, he would go for the mineral deal.
Well, Zelensky denied it.
Zelensky denied it now? When did that
Yeah.
happen? I haven't heard that in the last few
Just
days.
recently, he denied it. He didn't want to sign it. They gave him whatever the proposition, the Trump team and everything, and he didn't want to sign it.
He was on board with it at first. Did they change it up?
He was on board on it and everything. He originally, right, he was talking about it and everything, but then he said he didn't want
That
to sign
sounds like they changed the Oh. They changed it, that's why.
it. They did something. I don't remember off the top of my head now. I've read so much. I don't remember everything.
So it
hard to
looks like
remember.
the US drafted up a different version of it, or the Trump administration, and instead of taking 15%, they wanted half of Ukraine's minerals.
500 billion.
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense of why he denied it then.
Yeah, they wanted an amount of 500 billion, which is not. I mean, listen. The only thing is, if they would give that 500 amount of 500 billion and more aid, then I'll probably take it.
Yeah, that makes sense because the original deal was 15%. That makes a lot of sense why they denied it. Of course the Trump administration got greedy. Of course. I had
Well-
some eye surgery in the week. Oh, that's why Auntie's typing it all caps.
Well, they didn't just get greedy. What they did was they wanted the 500 billion as a payback for previous help. Exactly. So, which is really, I mean, If they would have included at least, the current aid, whatever, but yeah, they're being really weird about it. The Like I said, Trump administration is not really good at. They're good at breaking deals, not making deals. Let's put it that way. Did you hear about the Japan deal? It's hella funny.
Which one?
The one that he was bragging about the gas line, or whatever, the gas pipeline, that they're gonna be selling now more gas or oil, whatever, to Japan,
Mhm.
which they already have been doing, which the pipe already. I was like,
This man just talks out of his ass.
he does. He talks so much. It makes me laugh. I'm like, God.
Oh, someone in YouTube chat says, have you seen what exactly the middle agreement is? Like, give us your stuff, 0 security guarantees, 0 help. I'm willing. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they also made that part of the deal as well.
USA will not be irrelevant. USA will always be relevant. It's a big economy. It's a powerful nation. It'll always be relevant. It's just it might lose reputation in 4 years, but it will be gained back. Joe Biden brought also the reputation back slowly, but it'll be brought back. Um,
So yeah, Irene in YouTube chat is right. It looks like not only did the U.S. the Trump administration redo the deal, they rewrote it saying we want more than 15%. We want 50%. Also, there's no security guarantees.
yeah, they're
Why the
stupid.
fuck would Ukraine ever accept that?
And also, they wanted to do this where the European troops will be from some kind of nations. European troops will be guarding Ukraine, but not under the Article 5. So which means where if they were to get attacked, then no help is coming. You're pretty much fucked. So an Article 5 from NATO. That's what I meant. So
That's fucking
yeah.
stupid.
And Hexeth said that he thought it was smart by saying that, but he's really dumb.
Yeah, Hexeth is a moron. I still got to do a video on how he's an idiot. I got to do a video tearing apart JD
Well-
Vance for his stupid fucking remarks too.
Don't forget about Tulsi Gabbard. Don't forget about the FBI guy. What's his fucking name?
Yeah, but I want to go for specific remarks that were made. Like Pete Hegseth, I want to show that he actually doesn't know how the fuck the military works.
Oh, he's a fucking dude. What did he serve? I forgot. I don't even know.
He
why
was a major in the army. That was it.
He went from a major to a director. That is the dumbest shit you can do.
Hegseth, Vance, and Tulsi are the A team. Yes, Tulsi openly expressed support for Assad in the IRGC, and Pete Hegseth, who blames everything wrong on our military on gay people. Yes, she fucking did, Spinoza. Don't fucking make me have a goddamn spin out like I did with the dude last week. I have openly showed fucking that she's openly publicly expressed her support for both Assad and the IRGC to the extent that she even had a secret trip to fucking Syria to meet with Bashar al-Assad.
There's also
We're on the same team, bro. I don't know how you say we're on the same team when you constantly seem to make fun of the fact that Ukraine's being fucking slaughtered.
and she did Tulsi Gabbard did there's a New York Post article about it.
Israel's not the only thing that's important to me in my life. I have a lot of friends in Ukraine that are actively suffering every fucking day, and you seem to think that's funny in my comment sections. I don't get how you're going to say we're on the same team if you think that's funny.
Yeah,
And on top of that, Pete Hegseth is a fucking moron. I don't. Anyone who thinks that Pete Hegseth knows what the fuck he's talking about is equally stupid. Pete Hegseth doesn't understand how war games work in the military. Let me put this into perspective for you. When the U.S. participates in war games, we intentionally put ourselves at a disadvantage. We essentially go in with both our hands tied behind our backs. Comms are down. Half your planes are down. You have no radar. Good luck. To put ourselves in a worst case scenario to go forth and see what we can do in the worst case scenario and how we will do. That is how it is. We regularly do that. That is how we conduct our war games. Pete Hegseth comes in and goes, he has said this on multiple podcasts. Why do we always lose at war games? Why do we do this? Why are we at such a disadvantage? Blah, blah, blah. He doesn't understand how it fucking works. He also falls for the stupid bullshit propaganda that because China has more ships equals better Navy. He doesn't understand that over half of China's ships are not even open seafaring ships. They can't make it into open waters. This man knows absolutely nothing. I want him around zero. I want him around nothing defense-wise.
But then putting Tulsi Gabbard in charge of what, CIA or something shit like that, right?
FBI. Or no, no, it's it's CIA.
Intelligence. I wouldn't even trust her. Like she's really stupid, honestly. I'm sorry. She's really stupid.
U.S. will own Ukraine and Palestine, yet you trust Israel. Fucking what?
Bring him up. Bring him up.
What is the solution to Ukraine according to you? Stop fiddle fucking around and provide the equipment we said we were going to provide. Oh, Director of National Intelligence. I don't know. Provide the equipment we said we were going to provide. Stop trickling down bullshit slowly and arguing for 6 months before we provide something. Like, actually get off your ass and fucking do it, because Ukrainians are sitting there suffering because we're dragging our ass when it comes to providing the equipment we promised we'd provide them.
Well, let me add something to that. The people who were arguing with the Republican Party, like if they would have, for 6 months they were arguing for the aid. 6 months they were debating over the most. Guess who was doing that mostly? It was Trump who was supporting that shit. Who was blocking. Trump was making calls to what's his fucking face, the dude, the current Speaker of the House. What's his fucking face name?
Wait, we're done funding your war, bitch. I'm American, first of all, and second of all, it's our war. We are Ukraine's allies. Ukraine is our allies, and even though Trump is still fiddle fucking with his bullshit right now, Trump has openly stated he's still supporting Ukraine militarily. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. We're done funding. Fucking Trump said he's not. What are you talking about?
You scream at me, but are we sure that Trump is like cognitively there?
Absolutely not.
No, he's not. They made fun of Biden, but Trump is the same idiot. He's the same moron.
And you're the problem. I would like to afford to eat here. Please tell me how much money you have been paying towards the war effort in Ukraine. I would love to know that, Gaten.
If Trump was there, if Trump was all there in the head, he would not allow.
What the fuck does Netanyahu have to do with the war in Ukraine? What in the fuck are you talking about? I don't like Netanyahu. I don't give a shit if you respect him.
Bring him up. Bring him up.
I'm all for making sure Russia doesn't get a hold of the Chernobyl area, especially. Oh, yeah. By the way, for those that didn't see, Russia flew a drone with explosives on it into the reactor or the cover for the reactor of reactor number 4 in Chernobyl.
I mean, it supposedly didn't penetrate.
It didn't. It took a massive chunk out of it, though.
Yeah,
and I shared Twitter links. Sure,
I'm sure if they do it next time, it will probably do more damage.
Absolutely bananas.
Yeah, a lot of people don't seem to understand how politics.
I lost my student loan relief because of the war in Ukraine. First of all, no, you didn't. Second of all, pay your fucking loan. You signed the dotted line. You're a goddamn adult.
Your student loan has nothing to do with Ukraine. Literally.
Caden, why can't you answer the questions? You're talking a lot of shit in the comments, but you don't seem to know anything.
Guys need to stop listening to Elon Musk and Doge campaign.
We need to get the P-Man out of the picture. What? Putin?
The P-Man?
My cousin was born literally as it was happening in a neighboring city. Ooh. That's not fun. Yes, TikTok is blocking his name. TikTok's blocking Putin's name? What?
Sam, did you read Project 2025? Did you see them trying to cut all the veteran stuff and everything?
Yeah, I read a lot of this. Dude, Project 2025 was like 900 pages of delusional bullshit. The problem was, I hate that there's fear mongering around it, because in reality, it wasn't just people from the Republican side. It was old white dudes from both sides, and someone came together in a room and it was like, hey, everyone who has ever had an idea ever, write it down on this piece of paper. And everyone, okay. And then, like, because if you read most of the shit in there, you're like, what in the fuck are you people talking about?
And it's not nothing like it's most of his shit is very broad. Like
Yeah,
like
it's just I understand the fear behind it. What I don't like is the fear monger. If this is going to happen, it's going to do every single thing in here. Yes, there are some people that are going to push for some stuff in there, but like the blatant fear mongering of intentionally lying on certain stuff. Like there was an idiot in there who suggested that we take away all military housing and force every single service member to live in the barracks. That's not going to fucking happen.
but when Elon Musk mentions the agricultural department or the education department, that's all from that book though. That's all from 2025.
Here, let's see if Caden will come up here and not be a coward. Because Caden wants to just spout off something. Now he's saying USS Liberty. I have a feeling Caden knows nothing. So we'll talk about the USS Liberty and then we'll go to Ukraine.
At least it's somebody.
No, Caden, don't run away. Don't run away. Come up here.
Better not be running, Caden.
You want to talk in the comments? Come on up.
It'll be nice, I promise.
I can.
We're
I can see you denying the request to come up here, right? I can see. I can see that you're physically clicking decline.
Somebody's a scaredy cat.
So, what do you think about Doge, Sam?
Doing it. I don't like that the transparency's gone. What I mean by that is previously I had issues about how spending was being done with US aid. But I could go to the USAID website and go, look, USAID is being spent right here. See, you could read it. I don't agree with this. Like the $9 billion that went to South Africa that we said, hey, please use this for your healthcare system. Thank you. Have a nice day. That we left. I was like, I have a problem with that. And here's the evidence of this happening. What I don't like is that now they've taken down that page, so I can't see that anymore. And now if I want to verify what someone else tells me USAID is being spent on, I now have to rely on a fucking Twitter community note that links me to a goddamn New York Post article.
They've closed down the scientific funding for gonorrhea vaccines, and they're very happy about it. And then RFK said that antidepressants are worse than heroin.
RFK is, don't forget, half of his brain was eaten by a worm.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's an idiot, but it was the funniest shit ever. He was like, "Yeah, they're worse to get off than heroin." I'm like, "What? Their antidepressants are not." Like,
Caden, why don't you come up here? Okay, you can't. Like now, I gotta mute you because you can't call for assassinating people in comment sections. I gotta give you a timeout. I gotta give you a timeout.
Full transparency. There's no transparency from
Yeah,
Elon Musk. He's just making out statements.
If I shut down the website that I'm if I can previously go to a website and see and verify information, and now I shut down that website but tell you what that website said, but you can't verify it yourself, that's not transparent.
And he literally just I went to the Doge site. All he does is literally makes posts about things.
CyberDoc, I'm working on it. I'm trying.
Yeah, we need to get rid of Elon from the White House. He's a fucking idiot.
Did you see the clip of his son telling Trump to get out?
God, that was so disrespectful. Like, I was sitting there, I was like, and he took it. Trump took it like a fucking man.
And you know that's all Musk is saying behind closed doors.
Hell, fuck yeah, he is.
If there was ever a time to backhand a child on national television, that was it. Right there.
But he's not going to say anything because Elon Musk is his largest donor. He's got to keep his mouth shut. Because he's a little bitch.
Antidepressants have side effects. It does play with your brain. RFK Jr. is right. No shit. No shit. Antidepressants play with your brain because that's where the fucking chemicals are that affect your state of mind. What the fuck?
No,
if you're so depressed that you want to live yourself, then what does it matter if it played with your brain? Go play with your brain.
No, they don't. What antidepressants? What RFK said was they're worse than heroin. And that's not true. That's not true.
That's coming from the guy who used H medicine to
he did
help his depression.
He used heroin for like he used the he used
Don't say
heroin.
them. No, you
Oh,
can't
the
say
H.
the
That's why I
names.
said the H thing.
He used the H thing for many years in his early youth, so he's probably delusional as hell in his brain.
HHS is now
Okay.
controlled by.
What
The guy
Go
who dropped a
on.
baby bear up in the middle of Central Park
My
so he
other
could go to
car
dinner.
is RFK. It's yeah, RFK. Appointed RFK to be the health whatever is just the most dumbest shit ever.
I mean, his want to get rid of petroleum-based dyes in kids' like cereal. I'm for that. I'm into that.
I like my colorful Fruit Loops. Fuck off.
It's
No,
stupid.
it crosses the blood-brain barrier.
It's
I
stupid.
did my thesis in college, like I was pre-med. I did my thesis in college to like debunk it, and the more I read about it, I was like, "Oh, frick, my mother was right."
Oh
We're all-
no.
It's
Who
no.
I
cares?
hate when she's right.
He's not right on that. He's wrong actually.
Oh no. Who cares?
He's actually
Bring back lead paint.
he's actually wrong
Don't-
on all his bullshit dies. He's wrong. He's an idiot. He's wrong.
Bring back lead paint.
Keep all the vaccines.
Bring back lead paint.
Stop. That's not funny.
Why not?
Because when it turns into a powder and like kids get around it, it tastes really
Just-
sweet.
Just
It doesn't
don't
And
eat
then
it.
they end up with really massive anger problems, and that's why baby
that's,
boomers. are
that's
so
called Darwinism.
psychotic.
No, it doesn't cause.
Oh,
autism. It
lead
doesn't
paint
do
stare.
I didn't say it causes autism. I said it causes aggression.
that. It does not cause.
It causes lead paint stare.
Guys,
Arsenic green.
are you saying dyes cause aggression?
I'm saying that
I
it
lived
can
on.
cause
I like
possible blood
Cyberdoc.
clot.
I lived on Mountain Dew as a kid. I still earned my doctorate.
Yes. You guys need to stop reading bullshit information. Honestly.
I got
Many of my
information
friends from
on-
the UK often
What's
mock
that?
our food because it has so many ingredients. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna take any bullshit from the people that think beans and toast is good food. They can go fuck themselves.
I got my info from PubMed.
I don't know. I've had red dye before. I was not angry afterwards. So
I'm not. It's not everybody gets affected by everything. It's the people that get
I
affected by
like
worse
my
bad.
colorful cereal.
Lead-based paint though is worse.
listen, if you're gonna fall for that nonsense, stop it. Like seriously, Anushka, come on, cut that shit out. Stop
I
it.
read it from actual papers.
Yeah, and I read the other things for papers where it's all bullshit. I've had multiple doctors on TikTok even say that's nonsense.
I like my colorful
Like Doc
cereal.
University.
Leave me alone.
No, actual doctors. They're surgeons, brain surgeons. They're you can read. I also read medical papers about it too. Not even.
I just don't think petroleum should be in food. Assuming.
Ukrainians are furiated because at the same time as the information about the mineral deal is going around,
Okay.
the statements from Trump and his office are coming out. Yeah.
America doesn't. America has highest obesity rate.
You know who has a higher obesity rate than America? Fucking Gaza.
It's actually one of the smaller.
Oh wait,
islands.
actually we may
There are
have eclipsed
definitely far
on here.
worse chemicals that they put in our food than our
America obesity.
There's chemicals
rate.
in all over.
Yeah,
Every country in the world needs chemicals. You guys are-
Gaza has a higher obesity rate than us. Our obesity rate is 40.3%. Gaza's at 63%. Are you
Right.
fucking kidding
That's
me?
crazy.
Guys, the only thing Americans are so obsessed with chemicals is because we have tags on the back of our things. Most countries don't even have that shit, so they don't even know what the fuck they're eating.
Tap the screen, guys. And we're at 15,000 likes. Tap the screen, share it up, get some people in here. Let's
Majority of the country doesn't even have like. You go to Russia, Ukraine, they don't have any of that shit. You buy whatever the fuck you want to buy. Nobody gives a fuck about that. You go to like most Latin American countries and other countries, nobody reads. Like people just like everybody has chemicals. Like and you cannot you cannot have mass production of food without chemicals and preservatives. It's impossible. You can't. It's not scary.
You washing your hands there, bud?
Sorry, what you on about?
Oh wait, do I have
Talking
one position
about-
finally?
There's I'm talking about that chemicals are all over the world in every food, no matter what they eat. Most just Americans are very lucky to have all that stuff. That they eat
Yeah.
with it.
Emilio, what's on your mind?
It's not, oh God, fucking damn it!
Emilio, hello, welcome. Oh, you got red bars.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. What's up?
Listen, why are we giving this goddamn so much money to fuck Ukraine and Israel when we got a whole lot of mess over here in America? God damn it.
Amelia, you're a moron.
Fucking what? What?
You don't have to put on the fake eyes.
Fuck, are we spending all that money over there, man? God damn it.
The goddamn it is what's like making it
you could
obvious that
drop
what
the
we're doing, man.
you could drop the accent. We could just have a conversation. Do you want to have an
Sorry,
actual?
what?
Do you want to be serious and have an actual conversation?
God damn it.
What part of what I said?
God damn it! I
Okay.
live in America.
What is most of the stuff that goes to Ukraine? What is most of that in? Is it cash?
I will not hear that shit.
Emilio is
Listen, they're diverting all that weapons
Listen,
into
Emilio, you're
Sudan
talking
and
about
into,
shit.
into all these other nations that are currently
My paw
undergoing
told
wait.
me
wars.
back
What
in
is?
the
Hold
day.
on. What is?
We're
What
not
is?
stupid.
Okay,
We're
Emilio.
not stupid.
Emilio, I want
You're
you to
not
find
stupid. My
World
paw-
News.
my paw
Stop it.
told me
Stop
that.
Amelia,
it.
can
World
you
News.
find
all the
Stop
all
it.
the around
World
from
News.
damn
Stop.
Sudan.
Stop.
Where do you think
Emilio.
it comes from, damn it?
God damn
Emilio.
it comes from Satan
Fucking
himself.
stop. Let me fucking talk
do a
about
sound
goddamn
effect, damn
live.
it?
Emilio, I want you to go find me proof right now that Ukraine is sending American
That
weapons
guy
to
laundering
Sudan.
money. We know he's been
Cool.
laundering money.
Prove it. Prove it.
Did
Show-
TikTok tell you?
Show me proof.
Sorry, what?
Show me proof.
The proof is in the
What?
pudding, man.
World News.
Ukraine's,
Shut up. No,
damn.
Emilio,
diverting
both
funds
of you,
and cashing
stop it.
in?
Emilio, I want you
Oh,
to show me proof of
okay.
what you claimed. You showed me that, or you told me that they're sending weapons, or selling weapons that we've given them to countries like
I see your
Sudan.
taxes, sir. Are you paying taxes? Are you an American taxpayer?
Yeah.
You're an American
Can
citizen.
you,
Taxpayer?
Emilio? Can you answer my question, please?
How much in taxes are you paying?
Emilio, can you answer my question, please?
Just want to give our money so badly.
Emilio, can you answer my question?
Hey, I'm not giving my food stamps to Ukraine. God damn
Sorry,
it.
what was your question?
Can you please show me proof of what you claimed, that Ukraine is selling weapons that we give them to other countries, like Sudan? You said.
Yeah. They find cash. They find.
No. I don't want to hear. I don't want to hear. Yeah. They do this. They do that.
Yeah.
I want proof.
Yeah. You can
Where
find
do-
it on
Not
that.
giving my
You got
food
Where?
Google?
No.
Google?
Fucking World News. Stop.
Simple.
Emilio.
Simple.
Where
Simple.
do I go on
Simple.
Google then?
Simple.
Google that.
Simple.
Google that.
On Google.
What's this weird
Google
tapping?
that. Google that. Yeah, we know that. We're
God
not
damn it.
stupid.
We know
We're not stupid.
We know
I'm
that.
just
We here,
fucking
we
irritated.
know that shit.
I'm just fucking annoyed.
That shit don't fly.
I'm just annoyed.
I ain't not giving Israel and Ukraine the food stamp money. This is America. God
I'm
damn
just
it.
annoyed.
America.
Just
Fucking
why?
shit. Donald Trump better give us all the food stamps. That shit ain't going to Ukraine. I don't want no Zelensky eating my food stamps.
Like,
My
even
hot
if that was
dog.
a troll, that wasn't even a good one. But there's so many people that actually believe that shit that it blows my mind. I can't even tell at this point if they're real or not because there's that many stupid people.
I'm telling you, dude. Just gotta talk to them like they talk to you.
Yeah,
God
but I
damn it,
can't.
that's
Yeah,
not
but I
happening
can't do it if I
sometimes.
can't fucking hear myself thinking.
God damn it. This is America. I don't want to hear that sissy shit.
You think just because you got more fucking coins than me, you could talk over me on my own goddamn live?
It does. To make myself feel better, I've been putting
Why
my
did you
over
kick
the
him? You have.
okay.
Why did you
Like,
kick him?
even
You
like-
have no one else because he was fucking hurting my brain. Nothing he said was making
No
sense.
freedom of speech. Bitch, it's TikTok.
This is America.
Emilio,
I will not stay
Emilio,
silent.
you can speak when you prove to me what you claimed.
Back in South Carolina, my paw said this is bullshit. We fought. The great American nation will get together. We are not fighting against no liberal shit, against Ukrainian shit. I ain't giving them a food stamp money. That's my last paycheck.
Auntie
Yeah.
Amelia was the child left behind.
Oh shit, you got a train.
Warren, oh my god.
God
You
damn it.
treat your man so well.
Yeah, are you two a thing now?
What the? Sam, I am not speaking on behalf of American people, but this is bullshit. Bullshit, I'm telling you.
Not in
Back in
sexual
North
relations with
Carolina,
that woman.
I used to ride trains in North Carolina with my paw every fucking day. God damn it, every day.
God damn it.
Lauren, is he just your sugar baby now? Is this what this is?
God
Oh,
damn
Oh
it.
shit! What the fuck?
It's a spaceship, god damn it. God bless Elon Musk.
Goddamn fucking view bots in my goddamn Twitch chat. Get the fuck out of here.
Muslima.
Muslima.
No.
Yo,
Bad.
your girlfriend Muslima is
Bad
here.
kitten. I don't know if you're talking to me or Sam.
Both of you.
No, Muslima's just in here to try and fucking start shit.
Alhamdulillah. Wallahi. Muslima. Wallahi.
That's a bad kitten.
Back in the South, we used to call them pussycats.
What is wrong with you?
We-
So many things.
so many things. It sounds like you're high.
No, just really sleepy.
Can I get some
What?
opposition?
Oh
Oh my
my
god. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude.
I
God
feel
damn
like
it.
she's like
God
asking you to
bless
marry her
America.
at this
God bless
point.
Jesus.
Does she owe you money? Like what is it?
God damn it. I have my loyal supporters.
I'm gonna laugh if you get permabanned tomorrow and you can't withdraw it.
Oh, look at this.
It's so cute.
What?
It's so cute. It smiled.
I love how its little tongue is sticking out just a little.
It's so adorable. It's Timon.
Someone won big at the casino. She's got to launder it all. She's giving it to TikTok.
Muslima is jealous. Yes, it was cute, Muslima. What are you gonna do about it?
She's gonna pimp you out.
Nobody's pimping anybody out. This is a damn it Christian live. God damn it.
I'm not even Christian.
Yes, you are, Sam. God damn it.
Hello,
Look, from
Shalom.
Texas.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean I'm Christian. I'm not even from Texas.
Damn it. God damn it. You're a fucking Texan. Don't be a pussy.
My fucking brain hurts. Where the fuck's my opposition today?
Well, god damn it.
I mean, you could always bring Muslima up.
Oh, look at that horse.
Oh
Look-
shit! It's a fucking Pegasus unicorn. Holy shit!
Damn it.
Oh
That's
my
it.
god,
That's
that
all
one
it
was
is.
5,000.
This is getting wild.
God bless
The
America.
books behind me. Okay, so this is my religious shelf. This is military doctrine. This is Marine Corps and U.S. Navy history. My 2014 encyclopedia set, Tree of Knowledge. I think. Oh, it's the New Book of Knowledge encyclopedia set. Sources on Israel-Palestine stuff.
Anushka got a door.
This is UN resolutions and stuff to do with Ukraine.
My only fan.
Autobiographies and biographies and stuff. I've got naval history, World War II history. This is like physics and machine stuff, machine shop stuff. There's a bunch of naval stuff down here, watches, chronometers, and shit like
Oh,
that.
god damn it. You have a lot of books.
Yeah.
Just a reminder to the comments: when you're nice to kitten, nice kitten is sometimes nice back. Just sometimes.
These
Muslima, please behave. I really don't want you to end up on the Yahtzee counter.
I mean, I don't know how to interpret that, Anushka. We'll just keep quiet. Ooh, spaceship. Blast off. We're going to space like Elon Musk.
Dude, are you gonna start doing the thing on like the NPC lives? Thank you for the spaceship. Just fucking blast.
Is it a lemur? Is that a cat?
God.
Oh, God.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
Anushka, what are you referring to when you say kitten, Anushka?
Oh my god. Why? Corgi. Corgi butt.
It's little butt.
He just shook his ass at me. That is some sexist shit.
Wouldn't that be bestiality?
Bestiality shit. Alhamdulillah.
I don't have any Russian friends. I used to have Russian friends, and then I lost contact with them all because of the war.
I never had Russian friends, so I didn't lose any contact.
Sam, should we
Oh,
talk?
yeah.
What the fuck is that? What?
That's the most excited I've ever seen Sam.
Why didn't she save this all to just a really big? I feel like she could have done a lion for you by now.
Possibly.
Shall we talk about rods from God? Yeah, that was a failed experiment, CyberGod. That shit sucks. At least it wasn't a goat. Fair enough.
I must be doing something right. 25,000 coins.
How come we can't do to Putin what we did
We're,
to
like, doing the right
Nasrallah?
person.
Because we're a bunch of fucking pussies.
Oh, thank you for that.
Little
The
French,
Potato in
Okay.
Paris.
potato. It's a potato,
little
Mr.
French potato.
Little French fries.
Do you guys remember right after 9/11 where all of the French things turned into like freedom fries and freedom toast?
Oh, I got a little dragon or some shit. That was nice.
Oh, what?
It's like a little dragon. I think so.
Oh, shit. Where's my opposition? Wait.
Zaddy, what's up?
Hey, Anushka, just rule of thumb. Don't accept people without me saying so.
Fine, I'll drop them.
Oh,
No, Zaddy?
Drop me like that.
okay, now you're actually getting dropped. I've told you no speaking like that on my line.
Drop me like that. Hold on, Sam. You gotta bring him back up. That shit was funny. I'm not gonna lie. God damn it! Bring that up, soldier. Bring him back up, soldier.
What the
God damn
fuck? Wait, hold on. Is there 2 Muslimas?
There are so many Muslims.
How come there's a lot of Muslimas?
Why are there
Just-
the profile
Taking
picture?
over.
The profile picture looks different in my chat.
They're multiplying.
Condolences. There's a lot of Muslimas. Wallahi.
There are Muslimas everywhere.
Oh my god, Mickey. This is why you keep getting in trouble.
Different. Look at that.
Look at
The
the
beer
little
cat's
dog.
bat.
Yeah, the tongue is sticking out. Actually, I saw that. That was nice. Akuna Matata.
We have one more chance.
Hey guys, how's it going?
Hey, big guy.
World
Some
News. God fucking
Hey,
damn it.
Muslima, be nice. Be nice.
Oh, thank you. Title gifter. Look at that.
What? I didn't see one. What happened?
She just got a title gifter.
What does that mean?
That means she's a like #1 gifter or something.
Oh shit.
With
Where's the
worthy.
title gifter?
Dude,
Lauren.
Lauren's just money laundering at this point. She's gifted this man 27,000 in
Money
coins.
laundering. Apologize for that communist saying. Money laundering.
Lauren, I need coffee money.
Ask Muslima. She'll send you coffee money.
Muslima, send me coffee money.
Who has 27,000 coins? World News does now.
I do.
Lauren, how much did all that cost? Hold on. I need to see how much that costs.
I will cash it out, and then I will be generous to it.
You'll
No,
cash it out at like 15.
No, I'll just. I usually gift it too. It's probably not that much.
She just gave
It's
this
a
man
couple $100.
she just gave this man $135.
Damn.
Muslima, stop
Yeah, I have
outing me
loyal
like that.
followers. Don't be jealous. God damn it. Thank you, Lauren. I'll say a special prayer. God bless Lauren. Alhamdulillah.
Mickey, I just spent $1,000 on ammo.
You did? How soon you going to the range?
Inshallah.
I don't
are you
know.
storing it?
Oh, well, I haven't bought ammo in over a year, and I could see the bottom of my ammo cans.
Oh yeah, okay.
That's depressing.
That's time to,
Yeah,
time
that's-
to plus up.
That's a problem.
What'd you get?
A bunch of 556, 762 by 54, and 30-06.
Sam, Deb
Okay.
just give you a shout out. Shout out. Somebody's saying. Deb.
Deb just gave me a shout out. Oh,
on her live, maybe.
oh, thank you, Deb.
Deb. Who's Deb?
Deb.
Is it Tango?
Yeah, Tango.
Oh, she's cool. She's cool.
Mm. Dude, you know who's got a good collection, bro?
Who?
Who?
Mideast. He has a good collection. He was showing me his collection. He's got a good collection, man.
What collection of what?
What we were just talking about, like ammo and JUNS or GUNS. Why did I say J? GUNS. But yeah, he's got some good stuff.
He's
I
got
feel like
guns.
anybody who's calling it with a JUNS
Guns.
would probably not own any.
Dude, it's like 4 a.m. for me, and yes, I own. Well, I don't
Oh,
collect.
I'm in your time zone.
Did you
Fucking
get
brought it up,
did you get
Ryan?
your new uniforms? No, the dry cleaners called me and said that it wasn't ready yet. I think I pick up my uniforms on Tuesday, so maybe Wednesday night you guys will get to see the uniforms.
Sam, I'm kind of bored. I think I might call my reserve unit and sign back up.
What?
You're bored.
What do
I
you?
only got out. I only got out of the reserves like a year ago.
Yeah, but then you can't do anything fun if an opportunity does arise.
Yeah, I can. I can do whatever I want.
You
dude.
just get
Dude,
out? You just go do what you want.
No, dude, I would always do what I want when I
No,
was
I'm
in
saying,
the
what if a
reserves.
contract comes up?
Yeah, then I would still go. I don't have to care. Dude, that doesn't stop anything.
How would you be on contract if you're still a reservist, though?
Because I can totally be on contract and still be a reservist. I just would find other ways to make up the time to them, like the days. If that, I can also they can sign off things too, depending on.
Like, can you get me a better job? I hate my
Yes.
fucking job.
Let's talk tomorrow. I'm trying to.
But I've been waiting for you to fucking find me contracts for months.
Mm.
Don't moan at me. What the fuck?
If you let me moan on your
Especially
live
like that.
every day for a week, I'll find us a contract.
I'm gonna drop you and end your fucking coin streak.
What coin streak? All one? I have like
No, not you. World News.
What
Oh.
coin streak?
And she immediately gives you a meerkat.
If Lauren keeps doing the meerkat, she can stay. I like its little tongue.
Gonna ban Lauren.
Oh, look at Zaddy. Oh,
Like she said.
look at Zaddy. He's receiving those roses.
Yeah. Is Muslima still in here? Muslima,
Meerkat.
Get World News to 30K. What the fuck? Wait, hang on. I gotta scroll through these gifts. How many have been given to me?
Yeah, what's going on?
Okay, I got a heart. I got a heart. I got a heart. I got a heart. That's just people joining the club.
Look what Winter said.
Sam and Unk. What up, Unk?
Winter request.
Dude, I've never
Haven't seen Winter in forever.
Wait, World News. Those 14 roses are the only gifts I've gotten on the line.
Well, see? You better not kick me out for moaning.
Lauren said TikTok banned me from recharging.
Who's Winter?
Oh shit! I got a cowboy hat. Thank you,
Damn right.
Auntie.
Well, you did make it your like goal thing.
I did.
Hi, Winter.
I did. Where is that?
She's posted some nice fitness
Another
workout
meerkat.
and stuff in the Discord.
And the heck
Ooh.
cowboy.
Winter's a
hat.
girl whose body be
Check that shit
bodying.
out.
Body be bodying.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck does this have to do with my topic?
Nothing. Absolutely
Bodies.
nothing.
It's 4
the
a.m. in the
bodies
morning.
hit
Nobody
the
wants to
floor.
talk about
Oh
your
god,
topics.
someone
Stop
says
talking
winter is coming.
Oh my god, no. What
Winter
did
is
you start?
coming.
Don't get her started.
Oh my god, that's so clever.
What the fuck was that? Did someone just put a tiny crown on me?
Winter be coming.
I don't
Stop.
see anything wrong with that.
Stop.
The winter has already
Stop.
caved in my
You
place.
cannot stop winter.
Winter has already came in my place.
Not
It's cold
stop
and snowy.
winter.
Winter does not stop coming.
It came in my place already. Winter already came in my place. It's
Oh my
cold and
God.
snowy.
Oh my god!
I'm done.
I can't.
Came a lot too.
I
Very cold.
I bet you did, girl. Lauren, stop. You're making Sam sad.
Sam's.
Wanted to have an important discussion live tonight.
Oh, it's so cute.
Important discussion about what? The same stuff?
I don't even know.
Come on, dude.
Oh shit! Who'd the money gun go to? I can't see.
Winter came on with snow flurries all over the place.
Sam, look up, Sam. I'm giving you a hat.
Yeehaw! Thank you. Why do I hear it? Why do I hear the gift? To the...
Dude, I love it because like you know my I have all the you know a couple of
Oh,
the
it went
stuff,
to
like,
me. Oh, thank you, Aaron.
we have that's what she said energy,
Yeah,
and
everybody only
winter,
gets
winter
this
like
small.
matches that energy like to
Dude,
like
One of
Ouch.
one of my
Right.
favorite patches that. Oh
Look at the
shit!
little
What is
blue
that
dude.
thing?
That's
It's a smart bean.
All right, dope. One of my
there's
favorite
definitely a flick
patches.
joke in there
I had
somewhere.
a patch that I gave away to someone. I can't remember who I gave it to, but it was one of my favorite patches. It was in Ukrainian. It said, "I want coffee and a blowjob." and one of my soldiers walked up to me one day, just slapped it on my chest on my plate carrier, and I was like, "I don't know what this says, but thank you."
oh my god, Auntie Biscuit Winter makes everything hot.
Winter mix.
Have you talked about Chernobyl, the Chernobyl facility? Yes, I did talk
Yeah.
about it. For those who are new in the chat right now, if you guys didn't know, Chernobyl was hit by a Russian drone. They hit the cover for reactor number 4. You know, the one that exploded. Yeah, they hit that one.
that sounds, like, very purposeful.
They didn't penetrate it. It oh god, phrasing. It just made a big crater in it. Thankfully radiation levels did not rise. But remember, this is the same country that when they captured Chernobyl at the beginning of the war, dug up the irradiated soil and dug trenches.
Oh wow.
You know what penetrates
Wait,
a lot?
Mickey, did you
Winter.
not know that?
No, I didn't hear about this.
Dude, there was 3 units in the first few days of the war. They captured Chernobyl. By the way, they rolled into Chernobyl and started firing RPGs everywhere. They rolled in.
Why? Like, what's the point in capturing Chernobyl? Like, why
They
would you even bother?
rolled in and captured it, and then started digging trenches.
It's so fucking dumb.
All 3 units got radiation poisoning and were evacuated.
Oh yeah, that was a while ago. I remember that.
Yeah, that was the beginning of the
I
war.
remember that. Yeah, that was beginning. That was,
Quite
like, very-
fucking hilarious. Because even the Ukrainians were like, all right.
It's like, you want this? You can have it.
Like,
Okay.
It's, you
my
know,
thought
it's-
too was like, what are the odds that a lot of the guys who were sitting there digging trenches had no idea what the fuck happened there?
They were digging very deep trenches too. In
Oh,
the
they
winter,
absolutely had
in
no
the
idea.
winter, in the winter times too.
Yeah, because they were even digging in trench positions for tanks and stuff. Like they dug in. Like they dug
Very-
up all the topsoil that was covering all the irradiated soil, everything.
It was
Yeah.
deep
Also,
in the winter.
Cyberdog's right in the red forest too. You know the one where the entire forest is fucking dead because of the radiation.
Cold and winter times, they were digging that very deep. Winter times, very deep.
Like, why even bother? Like, why take like?
World news.
What?
Deep winter.
It gets very deep winter in Ukraine. It's very snowy. I get it.
I was about to drop the panel and go to sleep.
Oh my god, what is wrong?
It's slippery too. It's,
Winter, you should
Mickey's
request.
fault. He's done it to all of us.
Stop! I'm trying to be serious about politics tonight, and everyone's just talking about sex and gifting coins.
It's very,
What
it's
the
very, It's very
fuck?
political. It's very political. Russia attacked during wintry, hard, slippery times. They were
Right,
digging
you do winter.
trenches in the winter times. It was very cold, very wet.
Very
Winter.
slippery.
Winter time. It's a
I
fact.
feel like Winter's just trying to plan her trip to the U.S. at this point.
God bless winter.
Mickey would gladly pay for that.
I would too.
Yeah, Anushka and I would like, hey, let's like get together on this one.
Bruh. Bro, Sam, I'm getting that green card.
But make sure to get the green card in winter time.
Oh, it's Oscar. Hang on. Okay, this person's not opposition, but
Winter, dude, I feel like you had to have had like 3 or 4 like green card offers.
I just thought like
yeah,
I might ask like the 2 cents here because
Uh-huh.
like I'm actually in Ukraine. And
Wha-
fucking
what-
It's cold, man. Like it's cold as fuck, bro.
no, Oscar, how long have you been here?
5 years.
No, in the live right now.
Like about a minute and a half. Like,
Oh yeah. Oh, you
like,
missed all the references because there's someone's name in chat who's Winter, and they're having a very sexually charged conversation right now.
Sam, don't.
I'm trying to be
really?
professional and like trying to make this live talking about this stuff.
I
And
thought I would like give you like an actual input.
no. Oh
It's
yeah, no.
fucking
It's
cold,
cold as
bro.
it's cold as balls right now in Ukraine. Hang
Oh,
on.
now you turn it into sexual. It's winter. It's cold as winter, not snow, not balls.
Well, depends on the reason.
It's oh my god, it's negative 15 in Kharkiv. Oh my
It is. It's cold
God.
as
Yeah.
slippery.
Yeah. I was in a party last night and they stayed past curfew and it was like I love doing that because like I feel like such a gangster walking back home, you know?
Especially with all the
Like,
snowflakes covering you in the winter times. It's all white.
Yeah, I mean you're like
Snowy.
hiding in the shadows.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
You're hiding in
trying to
the
get
shadows,
back
but he
to
gets
the
you in the
house.
shadows too. You can't hide from
I
it.
mean-
why Worlders, why?
It's snow. Don't ask me. It's snowing. It's not my fault.
Yeah, bro. I was in a party last night, like a birthday party with a bunch of like journalists, like, and it's like I just looked around and I looked and like these were like people who tell the world what's going on in Ukraine, and by the state of the party there, like and the discussions and just like the state of their sobriety, it was very interesting to say like
Don't
you know,
worry.
probably millions of people listen to what these people have to say every day.
Don't worry. Zaddy here likes to show world diplomats him violating loaves of bread.
Yes, I do that often
It's all right. It's
in the
there's
course of
nothing
my
wrong.
work.
Open a bakery and call it Zaddy's Buns.
As long as he does it in the winter times, when it comes hard and wet, it's fine.
Gotta love a good glazing.
Oh my
Nothing beats a good glaze on the
I'm
negative
out of jokes.
weather.
Y'all keep going.
Gotta love a good glazing. I love that. That's
No
great.
glaze, no pain, no gain. Remember.
Yep. Slippery glaze. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
It slips right
Um,
inside and out of you. It's quick.
okay. I think we're gonna be kicked off. Of
Oh.
this, like
No,
place
Mickey
soon.
Mickey just got a violation.
Oh, really?
That was the least surprising violation ever.
What did it make you violate? What happened?
I don't know. It said he had a violation that would make people uncomfortable.
By
Wow.
people, it means Sam. Sam was uncomfortable.
Yeah.
Damn, you gotta hold back your
Yeah.
emotions, man. It's all over your face.
Well, you can only hold them back so far. I have been working like
Was it a
12,
consensual
16 hours.
violation?
Yeah.
I can only hold it back so far.
Auntie's my
Can I tell you
favorite.
like an embarrassing story that happened to me yesterday?
Oh no.
So like yeah. I was at a party. I'm a sober dude. Like I don't drink. So it's like I'm just chilling in the party, and like you know everyone is like suffering from PTSD and tiredness and all that stuff. So you know at a certain time at every journalist party, everybody starts to like therapize. You know, we start to like sit down and therapy each other. And I had been speaking to a guy that I know really well for
Mhm.
like probably a good an hour, about him and his work
Mhm.
and our work together and how terrible it all is.
Was it all
And
in
I
winter times?
realized when I realized the guy that I'm talking to is not the guy that I think he is.
He's a
He's
trans.
another, yeah, he's another friend of mine, and it's like it was like a severance moment, you know. It's like
Dude, that's
it
crazy.
became an Audi, yeah. And I
Audi.
know the guy
Sounds
pretty
gay.
well, but it was just like they're both called fucking Sasha, like everyone else.
Sasha Baron
in this
Cohen.
in this country, and I just like in the middle of the conversation, I'm like, wait. I'm sorry, dude. You're not the Sasha I thought you were.
Dude.
Yeah, yeah, and and like brains are getting fucked, and millions of people around the world are listening to us speak about what's going on here. You know, these are the minds that make the news. You
It
know,
was pounded with winter. The brain.
yeah, yeah. It was like an Indian Audi moment, like in Severance. It was just
Very
such a
Audi.
weird.
Very Audi. Very cold.
I was very coldy, very inny, very outy. So what's up with you guys?
I don't even know what's going on at this point.
Sam, you're right.
Yeah.
You can handle it, dude.
Like, okay, let's turn serious. Let's go politics. What do you think about what's been going on over the weekend with the Munich thing and like
Very
what's going
cold
on with
and
your
wet political bullshit.
okay. Like actually, what do you think about it? Like, like
I really
let's
wanted
go.
I really wanted to be in the town hall meeting, because
Right.
it really pissed me off. The things that were saying, like, what was the comment where it's like, oh, you have to stop the bleeding first in order to treat the wound
Right.
and this and that. And my first thought was, bitch, how do you stop the bleeding with the ceasefire if you keep getting shot every time you ask someone to stop? Like, and then immediately someone stood up and goes, why should we be expected to have a ceasefire with Russia when every single ceasefire we've ever had with Russia was violated within less than 12 hours?
Yeah. What I thought, I just did like a story with the Azov guys. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that word. I probably get a violation. But I just did a story with them. I spent like 3 weeks covering those guys. And one of the guys that was there was like a pretty high up commander. And he was talking about like the world thinks it's 1946 or 5 or whatever. You know, the world thinks that Yalta is still in place. Like the world and the players think that there is no other superpower in the world than the US and Russia. It's absolutely, I mean, like Russia for not 100% not. And then the US, I mean, the shit show that's going on there right now is terrible, but like, but it's so interesting that they control the narrative here. And then you have, you know, the GDP of Europe, I think it's like 17 point something trillion, which is around the same as like China and around the same as the US. You know, and it isn't Yalta times. We got a military industrial complex all around the world, and in Europe, like Europe does have pretty good weapons manufacturing. They're just late in ramping it up, but they do have good quality, like Sweden and Germany and the Brits. Like they do have it. So it's a completely different war also. Like he mentioned that Russia makes in 3 months the same amounts of shells as the rest of the world makes in a year, which is true, but the war isn't like an artillery war anymore. It's a drone war. Like, and it's just completely changed. Like artillery is responsible for like 10% of the casualties or something right now. So it's just like it's just a completely different game. And for them to like grandize and stand up and like, oh, we're just gonna talk to the Russians. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna prove. It's not gonna like come up with a solution.
Wait, when
to
did
any
World News
situation.
leave? Where did he go?
So that's kind of like my 2 cents on that. I think it's just like everyone is treating it like it's 1946 and Russia and America are like Yalta.
Are they keeping it going because it's making them money? Who, Gravy, is who making money?
He's probably saying like, are we keeping the war going like because the Americans are making money? I think honestly, Hegseth, when he said everyone needs to go to 5%, that was a money making decision, not a strategic decision. Like that was like, you have to spend more on your defense, like i.e. buying more weapons from us.
Yeah.
You know, I think it's way more like an economic thing.
Oh, is Russia making money off it? He says, Russia's not necessarily making money. It's the only thing keeping them afloat. Like if the war ended today, Russia would economically collapse with hyperinflation that would make World War II, post-World War II Germany and post-World War I Germany look like a fucking cakewalk.
Yeah, I agree with that statement wholeheartedly.
Like, here's how bad of a financial situation Russia currently is in. They're selling oil at a loss. It currently costs more money to refine a barrel of Russian oil than it does to sell a barrel of Russian oil. Their unemployment rate is at 1.8%, meaning it's too low. Every single able-bodied person is working right now. They can't afford to give signing bonuses to a lot of their guys they promised them to. On January 1st of this year, the Russian Ministry of Defense issued letters saying that they could not afford to give people signing bonuses anymore that had already been promised them for the last year and a half. They're giving 50% interest loans on $500 US right now because people need that. They are also, what's it called? If you have more than $13,000 US in your account right now, it goes straight to the government. The average weekly grocery cost per person is $100 US, just like in the US. And the average monthly household income, though, is $162 US. That's household income. Like, Russia's pretty fucked right now.
Yeah, and that they're not paying the reparation. Like, so if you get injured or killed, they're not paying that. Even if it's proven, like they bring back the body and like there's a funeral and stuff like that, they're not even paying that. And
I saw a video where they gave some fucking mother of a dead soldier a bicycle. That's a consolation prize.
Yeah, but in law, they should get like quite a substantial amount of money, but they're not paying that at all. And then there's another thing is that like the KIA, like it's like it's not like it's killed, wounded, and missing. And the missing bit, when you're missing, you're just missing. There's no reparations for any of that.
Mm-hmm.
Like they have no obligations to search for you. They don't do any of that. That's why they don't pick up anyone. And my friends that I was just interviewing, they showed me a bunch of videos of some of these roads that they're driving down in and around Pokrovsk and all these areas.
The death roads.
And I mean, it's strewn with bodies. It's strewn. I mean, hundreds of just people just lying there. They don't even pick them up because then they can say they're missing and they don't have to pay anything. It's fucked. The situation is fucked.
Yeah, I've been wanting to show some of the videos of like the vehicles and stuff, but I've been trying to figure out what I can and can't show on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, I've been seeing like, because I have friends now that like just working here for the past 3 years, and I have friends in all parts of like of the armed services. So it's like everyone between from like a normal soldier to like a gore person and whatever. And I have like group chats with some of them on Signal, and they're sending me like some of the stuff that they're seeing that does not go even on Telegram channels because it's like, well, it's OPSEC and stuff like that. And so the shit that I'm seeing there is like they send waves of people in about like they made the wave smaller now. It's like groups of maybe like 10 to 15, sometimes up to 20 guys. They send them on motorcycles or running, no armored, no nothing, no air support, no nothing, to capture a kilometer or go to the next tree line, run over a field, whatever. They have them run straight over the field. And the ones who make it, they make it. The ones who don't make it, don't. And then 20 minutes later, they do it again, and they do it 24/7. It is crazy. Like, it is insane. They've showed me videos like of like, yeah, just wait. And then just like, I see like a bunch of guys start running. They like send drones, take them out, or a machine gun, whatever. And then 20 minutes later, there's just another attempt. And they just run past their bodies. And it's just crazy. Just for a kilometer of like completely bombed out artillery, like ruins of
everything.
location.
Everything's flat. Like I see people complain. Look what fucking Israel's doing to Gaza. Blah blah blah. Russia's not doing that. I look at cities in Ukraine and I'm like, man, they've leveled these cities so fucking hard that even the rubble doesn't exist anymore. They blew up the rubble.
Yeah, it's crazy. And like, I mean, I live in pretty central Kiev, and like close to me, there's a weapons manufacturer called Artom, which is Ukraine's like foremost weapons manufacturer. It was built in Soviet times, and it's like, you know, it was like the Hezbollah central office. You know, it's like got like 19 floors or whatever down of it, and they keep trying to blowing it up. You know, and I understand that. Like, I understand sending a ballistic missile to try to blow up a weapons manufacturer. I get that. Blowing up a building in Toretsk, you know, like a 10-story building in Toretsk that has no one in it, like over and over and over and over and over again, just to flatten it for no apparent reason. That just, I don't understand that. Yeah.
I what always bothered me when I was there was I always knew that Russia lied about a lot of what their targets were when hitting certain buildings, or like their missiles just hit civilian areas. And it always bothered me just seeing it on the news because I knew that Russia was lying. But what bothered me extra was when I was physically there and I would see the explosions at night, and then I would go see the building that they hit. And I would know this is a civilian building. This is a shopping center. This is a fucking random gas station. And then I would see on the news the next day Russia bragging about how they hit a military weapons depot or some shit. And I'm like, you blew up a gas. You blew up an elderly woman's apartment. What the fuck are you talking about? Was that 80-year-old woman really that much of a fucking military threat?
Yeah, it's like, what is it called in I don't know what it's called in military terms.
A war crime?
When you, but when you have like a targeting radius, so like it's like let's say like a Tomahawk has like a, I don't know, meter by meter squared or something, like something really like they're pretty, you know, tight with their targeting. It's very tight. Some of these missiles, like the X-22s, which are
the X-22 Kitchen. Yeah, we had the night that Wagner attacked, they launched 6 of those at Kharkiv.
Yeah, I mean, those are not designed for land. It's a sea, like they were designed to destroy aircraft carriers. You know, they have a liquid fuel.
Oh yeah, they blew up the gas station about 500 meters away from me with one of those.
Yeah, and it's like 1 ton warhead.
And a lot of people don't realize that the S-300 and the S-200s have a ballistic mode.
Yeah,
like, oh, Russia doesn't use S-300. Blah, blah, blah. That's an anti-aircraft missile. Bitch, no. They have a literal ballistic mode on them, and they're not that accurate, and they cause a lot of fucking damage.
Yeah, luckily they're running out-ish. They stopped using a lot of the S-300s like they were using in Kharkiv, because you can't target them. Like, not really. You can just give them a ballistic trajectory, and they will hit somewhere in like a 10-kilometer radius of, like, you can say like hit Kharkiv, but you can't really target an S-300 for a building or whatever, because they don't have that ability to them, because they aren't like air defense missile, but they cause horrible damage if they're able to hit a street with people, whatever. But if they're able to hit like a building, it's fine. Like, it's usually just the roof or whatever. Well, not fine, but like, it depends.
Yeah.
But they're horrible weapons because they're shredders. They're shrapnel weapons.
Yeah, the S-300s just cause a lot of destruction.
The X-22s, when they hit, do you remember like a couple years ago in Dnipro when the whole apartment building just got destroyed with one blast, and just I can't remember the death toll, maybe like 60 people and like over 200 injured. Yeah, that was from one of those, because it's a 1-ton warhead that is unguidable. It doesn't because it's you can't give it coordinates, but it's supposed to find an aircraft carrier in the middle of the sea. It's not to find a building at land. Yeah. Yeah, it's a crazy time that we're living through, and it's so weird. Like, I watched Kacz's speech, and I agreed with a lot of the things that he was saying, but I think it got blown out of proportion, and people saying that like he's no longer like supporting Ukraine and supporting NATO. I don't agree. I think he actually did. I was very happy to hear him say that like they want to continue the partnership with NATO. They're like a staunch ally of NATO, and then like that was a really good news. Like, they're not pulling out of NATO. And another thing he said, like, putting Ukraine back to its 2014 borders is unrealistic. I mean, yeah, like it is. Like, with what we have in our hands right now, and the weapons and the capabilities and the manpower and what's coming down the line of the things that were promised and all of the stuff, yeah, it's unrealistic. He did not say impossible. He just said it's really unrealistic as a goal. And I understand why he said it. People are like blowing it out of proportion. It is an unrealistic goal. We have to start talking realistically about these problems, because it's going to start affect Europe. It's going to start affect the rest of the world.
I hated the security conference and the talks on Ukraine in general. Like, what pissed me off with JD Vance was he was speaking in half-truths. I've said this already. JD Vance was right when he talked about freedom of speech going away is a problem. And there is a sharp, like, dude, the dude in London who was burning a Quran is still in custody. The random dude, the random Muslim that walked up with a fucking kitchen knife and tried to stab him to death, not in custody. Yeah. That's insane to me. People getting arrested for making mean comments on Facebook. But then he took it a way that I didn't like. He essentially used the same arguments as the people that were pro-Russia during the Cold War, saying the Red Scare wasn't real. There's no reason to be afraid of Russia, blah, blah, blah. We're better than that. Meanwhile, that was a real thing. There was thousands of USSR spies everywhere. They were actively trying to get us to fall apart from within. That was a real thing. And there were people speaking against that. And that's what he did. And I don't like how he did that. That was intentional.
Yeah. But and it was like so obviously intentional because of his bros. Like, because of like Elon really wants to be able to like not follow EU regulations on free speech and all that stuff. And I understand like where he's coming from in a certain way, kinda, maybe, I don't know. But he, like you said, it's half truth. And this false equivalency problem that we have, again, Russia isn't the Soviet Union. Russia is like teetering on being completely bankrupt. Their economy is just way worse than the Soviet Union was when they collapsed. And there's so many other factors that go into that. And just the rest of the J.D. Vance speech that he didn't really mention Ukraine or talk about it in any real kind of like any real substance.
Oh no, I think he said the word
like,
Ukraine once.
Yeah. And it's like in a substantive manner, he just didn't do it. And that's like it is the biggest thing that's going on in the world right now. It has like the reason why Iran is stronger right now is because they're getting money from Russia. The reason why North Korea is such a threat right now is just because they've been getting money from Russia. These alliances that like they are America's biggest foes is because Russia has been strengthening them. They're causing divisions all over Africa, all over South America. They're running like these campaigns, like cyber strategic like warfare campaigns all over Europe. Like this war is like the biggest thing ever, and you've been able to mention it once. I don't know, like yeah, it sucks, but Mark, like, what does JD Vance have? I mean, Marco Rubio was kind of a little bit more strategic, I guess. And I think actually like Pete Texas' speech was the best one of them all, of the three. But it was good because it gave the rest of Europe like a reason to react in the way that they did, and
his stuff still pisses me off though because he's already conceding stuff on behalf of Ukraine without even allowing Ukraine to be a part of the conversation. That pissed me off.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, like, when I say best of the three, I'm not saying it's good. It sucked. It was terrible. I'm saying like it was better than I thought it would be because I thought he would just like go hard on like we're gonna pull all aid. We are not like gonna be a part of NATO anymore. Europe is gonna just put the bill, blah blah blah, and all that stuff. Like it wasn't that happened, which was good, but a lot of the things he said was actually true. He said like Europe needs to be realistic about the threats it's facing, and they need to be responsible for their own security, which is all true, which is something that I agree with.
What I'm saying though, they were doing half truths, saying something that was true, but then going the completely wrong direction with it, and that really pissed me off.
Right. Yeah, but the effects of it though, is that like the European Council, like everyone in Europe reacted really harshly to those statements. And this is probably gonna like give them a pretty good reason back home in Germany, in Britain, where the like in France, where the they do have a pretty hefty, strong military industrial complex, a reason to invest in that complex and into Ukraine's military industrial complex. You know, they gave a reason, like America's fucking leaving, dude. Like if something happened, like we're on our own, and
that's a problem though in itself. That's a problem in itself though. I think that's bullshit that we just give that implication of, oh yeah, fuck Europe, we're not going to help. That's bullshit to begin with. That's bullshit.
That is. And that is like, it's so weird. Like you said, half truth, but also like contradictory, because like he said, like we're a staunch ally of NATO, we're in NATO for a reason, blah, blah, blah. Dude, your biggest bases are in Europe. The biggest base, the US base outside of like the US is in Germany. Like US is interlocked with Europe militarily. Like you could not operate anywhere in the world without Europe. Just like, you know, even Iceland, my fucking tiny country, we're in the middle of the Atlantic. We serve a purpose in that whole
shit. Oh yeah, you guys exist. I forgot.
Yeah.
I tend to forget that you guys exist.
Yeah. So do some map makers, which is kind of funny. They just like put the Atlantic like as like this big giant blue thing and just forget that big island in the middle. But yeah, we do exist, man. We're there.
Are you sure
We're a
you're real?
we're a founding member of NATO, which is really funny.
Are
And
you guys
we're
sure
in,
you're
like,
real though? Like, are we sure you exist for real?
it's
For real, for
it's
real?
funny because every time I go to a party or meet people like in a group, the conversation is always like, "Oh, I've never seen anyone from Iceland before." That's like the only thing I hear for like from everyone. So I'm not sure. Maybe I'm a fictional character, but I wish I would like if I were to have like some kind of superpowers or not be like PTSD to and like
Yeah.
overexhausted and like have mental health problems. I wouldn't have I would like to switch.
Morning.
Morning,
Morning.
Auntie.
How's it going? You alright?
Just tired and fucking. I have had zero opposition tonight. Also, tap the screen, guys. We're at 25,000 likes. Let's get those up. Let's get more people in here.
What does
Yes.
that mean though?
What?
25 like the likes and the lives.
I don't
and
know.
stuff
It just
and the-
pushes it. It just pushes it through the algorithm more, I guess.
Yeah, it just helps
Mm.
with the FYP, and it also helps with apparently if you get
Yeah.
violations and stuff like that. If you're very much like
Anushka, are you still here?
I am
No, Anushka.
so.
Anushka. Oh.
Hang on, let me see if let me text her and see if she's even alive.
Yeah, so I just wanted to come back to the Hexleth and Van
Mhm.
speeches a second. So the thing is, and this is where, like Sam, I don't need to teach you to suck eggs on this one, but obviously the history of Europe. We were bisected for 40 odd years during the Cold War. There's been a massive rebuilding, and a kind of attempt to unify. Plus, also we're individual countries and we're stubborn as fuck when it comes to doing things for our own people without thinking about our neighbours. Britain is chief amongst them because us lot did Brexit, which really didn't help the European security situation one iota. Got to be honest. So I'll have a fair go at my own people. But the trouble is in the interluding period, because of NATO doctrine with the military technologies, integrations, etc. You look at the order books and you look at the amount of weaponry and defense systems that have been purchased, but a lot of the arms purchases have been to U.S. companies. So one of the things,
almost exclusively.
Yes.
Exclusively, yeah.
yeah. So one of the problems. So whilst you guys, not you specifically, but generally the United States has been making a butt ton of money from European contracts with defense over multiple decades. We've got a situation where, because America has kind of set Europe up to kind of fail in that regard, we're now being told, "Oh, thanks for all the money, guys. Fuck you. And by the way, we expect you to now defend yourselves." It is almost like there's been a deliberate policy.
I think that was a feint. Sorry to like butt in here, but I think that statement was a feint. I think the statement "you need to pay 5% is way more what you're talking about with
No.
the
No. The reason I say that is that you look at military-industrial complex. Now, the only reason why in the past two major world wars Europe had trouble with that is because Europe itself was part of the problem. Europe was the reason why in part the wars started. Obviously there were other parts of the world involved, of course, and certainly in the Second World War, Japan, fuck me. But the reality is that when an entire continent has basically been fed military hardware from another continent, it has meant that our military-industrial complex has stayed on the back burner, and that has meant that it has made it very difficult for us to match the US in regards to expenditure, because none of the profits, well, or very little of the profits, stay.
Why
in
do I hear a
Europe,
jet engine in your background?
Oh yeah, sorry.
What is that?
Just some work, just some machinery I've got on at the minute. Sorry, I'm in the
Oh.
garage.
I agree with that statement, but I think we're not as bad off as we might think we are, and we are not as dependent on the U.S. as we might be. I think we're dependent on the U.S. in terms of intelligence. Like in terms of intelligence, yes. Like, but we have the Five Eyes. We have that's just like a treaty that we just. I mean, we're just a part of, and that we're gonna still as in NATO and stuff like that. But in terms of industrial complexes, you just give us a huge incentive to start investing in that. But and here's a big but. Poland is already at 5%. They started on day one modifying their military industrial complexes. So did Estonia. So did Lithuania.
Problem is the scale and the speed and the reliance of individual components.
So
let's put it this way. So Oscar, you guys don't have, a lot of European countries don't have the ability to operate as the United States does, and I'll expound on that. With the United States military industrial complex, it is one of the only industrial ways, or only one of the only industries in the United States that is required by law to be entirely self-reliant and independent. If we got cut off from literally every single ally, we can still produce our own shit. Everything down to the raw minerals, down to the fucking resistors that go on the circuit boards are required by law to be from the United States, by a United States company, manufactured, assembled, all that stuff in the United States.
Yeah.
Nobody in Europe is built to do that. Nobody. So let's say one country that is a main supplier for a specific part for everyone, let's say that country just gets nuked. None of you guys get that singular part anymore. That may be a very critical component.
Yeah, but that is a small, I'm saying it's a smaller component in terms of the overall.
Oscar, hold on there, Oscar. Right, what I was trying to allude to, and I'm glad Sam provided that bit of information, because that kind of was also where I was going. But in part, but the reality is, you look at all of the billions, the hundreds of billions, if not trillions of dollars that are now on US order books, right? So that is going straight into the US economy. That is mostly. That is not going to bolster European military-industrial complex capacity in one iota. And the one thing that Europe needs to get over itself with, and I can say this as somebody who still holds a EU citizenship through her Irish credentials. Something I've had from birth, by the way. I just want to get that out there. Didn't just get it because of Brexit. I've had it since the 70s when I was born. The reality is that we wrap ourselves up in our national flags and false flag patriotism to the extent which Europe has weakened itself with that bullshit. Because why should we give jobs to the French, or why should we let the Italians have jobs when we need those jobs here? America may be fucked in the head right now, but the one thing America does very, very well, and that is its industrial military complex. Europe should have switched to that model a long time ago, and people should stop being. People should be patriotic for Europe. They shouldn't be patriotic for the individual nation when it comes to collective defense. It's fucking stupid. And this is where America beats us hands down, and fuck yeah, America.
Yeah, I agree with all those sentiments in terms of America wanting to sell parts of its military industrial complex to a NATO ally that is still in NATO. We're not, they have said they're not going anywhere from NATO. They want to increase the 5%.
Most countries can't fucking do that though.
Yeah, no. But the thing is, America's not going to cut us off from buying
Yes.
from them. Yeah,
No,
and that's a good thing, at
no,
least
it's
in the
not.
beginning.
No, it's absolutely not, because
In the beginning,
You can't
Oscar,
rely on that though.
beginning.
You can't rely on
no,
that.
but
Oscar,
well, we
can't.
can. It's not a computer game where we can just like manufacture
No,
a factory.
Oscar, we need to start making our own shit.
Yes, I agree. I agree with you full-heartedly.
But if we keep on going down this fucking road where it's pretty bloody clear that not the American people, but the administration in the United States is like, fuck you at the moment, right? That Oscar, please, our over-reliance on the United States military-industrial complex is part of our own fucking problem.
Yes.
And when we talk about increasing GDPs and things like that, unless that comes with us making brand new factories and us arming the fuck up, then then this is a redundant argument completely, because all it means is that America's saying, hey Europe, we want to sell you more weapons and you need to pay more.
Yes, and the things what I'm saying is that I'm agreeing with you. I'm agreeing with you. It takes time to build factories. That's what I'm saying.
In the
meantime,
Europe needs to use what we've got, and we need to go into Ukraine. We need to clean the rats from Ukraine, and we need to make sure Russia pays every fucking penny of reparations, because for some reason people think that Ukraine should be giving up its wealth in perpetuity. No, fuck that. The Russians need to pay. Plain and simple. It's called war reparations, and that's it. And we need to stop pussyfooting around, and we need to do what is necessary right now for our own peace and security. And in equal measure, Europe needs to be ready just in case. And I'm sorry, Sam, I love you to pieces, but there has to be a reality check here. In case something.
But let me reality check you back a little bit, Auntie, because I live in Ukraine, work in Ukraine, have been covering the war in Ukraine for 3 years.
Yeah, but
I am like on the ground here. I know what I'm talking about in these matters. Like I looked at the numbers. This is my job. This is my fucking job for a reason. I am agreeing with all those points. But what you're doing, listen to me. Stop fucking me.
Relax.
Listen, just tone it down. Let's tone it down. What I'm trying to say is that I agree with all those points, but we're talking about three different things here. One is that we are currently, and that is not, we can't wave a magic wand and change that. We are currently, as in Europe, reliant on US tech and buying from the US military industrial complex. That is just what it is. But what I'm saying is, being here on the ground, seeing how the war is being fought, I'm seeing the war being fought in a completely different way than it was fought in 22, 23, and 24. And so the changes are happening so rapidly that like the things that we were reliant on from the US, as in chips and missiles and like, I don't know, F-35s and stuff like that, we aren't anymore as much. Like there's a lot of things that are actually made here in Ukraine for the first time, like big drones, like Baba Yaga, like all this kind of stuff, like heavy lifting drones that are being manufactured completely here. And then when I say the industrial complexes, we need to invest the money that we go to. If we say every nation goes to 4%, let's say that in the next, 2 years. We invest as money, yes, buying from the Americans, fulfilling those orders, but we also build the factories. But we do have Sweden, we do have Finland, we do have Norway, we do have France, we do have Germany. All of those have huge military industrial complexes, which can be very easily expanded upon. And we use that money to do that. But we have to be realistic, like you said, about what we can do with what we have in our hands. We can't just wave a magic wand and say like we just gotta go in and push those pesky Russians out. It doesn't work like that. War is like a multi-layered, multi-frontal, multi-whatever like endeavor. It's gonna take time, and so one of those things that I'm liking that is happening from Munich this weekend is Europe is like, oh shit, we gotta do something on our own now. Like Kaja Kallas, her statement was the first statement in ever where she's like, we actually gotta build something here in Europe right now, you know. And I was like, yeah, this is the shit that I've been saying for like 2 years, you know. And so that's the change and the ever-changing battlefield. And the main thing that we're going to rely from America and always are going to rely from America, and America is probably very willing to give, is intelligence. Like, so that's like what I'm saying. That's the point that I'm saying is that we are changing, but it takes time.
So Oscar,
The
reason I'm trying to say what I'm saying is because America, for whatever fucking stupid reason, is starting to become full isolationist mode. It is not only
full.
The administration's pushing towards that, though, is the problem.
Yeah. So let me say what I want to say. Yeah, please.
Yeah.
Okay. So the United States government, the current MAGAs, the Heritage Foundation, this, that, and the other, they're all pushing towards full isolationism, while simultaneously threatening their neighbors. Now, whether or not you take this seriously or not is up to you as an individual. However, there are plenty of folks in both Mexico and in Canada that are taking it extremely seriously. We have also got a situation where both France and Germany are seriously going to be sending some degree of troops to Greenland to basically act as a buffer should the Trump administration try to do something stupid. Yes, they are. And so the reality is that we're at a very, very different place. We are at a point where, as sad as this makes me say this, America is no longer reliable. And America could choose to not only cut off arms shipments and all of the toys that we've been trying to buy off them, but America could also go down the path of cutting intelligence off, because that is the way America is going. So when Oscar, please let me land my plane, please. Okay. So there needs to be a wake up as well in regards to the thought process about how we handle all of this. Now, this is why we should we should also be looking at switching over to our Galileo constellation, which may not have the global scale of that the US GPS does, but it certainly has the scalability to deal with Europe and the immediate surrounding areas. We need to be looking at how we use our own assets, because if America gets pushed into full isolation, plus also potentially civil unrest in the United States, America will no longer be a player on that field for us to work with. Does that make sense?
Perfectly. Like, yes, I agree, and that's why, like, I've been saying, like, in my articles, the way I write, who I talk to, like, I've been saying that Europe needs to, like, start using that money, that GDP investment into defense, into their own industrial complexes, and not being reliant on the US. That is not a status quo. Like, people think it's a status quo. It's not. We need to be able to rely on ourselves in that. And I completely agree on that. It is a treacherous time. We can't really know what's going to happen, but it's going to take time. But in the terms of what you're just saying right now, is that the size of the U.S. military, like the size of the U.S. military-industrial complex, is so mammoth and so huge that like completely isolating ourselves from it is impossible at the moment. And
sorry, 2
That
seconds,
that is
Oscar.
just the web. That is
Sorry,
just the that is just the fact of it.
sorry, Oscar. Just 2 seconds. Shadow King in the comments. America doesn't have the money to give
Just
to
ignore
Europe.
just
Shut the
ignore
fuck
the
up.
comments. Especially
carry
Shadow
on.
King. Shadow
Carry on,
King just says
Oscar.
some off the wall shit. Just ignore Shadow King.
Yeah, sorry, Oscar. Please continue.
Yeah, it's like the thing is like the U.S. military just in general and the military industrial complex that they do have is so big. It's such a mammoth venture that it's Europe would never be able, like, not in
No,
100 years to catch up.
Europe absolutely could if we
No.
fucking stop. No, Europe absolutely could if we stopped pussyfooting around and we stopped and all of our leaders get there, basically turn around to the populace and say, no, listen, this could happen and this can happen. It's just
No.
we need to stop wrapping ourselves up with our national flags. You know, the one
So,
thing that we, the
I
one
just
thing that
want to I just want to make a counter argument to that, which is like, have you ever heard of a carrier strike group? Like
Sam,
like a
Sam,
Yes.
carrier strike. Yes, Sam, you've heard of a carrier strike group, right?
Familiar with military.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So Britain has one, right? I think they have one. I think they have one carrier strike group.
Who?
I think two. Is it two? Okay. Sorry. America has 11. You know? And like, how many countries in the world have foreign bases all around the world?
Yes, I look, and I'm well aware of that. But here's
Yeah.
here's the thing when it comes to the American military bases. Again, and this is where people need to get it into their heads, and I'm speaking European to European here, that if America goes in the current trajectory, it'll go to full isolation mode. And when that when that happens, that means that they will draw back their troops from overseas as part of that. Trump in his first administration talked about closing military bases across across Europe. Yeah,
great.
Yeah,
let's close down Ramstein. That would be great for Germany to take over Ramstein. That would be perfect. The Bundesliga would just be perfectly
But
happy
that's
with that.
not
However,
good.
do you know
It's
why?
not.
Of course it isn't, but it's just it's like it's a reality. It's a reality. Strategically, that would be the most stupid. Like,
That's the
it
thing.
would be
Trump
the
doesn't
most
think
stupid
smart.
thing.
Dude,
but
you're
it's such
forgetting
a-
that Trump's
it's such a-
Trump's a fucking
Yes.
moron. He doesn't give a
Yes.
shit what the smart thing is. Even if it fucks over America, he's going to do it. And MAGA's got to fucking listen to him. That's the problem. Europeans don't seem to realize how fucking stupid a majority of Americans are. Yes, we know that you guys realize Trump is stupid, but here's the thing. He actually does the stupid things he says he's going to do. And that's the problem.
And
this
the
is
thing
why
is,
I'm- and this
is he?
Yes,
Yes!
he is. Yes,
Yeah, but
he
the
is.
thing is he
Oscar, yes.
is he talking about doing the things that you're talking about doing?
Yes.
As in, like,
Oscar, no,
pulling
Oscar.
back, like, from the military
Oscar,
bases
they
in
already
Europe.
started pulling people back. They've already pulled back 4,000 service members. They want to pull back all of them. He wants to pull every single U.S. service member out of the entirety of Europe. That's not a joke. He's actually said that. He's actually started the drawback. That's not a joke.
Oscar, this is why I'm trying to get through to you. The way you keep on talking about America and this over-reliance is something that I've been talking about for a long fucking time. It's just courtesy of Trump actually being a fucking stupid twat and doing all that he's doing.
Right.
The gloves are off, and I get to actually talk about it without getting fellow Europeans going, "No, it's not going to happen."
I'm not saying it's not going to happen. I'm just saying,
but it's happening.
I'm just saying. I'm like, this is sounding like an argument, but it isn't. I am agreeing with all of your points. I'm just talking about timescales here.
Yeah, but
like
timescales.
the sizes of these interconnectivities, like of the logistics,
Right,
like
I will
the
ask
whole
you-
thing is
I
absolutely
will ask
fucking
you-
huge.
Okay, I'll ask you this question, right? And how long did it take for Mustache Man to become a dictator in Germany?
It's about 7 years.
How long did it take for him to tear up the constitution that Germany had at the time?
I don't remember when that was.
Basically, right. So if we include Trump's first term in this, he's in year 5 of the plan. There's also a massive amount of momentum behind Trump with the MAGAs right now, and the Heritage Foundation, and the Christian evangelicals, and so on and so forth. Right. And Trump already is already acting like a dictator. He is ignoring the U.S. Constitution. He is pushing aside a lot. He's pushing aside basic human decency. He doesn't care. And right now, the United States risks the very real possibility of becoming the world's next dictatorship. That is a fact. And this is why I'm saying we need to get our heads out of our asses in Europe. We need to stop going, oh, but America, but oh, America.
No.
That is where we are. That is where we have fucked ourselves up. And when people keep on talking about, oh, the Americans will still give us this, the Americans will still give us that, like fuck will they? They will cut us off, and we will be having to deal with this on our own. And we need to start talking as Europeans, not Europe plus America.
Yeah, and that's kind of like what we are doing after Munich now. I feel for the first time
we should have,
since the war started in any like collective way. Like it's such a weird thing, because what you're talking about is like a thing that is very obvious to anyone who really pays attention to like this kind of stuff. Like it's very obvious this over reliance on America, the American chips, that they're isolationists, that Trump is like that is obvious to all of us. But the thing is, like, politicians, and if you work with a lot of politicians, as in which I do, like I was with a foreign minister yesterday, like they just don't have the brevity to understand like complex military topics.
And you know why that is? And do you know why that is? It's because even though Britain has got its own little oligarchy because we got the fucking royal family and all of that bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Right, the reality is that you look across Europe, you look at as a whole, and bar a couple of countries, most of the fuckwits that are career politicians, they don't come from the normal population. They go to the private schools. They go to the ones where you pay like 48,000 euros a year to go to. They're the ones that are groomed from childhood to lead and to rule. And they are spoilt fucking brats that don't know any fucking difference. So we in Europe, we need to be stepping up, and we need to be in the faces of every one of our politicians. We need to also get our media to sing off the same fucking hymn sheet.
And what I'm saying to you is that I agree with all those points. And the thing is that for the first time after Munich now, like for the first time, even my media, I'm on like a panel like in a couple of days back home in Iceland for the first time in a long time, where we're talking about European security, why we raise our like defense spending, which is super funny. Let me tell you a story about Icelandic defense spending. We don't have a military. We don't have one. Yeah. So we are the only NATO member who are like constitutionally, as in like NATO constitution or whatever it is, like excluded from the 2% mark. And so we can just spend whatever we want. And we now pay 0.1% of our GDP into defense.
Mm-hmm.
Like we are so much not taking a part in this. It is hilarious.
Yeah, and in that light, I would argue, no matter what you're able to do, like, you know, I know you're only a very small population, so I get it.
But we're the fifth richest nation in NATO per capita. So, and the thing is like, and the thing is also, we do have a lot of things. I don't want to, this was not an Iceland post. I was just talking about media here. I'm talking about that, like, that after Munich now, everyone, like in politicians, group, media, whatever, who I'm talking with, and I'm like talking with. I mean, I was with in this party with like the head of the Washington Post, like media, talking to millions of people. We are all talking about the same thing, and that's not what you're saying right now. That Europe needs to pick up their own asses and start like building their own military industrial complex, which we haven't been talking about for the past 3 years.
But it's not just the past 3 years. We have had, like, I remember these similar conversations being mentioned, although not highlighted half as much as they are currently. When the war on terror started. After 9/11 happened, we started talking about all of this, and we did nothing because it's okay. America's got all the facts.
We didn't do nothing. That's not true. No, we did some, like Britain did a bunch, and the Germans did a bunch, and like after 9/11,
I'm on about our military industrial complex.
Yeah.
I'm not on about the fact that we didn't go to war, because we bloody well did. America called Article 5. We went to war. Even Ukraine, as you well and truly know, sent 8,000 troops to help. They weren't asked. They weren't part of NATO. They still went and did it. But the reality, and several other nations as well on top, like the Philippines as an example. But the stark reality is that our European leadership are a bunch of spoiled fucking brats who go to $48,000 or £48,000 bloody private schools. They rise through the ranks. They snort Colombia's finest at both nostrils and drink Bollinger like it's coming out of like it's something cheap off a supermarket shelf. They are fucking clueless, and we need to be saying to our leadership right now, enough of this bullshit. The party is over. Get off the gravy train. The gravy train is now being decommissioned.
What I found when you talk about stuff like this, as a journalist, and you like, one of the rules that I do when I'm writing and when I'm talking to politicians, whatever, I never speak in absolutes. I never do, because it's unhelpful, and it's just like I just speak in like facts and like what actually do we have and what can we do and all that stuff. And I've looked now. I've actually been doing a lot of research on this topic at industrial complexes that we have in Europe, like actually have in Europe, like Rheinmetall, for example, and French military. Not the French military industrial complex is pretty robust. The Swedish military industrial complex is pretty robust.
Hang on, their end product is fine. The problem is they are not self-reliant, and that is one of the big things. If you guys were self-reliant within Europe, that would be a different thing. But the problem is you're not even self-reliant within just Europe. You're reliant on people all over the fucking world. I don't give a fuck what France produces as their end product. I don't give a fuck about the artillery shells that Rheinmetall produces. Where are they getting their base materials? Not Europe.
Yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. That is absolutely true. But like, there's a scale difference from nothing to full production, like fully reliant, and there's a scale of it, and where we are on the scale, we're not as fucked as we might think we are, even though we need to, and we are. And this is like the first time I hear any politician say what you're saying after the conference, and I agree with all those sentiments. All those microchips and all that stuff that we need for the war. But the thing is also, and this is like coming from troops on the ground, and I was like 3 or 4 weeks ago with like pretty special forces guys. They were doing, the Vampire drone, and the Vampire drone is fully manufactured in Ukraine. Yes, it has some US parts in it, but most of that stuff.
Hey, I'm gonna burst your bubble here. You know where they get a lot of their resistors and surface components for the circuit boards?
What?
China.
America. China.
Oh, yeah.
Guys, I got guys building drones. I got guys building drones for the Ukrainian military, and I'm not even talking about high-end drones. basic
Yeah.
drones. They're ordering shit in quantities of 1,000 from fucking China.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
is not okay.
Timo.
Yeah.
Timu war factories. That's what it is. It's Timu war factories.
But yeah, kinda. Like,
this is no, but
that's
this
the
is
thing.
this is
Like,
the point of
it's kind of the point. It's kind of the thing. Like that
No,
the reason why Russia is able to they are under sanctions and like the nature of the war has completely changed from like cruise missiles and ballistic missiles and tanks and all those things that we needed for the military industrial complex like Rheinmetall and whatever
Yeah.
to a completely different war that we didn't see happening. And so the technology changed, everything
I'll
changed.
give you an example. I'll give you an example just from the UK, right? I'll just give you an example just from the UK of how fucking short-sighted and fucking stupid my country is, because I love bagging on my own country, believe you me. I don't just have a go at other people's, right? So I'll give you an example. We had one of Europe's biggest steel mills called Port Talbot. That's Port Talbot.
What a
Steel
stupid
Mills,
fucking
right?
name, by the way.
Fuck you, Sam. So Port Talbot, yeah. It's not my fault the English renamed some of our shit. So fuck off. Anyway, so we had Port Talbot, right? And Port Talbot was one of the biggest steel mills in Europe, and one of Britain's biggest steel mills that has survived since since sort of heavy industry got closed down all across Britain from the 80s. Now we're supposed to be in a war footing, and what did we do? We closed down the steelworks, and we decided, hey, we need to make it more environmentally friendly. Like, no offense, but if we're going to go to war, the environment's the last thing on my mind at that point. And so we should have kept the blast furnaces open, so we had access to homegrown, homemade steel. And it's not like we are resource poor for that manufacturing process at home. If we needed it, we can dig it out of our own ground. We've still got lots of reserves there. Yes, they're a bit more difficult to access, but they are still accessible, right? However, however, we closed it, right? And you look across Europe, and how many other heavy industries have been closed down, and it's not just the heavy industries because that can make armor plate. It's also, you've got to look at the high tech industries. You know, like aside from the military aspect, you've just got to look at our technology that we use every day. Our phones are mostly either Google or Apple based. Our ability, our operating systems are iOS or Microsoft, unless of course you're using, like I use a Linux base, which is open source, but it's highly secured.
Overrated.
Source,
Overrated.
If that makes sense.
Overrated.
Yeah, I'm just saying that. Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying there are plenty of other options out there. But no, we use iOS or we use Microsoft products. You look at our social media, with the exception of this app for the time being, most of our social media comes from the United States, and our ability to have the technologies that we need on the European continent to compete has been effectively eroded by stupid fuckery over the past 40 years. We had trickle down economics put into place. We moved a lot of our manufacturing to China because, hey, why pay people decent money in our own countries when we can get Thatcher and numerous other places, and politicians throughout Europe has done exactly the same. But what the issues that the United States are facing and what people talk about and moan about, the only difference between us and them is our fucking socialist healthcare. And a few more days holiday.
I would like to say, and I would like to put myself right now on my proverbial social democratic Scandinavian utopian horse here. There's a lot of things that we Scandinavians do correctly,
Fucking
like
what?
Democracy and
small populations with massive EZs able to drill plenty of oil and gas and make a better ton of money. And because you've got such a small population with such large exclusive economic zones, you have been able to profit, and that's why you're so goddamn happy, because you've had the money to spend on products.
Yeah, and Sweden, which is like the fucking arm to the teeth one, was neutral through all of this shit, which is like the funniest thing. Everyone looks at the Scandies like we're like some like elves in Lord of the Ring. You know, we wouldn't harm a soul, and we
little fucking hobbit people.
Yeah,
no,
but we aren't. But the thing with us is that, like, when it comes to our democracy and like social healthcare and social systems, pretty good. It's pretty good. Pretty proud of that stuff. And like that, and in terms of that, that's pretty good. When you're dealing with the things that you've been mentioning, and I agree, like it's been eroded. It's very idiotically, because we just thought America would just be there. You know, we just didn't understand that. We didn't understand the complexities of like well, maybe dictators can also just come to America. You know, we never thought that was going to happen, but now
because we live, because we accuse the Americans of living in a bubble, but Europe also lives in a bubble, dude. Europe
bubbles, really bubbles. You know, that's the thing. We're like a bubble bath. You know, we're like one bath full of bubbles. You know.
And that's the thing. We live in our own little world where we talk our own fucking politics.
Yeah.
And we allow a lot of bullshit to happen in our own countries.
Yes.
In ways that would hell, I would even say would make make some of the American states go, boy, fucking hell, Europe's
but the funny thing is, I'm gonna point to your like tone of speech here, is like you mix your temporal like analogies of Europe, like we were, we are going to, like the thing is, like, we were, yes, for sure, 100%, completely idiotic, not relying on whatever. Now, at this current moment after Munich, the first time I hear Kaja Kallas, which is the leader of the European Union, say we need to put Europe on a war footing, like that is a huge thing, like for her to say. You know, we need.
But it's true.
Like.
We should have always
100% true. 100% true. But this is the first time, the 3 years of this war, and we got like the first time, not the we're gonna be with Ukraine for as long as it takes, we're gonna support you. No. Now it was, we have to stick together. We gotta put Europe on a war footing, and not only her. You heard what like Schultz said. You heard what like just a bunch of other leaders in the European Union, and the Union is also pretty fractured. Like you got Hungary there, you got Slovakia there, you got like a bunch of idiots inside the Union. But the thing is, like, this is like I feel now that everyone suddenly like realizing, like, oh wait, we gotta invest money in our own
thank you for joining the team
complexes, you know. So it's like, and we're like, and I'm like, yeah, that's kind of what I've been writing about for the past 4 years, dude.
Yeah, but the thing is, I would argue, right, that we should have always been capable of going onto a war footing. We always should have had the military-industrial complex, even if it was just put on the back burner, just on a slow simmer, that we could ramp up at any time. That is what America does gloriously. And I fucking love the US for this, because they are fantastic. Right? During peacetime, they put their military-industrial complex on a back burner. It just bubbles away very, very slowly.
No, they don't, actually. That's the thing.
No, they do.
For example...
No, they absolutely do.
Well, in some terms they do, but like for what's the factory called in Scranton, right? Scranton, right?
Yeah.
That makes
The shells.
They make the artillery shells. They never draw down.
Okay,
Even in
so-
peacetime.
So Oscar, here's the thing
yeah.
though. I don't think Europeans. It's just what like the meme of like the European mind cannot fathom this or cannot comprehend. This is real. The United States has factories all over the fucking country that just in a random closet, they've got all sorts of dyes for all kinds of different things, and like that, the U.S. government says you don't make cars today, you make artillery shells.
Yeah.
You don't make pots and pans anymore, you make tanks, and that's it. Fucking production on go.
That's exactly what I'm talking about, and this is why, as said, the USA gloriously does this. It keeps its military-industrial complex on the back burner on a very slow bubble, and it's like we'll just keep an eye on that. We'll just make sure we still produce stuff and keep it going, and you know this, that, and the other. The moment shit goes down, they fucking move that to the biggest burner on the front fucking hob, and they turn it right up. And they just keep on pouring stuff into that to keep that boil going, and that is the difference between Europe and the United States. And this
so
is
like
why...
let's say that we can get like I don't know, I think it's a fantasy that we can get most of the NATO countries, and especially the 50 countries that are part of the Ramstein group. Like, even if we could get all of those countries to spend 5%, and like, if we would be able to spend half of that on just building factories and doing all that stuff, it's still gonna take some time to ramp it up. And so until then, we are forced to be reliant on the U.S. And let's just hope that we won't end up with a war with the U.S. I don't see it.
There's a very real possibility. There may be a low percentage at the moment, but there is still a very real possibility that we could end up in a war with the US.
Which we'll fucking lose, dude. Like that's the thing. We'll fucking lose. This
is why I'm trying to have these honest conversations. This is why I'm trying to make sure that people stop using the language that we've been using for far too fucking long in Europe.
Yeah.
We
will lose that war.
No, we won't lose.
Any fucking nation is gonna lose that war with the US because the US military is fucking
we wouldn't lose. It would be a disaster. It would be a disaster for both parties.
So there's no winners in war. I agree. But
when it comes to that scale of warfare, there would be no winners.
I don't like this because there's no point in discussing a war between the United States and Europe. The problem is, at the worst, yes, it's never a chance of zero. But at the worst, realistically, it's America isolates itself and goes, "Peace out, Europe. Good fucking luck."
Yeah. I think that's the case. And then I think, but the thing is, like, Europe's big, except for Mexico and Canada, like Europe in a totality is probably is it the third biggest trading partner with the US now? Or I don't know. But there is a reason to keep Europe somehow in the loop, at least. I don't see a reason why they would do it other than just Trump being a nutcase, but I don't see a reason why they would cut us off. I'd see a reason for them, and I'd see a reason for them actually to increase their sales to Europe.
No, you don't understand what's going on inside the United States right now. In the United States, there is a significant amount of the people in the United States going, "Holy fuck, what's happening? And are we just about to basically end up going into a civil war?" And that is a very real possibility with everything that's going on.
Well, Sam, is it really?
Yes, it is. Yes, it
like,
is.
Is it really gonna go that way?
Yes.
Wait,
yes.
go which way? Say that again.
Like like a civil war.
I
in the
don't think
US?
like a full blown civil war. Auntie, I don't think there's going to be a full blown civil war. I think America's strong. America's stronger than that. The problem you're having is there's enough people that would. I'd say malicious compliance is the is what you'd have a problem with. You'd have a problem with people going, "Fuck it, you made your bed, now lie in it. We're all gonna suffer."
Yeah.
Yeah, but at the same time,
Yeah.
when I've spoken to enough people, including my family members, and there is still a very real possibility that it could happen, especially
Against who, though?
If
Who would rise up against who?
It's a civil war. It would be
But like who? Between what factions? Like that's the thing. Like in a civil war, you'd have a resistance. You would have like, what kind of factions? Is the militias against the U.S. military or the National Guard? Like that's the thing. Like you're just like, if you think nation states are not going to be able to cut it with fighting with the U.S.
Hold on, Oscar.
Hang on. We got something here. Cool World. What's up? What's on your mind?
I just wanted to ask if you condemned the Azov Battalion.
No.
2014 to 2016 Azov? Yeah.
Yeah.
No, current Azov too.
No, 2014 to 2016 Azov, who were blatantly neo-Yazis? Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, they still are. I mean, I don't know.
No.
They're wearing
No.
toning cups and black suns.
No.
Still
Okay.
terrorizing Romani people, terrorizing gay people. Okay.
What?
No.
Can you show me where... Oscar, hang on. Can you show me where Azov has been terrorizing gay people?
I mean, I'm not at my computer right now, but I mean, there's...
So do you know a story I'm sure is not answered. Have you read a story on this from someone?
Yes, I specifically remember a video of Azov thugs chasing down
from whom?
Gay people in the street. Yeah.
Really? When and where did this occur?
In a lynching attempt.
A lynching attempt? Oh.
Yeah. I don't know the exact city.
Yeah.
But if you look up Azov Battalion, gay.
Here, let's look this up.
Yeah.
Let's look this up.
I actually know a guy in Azov who is gay.
Yeah, homo-fascist
like
exist.
And openly gay. So yeah. So that's like
you don't know that you can't just accuse someone of being a fascist without even knowing them. You have no idea what this person is.
Yeah, I can.
Wait. So I have no idea who you are. Can I just say you're a fascist then?
You can, but I mean.
Then I'd be speaking out of my ass though. Now I would be speaking out of my ass. So I'd be speaking out of my ass. So now wouldn't I? Because I have nothing to substantiate that.
No, I have something to substantiate.
You don't. No. You don't know this gay person you referred to. You just found out they existed. You can't substantiate shit. You didn't even know they existed 5 seconds ago.
Okay, is someone who was a member of the NSDAP in 1940s Germany a Nazi, a fascist?
That has absolutely nothing to do with what I was saying right now. You don't know this person. No, stop. You don't know this person. You did not know they existed 5 seconds ago. You cannot just say they're a fascist if you didn't even know they fucking existed. You have no idea what their stances are. You have no idea who the fuck they are. That'd be like me making up a bunch of claims about you. I have no idea who you are. I have no idea what your beliefs are. I can't just make shit up and talk out of my ass on your behalf because I don't fucking know. Just like you don't know.
And we agreed with you 14 to 17 or 14 to 16. We agreed with you. 14 to 16, 100%. Dennis, whatever his name was, Andre. Yeah, Andre. He was like a full-blown member of that party for sure.
He was ingratiated into the Ukrainian government.
Yeah. Also,
he was a speaker of the
in
Rada.
2017, after Redis took over, no, they're just like a special forces unit. Like I know these.
Oh
guys.
wow! Hey, it's funny. You know the last incident I'm finding of Azov actually doing some awful shit. Where they actually were attacking minority people. Hey, Oscar, take a guess what year it was. The last documented thing that I'm finding is
2014.
Early 2016, right before they got fucking purged.
Yeah.
Rightfully so. So I don't know if you know, I don't know if you know this, cool, but in 2016, Azov Battalion essentially got fucking purged of all of most of their right wing neo-Yahtzee people. Like the government came through and was like, "You guys were awesome. We can't be supporting a bunch of neo-Yahtzees and have them join our military. Goodbye," and banned them from ever serving in the Ukrainian military ever again. Like they're just straight up banned.
So cool.
Okay, but that's interesting because I mean, there's
cool.
more.
Hang on, Auntie. There's hang on, Auntie.
There's more. Sorry, there's more recent images. Ukrainian
Hang on,
soldiers,
guys, stop.
Either part of Azov or in the actual National Guard itself. I mean, the distinction is not that clear, but they have Totenkopf patches on, Black Sun patches.
Yeah, I'll be real with you. There's a lot of guys on both sides and militaries all over the world that have the Totenkopf patch, and I'm not excusing it, but most people are fucking moronic and have no idea what it is. They see a cool skull and they think it's tactical, and they just get it. Like I've got one that a dude gave me. He was like, "Look at this cool skull. It's got a helmet on," and I was like, "Do you know what this is?" And he goes, "It's an operator skull, like a operator spec ops dude." He was like, "Yeah, it's an operator. It's a skull." And I was like, "No." And he goes, "No, it's just a skull." They had gotten, and here's where they got it. I asked him where they got it. Some dude had just ordered a bunch of fucking patches from China, like not from Wish, but from China, and they just showed up. One of them was they got like a batch of 100 of the skulls, and they were like, "These are cool." And I had to lecture them on symbolism and how they were fucking morons because they genuinely had no idea. Because most people in most militaries who see shit like that are genuinely moronic and don't know the history of symbols. They go, "Oh, look, a fucking cool skull."
Yeah, but
it's not an excuse. Yeah, it's not an excuse. Like I'm not making an excuse for it. I'm saying I'm giving the actual reason for it. A lot of them genuinely don't know better.
Yeah, but like there are far right. There are far right in both militaries. There are far right in both militaries. Listen to it. I'm in Ukraine. I'm covering the war since 3 years. I'm living with these guys. I spent the past month with Azov guys. Like I know them personally. Like I'm not defending. I am a accredited reporter. I do criticisms. Like I know what I'm talking about when it comes to this. When it comes to the far right leaning of Azov in any way, they are the only unit in the armed forces of Ukraine that are they had to do a purge. Like in 2016, they had to do a purge. Then it's Redis, which is their current leader, took over. And if you are found to have any far-right symbolism, you are kicked out immediately. They are a special forces unit within the National Guard. And that's the singular thing that they own. The rest of the armed forces, which are which are under the Ministry of Defense, that maybe you're gonna find people like that.
A lot of the stuff you see, a lot of
strictly.
A lot of the videos and the photos that get circulated claiming to be Azov, like, "Oh, this was Azov last week." You can check the metadata on those things, and it's 99% of the time it's from 2014, 2015. There's a lot of photos that I see on a very regular. There's stuff I see on a very. Yes, I'm addressing that right now. There's stuff that I see regularly published on Twitter by Russians and shit. They go, "Look at Azov doing this thing and blah blah blah. They just did this last week," and then I go find out, oh shit, that photo is actually from February of 2015. Wow, no shit. Yes, and Azov has a really fucked up colored past. There is no denying that. To say that from 2014 2016 that Azov wasn't 95% a bunch of blatant neo-Yazis would be an absolute fucking lie. But again, I'd say in 2014 2015, oh hell yeah, I probably would. They got fucking purged.
My bad. Okay.
And also just
my battery's running low, so if I drop at some point, that's why.
Do you have a charger? Go get a charger.
Not right now, no.
And also,
hey Auntie, let him finish since their battery's low. Okay, what were you saying?
Oh, I was gonna say, okay, so what would it take for you to be like, okay, there is a current ongoing neo-Yahtzee issue in the Azov Battalion?
I don't know if there were examples of what we see with like the Rusich Battalion, where they're openly going out on interviews and going, "Yep, we're a bunch of neo-Yazis. We want a white ethno state."
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah, but there isn't though. Like the thing is like what would it take? Like let's build out some scenario. What would it take? Like, but the thing is, it isn't. Like that's the thing. Like I have investigated this stuff.
I'm just gonna be blunt here too. I'm gonna be
you know.
blunt. One group of dudes who seem to be far right in an entire military, in an entire country defending themselves. Who gives a shit? They're not doing anything. They're not hurting anyone. They're defending their own land. If America got invaded, hang on. If America got invaded today, and the KKK was like, "Hey, I want to defend America," I would fight with them and defend this country and settle our shit after the war. Because I fucking hate them and they're disgusting fucking people. But if they're going to stand there and defend our country in the meantime, I can put shit aside for now. There's a lot of people who have a majority of Ukrainian population has a serious problem with like a serious thing. They're against, obviously, neo-Nazi right-wing bullshit. But in the meantime, my country's being invaded. This is more important than settling this bullshit. We can deal with that after the war. Like, that's the reality of shit.
I don't see them having a serious problem with it when like they celebrate Antonio Bandera. You know?
Yeah, a dude who is part of a dude who is part of an organization that fought against both the Nazis and the Soviets, and literally anyone who stood in front of a free Ukraine. A dude who, after he found out, after he found out what he was personally responsible for, after finding out that he was personally responsible for the death of 10,000 Jews, and that the Germans lied to him and they weren't going to give him a free Ukraine, openly stood against the Nazis, and they threw him in a fucking concentration camp. The Ukrainians praise him because he was willing to do whatever it took and fight literally anyone who stood in the way of a free Ukraine. I'm not saying they were right for it, because a lot of Ukrainians still don't acknowledge and realize the bad things he did to do that. But that is the reality of it. He was willing to fight literally anyone who stood in the way of a free Ukraine. The OUN fought both sides, and even the Poles. Like, they fought fucking everyone. Like, what? Even if that was the case, in the 2019 election, with a 63% voter turnout rating, 1.6% of voters voted for nationalist-style leaders. Of that 1.6%, 0.5% voted for party leaders with Yahtzee-style ideology. That's 0.0008% of the Ukrainian voting population that believes in voting for Yahtzee ideology. And even if that was the case, that doesn't excuse their country being invaded and mean that they should just be fucking abandoned.
Yeah.
Like, Russian politicians openly want a Russian white ethno state. You've got the Rusich Battalion literally shish kebabbing Ukrainian soldiers on fucking television. You've got Vladimir Putin with his right-hand men who have fucking SS tattoos and lightning bolts on their fucking collarbones, and no one says shit about that. But Ukraine's got this one unit, and everyone loses their fucking mind. It goes, "Oh my God, Ukraine's full of Yahtzees."
And the thing is, like, this got this one unit that, like, has a colored history from 14 to 16. And 16 to now, they have been exemplary. They are by far the best special forces unit in Ukraine, in my opinion. And like, that's the thing. Like, the purge happened. You don't find any of this far right Yahtzee-leaning stuff in that unit.
I've talked
you
to
can find
Azov
it in other
members
units. Huh? Pardon,
I've talked to Azov members post-invasion. That joined post-invasion, and they seem to appreciate the symbolism, of course, of the Azov Battalion, that they still carry around the Volksangel, you know, and the Totenkopf, all that stuff.
Do you know? No. The Totenkopf is not a symbol of Azov, and do you know what the Wolfsangel is?
Yeah. First of all,
guys, stop.
It's not a symbol of Azov, but it's a symbol.
What is the Wolfsangel though? What is it?
It's a misappropriated rune.
It's an 8th century rune that stands for, guys, stop. I got this. It's an 8th century rune that stands for freedom against those who oppress us. It was stolen for 3 years by an SS battalion, and although I don't agree with the Ukrainians using it, I understand why they use it. Their entire thing is, you're not going to take our symbol that's been used for fucking centuries and ruin it because of 3 years of bullshit by some tyrannical dictator piece of shit. It's the same thing with the Asian countries that have all started or all continue to use the Swazi symbol. They know the true meaning of it. They're not going to let anyone fucking ruin that just because H-Man wanted to use it for a few years.
Can I make a point? Can I make a point?
Did Ukraine use the
Can I make a point,
No,
sir?
the Wolfsangel has been used since the 8th century.
By the Ukrainians? No, it's in Nordic Rome.
Listen.
It's been used by Cossacks since the 8th century.
It's been used by Cossacks, and the symbol that Azov uses is turned around. It's like opposite. It represents an N.
Idea of nation.
Idea of nation, and it represents an N. And Anna of Kiev, like Ivan's daughter and all that stuff, she used this exact symbol, and it's turned to its side to try to represent what's it called? A trident. Yeah, like a trident, which is the national symbol of Ukraine. That's what they're using it. Yes, of course. Yeah, it seems like a weak
again. It's one of those things. It's one of those things where I don't agree with their using it again. Just like I don't agree with a lot of people using the Swazi symbol, even though it's for their religious thing. But I get it. They don't want the history of their symbol that has been around for centuries to be ruined because of 3 years of a fucking idiot.
Can you find me like specific history of Ukrainians, specifically Ukrainians, using the Wolfsangel before the Yazis?
Yes.
Go ahead, Auntie.
Thank you. So the reality, I'll give you an example, right? The Celtic cross. Now for me, I should be able to use that. I'm a Celt. I'm a Gael. I should be able to utilize that symbology how I want to use it. It's part of my people's history. Yet, if I was to get that tattooed on me, as an example, Larry, I'd be classified as a racist. Couldn't be further from one of those fuckers, if at all. You know what I'm saying? So I should be able to use that Celtic cross, but I can't get that tattooed because a bunch of fuck bros over in the United States, for example, have taken that Celtic cross and it's now specifically, basically under their ownership. Because they're a bunch of whitey supremacists. Now for me, I should be able to use my people's symbology that we have had for over 1,000 years plus, but I can't do that. Now, how wrong is that? It's a bit like the way in which, for example, the linguistics have been also taken by groups. So let's take the word woke as an example, right? The word woke. It's a word that came up with the civil rights movement in the United States. Now, every time somebody wants to do anything to actually represent social justice and actually go, guys, this is wrong. Oh, well, that's just you being a woke liberal. And wokeishness and wokeism. It's exactly the same. Linguistic and symbolic appropriation is one of the worst things that anybody can do because it's pure Yahtzism. So when people keep on making these arguments about when people reclaim those symbols for what they were and what they are, on the words that they mean and the context of those words, the original owners of those words, those symbols, have got every goddamn right to use them, and that is the biggest fuck you to Yahtzees ever, because you're saying you fucking stole it. We've told you fuck you, and we've taken it back.
And the thing is that you can always make, and everyone can make like this same counter argument, like, and it can go in circle and circle and circle, and like you can say like, well, that's a weak excuse, and then you can make your argument, and then you go and you can say like, well, it's a part of my heritage. Like, I'm from fucking Iceland, dude. Like my people invented those runic symbols. Like I have runes all over my body. I have like a rune magic spell tattooed across my chest. It's a part of my culture. Like I'm literally inside the heathen religion of Iceland, like as a
heathen religion.
Okay, so
yeah,
let me just
like Heidni. Okay. It's called Heidni. Like I believe in like Odin and Thor and whatever. Like when we go in like that, I pay a tithe to those like guys, and apart from my taxes, like that is just my thing. I can do a bunch of stuff like that, and the weakest argument is terminology. Like we can, like somebody said, we can quibble over terminology until we die. You know, that's the thing. Like you can do like, well, actually, the word means according to the you know, and the thing is, like, when people
100%.
want their point across, like this person here who's trying to, like, no, actually, I believe they are far right Yazis.
Please.
That is just my belief, and I'm just gonna stick to my point because, like, I can hide behind symbolism and hide behind whatever, when you can find no actual factual basis to it, no actual reasons to it.
And just to add on to that,
please, before we
just give me 2 seconds.
before we steamroll me, please, just
2
1%. I have 1%.
seconds. 2 seconds. Let me just 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. And the thing is, right, when people keep on trying to continuously claim those symbols are symbols of Yazism, and we are then unable to claim them back, do you know what that's called? That's called ethnic cleansing.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's horrible.
So you are
so here's the
ethnically
thing.
part of the problem by your
Auntie.
No, just bouncing it back and forth over my head. I
All
can't get away.
Cool. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So if I saw you, like, Auntie, with a Celtic cross tattoo, or Celtic, I think that's how it's pronounced, tattoo, right?
Again, this is where no,
Please,
it's not
please, let me finish. And in conjunction with that cross, right? You had a Totenkopf, you had a black sun tattoo. I would be like, okay, I'm putting these pieces of information together, and I'm saying, in like all these pieces of information in conjunction form a picture of someone who is invested in European identitarianism, you know, European nationalism, stuff like that. Okay, that's where I'm getting. It's not just the fact that they have the Wolfsangel or whatever. Okay, it's the Wolfsangel or whatever how you pronounce it, and the fucking black sun, and the Totenkopf. Okay, and everything. Okay.
Yeah, they got banned from putting the black sun on any new patches and flags.
Yeah.
The old stuff can still exist, but they're not allowed to put it on any new stuff. They got got banned with the purge of 2016.
Well, here's the thing. After the invasion, I saw several news articles of, like, well-meaning, you know, liberal journalists being like, here's a picture of this brave Ukrainian soldier, and then they have a black sun patch on, or a Totenkopf patch on, in the picture that these liberal journalists who are standing with Ukraine posted. This is not some kind of edited Russian psyop. These are liberal journalists and photographers.
What are you trying to say with that, though?
I'm
like,
trying to say that.
What is the point? Like, what is the point? Are you
cool? What if I even granted you? Fuck it. Let's say fuck it. 2016 never happened. As I'm telling you, is entirely neo-Yahtzee. Now what?
Now, like, what are you saying with that?
Now what? Now you have to contend with supporting
it's like justified the Russian invasion because you saw a bunch of guys.
Oscar. Wait.
Now you have to contend with supporting a terrible organization against a terrible country invading that country.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So I could support so that's one unit. I could just support every other unit.
At the same time, Hamas sucks, right? Hamas sucks. Even though there's a colonial country invading them, right? Invading Palestine.
Oh.
Colony of who? Who are they? Who are they a colony of?
What do you mean? A colony of the British?
No.
Yeah.
No, definitively they are not a colony of the British. The British had no part in founding them. The British The British were not taking resources. No, they were not a colonial party of the British, and the British noped the fuck out and had nothing to do with the formation of Israel.
Okay, hold on. It was explicitly a colonial project. Okay, they literally said
Theodore Herzl's quote of colonial project was entirely different when the definition of colonial was entirely different during that time period.
What was the different definition?
Colonial just meant, like, literally settlements. It had nothing to do with actually being a colony. Like a colony as we know it today. Like when we talk about, like, India and how they were there were colonies of the British Empire in India where they were taking resources and money from England or from India and sending it back to England. It was benefiting the British Empire. England got fuck all from the British mandated Palestine, land of Israel. They got fuck all from that.
Yeah, you're gonna go now down this rabbit hole, and I am gonna leave the chat because I don't know shit about this Top
Oh,
race.
and FYI, just so I'd let you know, I'm not English. So don't try and turn it on me either.
You can argue about Israel and Palestine and like, how do you fucking?
Their phone probably died.
No, Oscar, hang around. You'll learn something. Oscar, hang around. You'll learn something.
Yeah. No, yeah. I'm worth something. Thank you.
There's no point. There's no point. The thing is, Oscar, right? Is that you've got these people that, and you can tell they're debate bros. They keep on bringing up the same points over and over again, and they all come up with the same tone of voice.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh, here we go again. We're going to be going back through the same shit over and over again. And so sometimes it's handy to hang around because they sometimes try and throw a curveball or two.
Like the live guys, we got 70 people in here. Let's get the guests or get the views up. Let's get more people in here. Follow if you're not already. We got 32,000 likes now. And yeah, like Ryuk says, it was literally decolonization. Like Israel is the largest and most successful example of decolonization in the history of the world. They took back their land from the colonizers.
I wish my people could do that. That'd be nice.
I mean, didn't you?
Nope.
Like, what do you mean?
Auntie's Welsh.
Oh, yeah, Welsh. Yeah. I agree.
No. My people haven't been given that opportunity, sadly.
Right.
Thank you, England, for giving the world the most free days of independence. Woo! Most Independence Day celebrations. Wait, Rob.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for mine.
Rob, are you in Tel Aviv? I can't remember where you live. Tel Aviv?
No.
Make the English pay some fucking money for a change.
But I have to write an article about the Munich Defense Group thing, and I have to file it for tomorrow, so I have to leave you guys. This has been a fun conversation. I'm glad that I didn't have to argue with people about Israel and Palestine for a long time, so I think I'm gonna leave. Thank you for this hour of my life.
I messaged you, Rob. Okay, thanks, Oscar. Have a good night.
Thanks, Oscar. Take care.
Yeah, bye.
Okay. Do I have any opposition? Please.
Otherwise, Sam's gonna have to put up with me for the next God knows how long.
And on that note, kicking.
Oh, thanks, Sam. You're so kind, so kind.
What the hell? Why do I hear like a bathtub?
Hey?
I heard like a bathtub.
Oh no, that's I'm doing while I'm talking and trying to debate with people. I'm doing laundry. Because gotta wash delicates by hand.
Okay, Dave. Yeah. Hello, Dave.
Hello, everybody. And Auntie.
Hello, Dr. Nick.
Hello, darling.
Hello,
darling.
and fuck you. You have ruined my life for the rest of my life with that thought you put in my head yesterday. Fuck and you.
What just happened? What did I miss?
So let's move back to the yesteryear of yesterday. When I was on a live with Kansas Steve and the usual crew, we're just talking geopolitics, and I'm explaining to people how I see this country absolutely going to shit. And Biscuit, in her ever-loving wisdom, reminds me that we have massive amounts of military force outside of the continental and outside of the United States.
Okay.
Which gives me even more pause to think about how bad this is for everybody. Because what happens when Armed Forces Europe, Asia, the 7th Fleet, and everybody else Now, mind you, this is what if we all completely go to shit. What happens when the chain of command stops chaining and commanding? That thought scared the piss out of me.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
That shit's
but
not gonna
it's
happen.
something that people
It's
need
fine.
to consider.
This shit's fine.
It's fine.
That's just not gonna happen.
No.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Sam, but I see it happening.
Someone
really
who dealt
do.
with the stupidity for a decade.
Sam,
yeah.
we've never had something like this. We have a president who is actively now defying the courts.
Mm-hmm.
We have a vice president who has gone to publicly say that the courts should not or do
My
not
man,
have
we
authority to tell a
willingly
president-
decided to go with a president that caused our casualty ratio to go up by at minimum 25% because he changed the rules of engagement, and we just went, okay, we'll take it.
Who is this? You know
Obama.
Obama?
Yeah. We willingly went with it.
I am more concerned if the chain of command stops, again, chain of commanding. If the commanders in every unit and the soldiers in every unit have to question every decision that they make based on whether it is legal or illegal. And you have half of them saying it's illegal and we're not going to follow, and the other half saying, no, it's perfectly fine. Sam, what happens to the units that are ordered to invade Canada, if that ever happens, which I hope it never does? What happens to those units?
They wouldn't, and there'd be a massive buildup beforehand that everyone would see.
Thank you. And you think that would stop Trump from putting in the order if he got a bug up his ass?
He could put the order out, it ain't gonna happen.
But and that's the problem, Sam. All of a sudden the chain of command is no longer the chain of command, and you have all
No,
of those-
that's still following the proper chain of command. That's called disobeying a law or an unlawful order. You are
Right.
fully entitled to do so.
Right. No, Sam. I'm not a jag, but I do know that part of the UCMJ. What I am telling you, Sam, is what happens when half of those commanders say it's okay and the other half don't. That's my fear, dude. That is why I am quaking in my patent leather loafers.
Not gonna happen.
Well, yeah, I'm sorry for putting that thought process in your
We're
brain.
stupid. We're not that stupid.
We're not that stupid.
Correct.
Sam, it's been less than a month. It will be 30 days.
The
on
military.
20th.
The military is not that stupid.
I'm not talking. So you think that puts us into coup territory? That
No.
puts us into military junta territory, where the military is not following the civilian chain of command. There is
The
no
military would
good
go.
answer.
The military would go. Hey, that's an unlawful order. Not doing it. That's it.
And you think that Trump would stand down?
It's an unlawful order. He can't do anything.
You think that he would stand down?
He doesn't have a choice. He could hoot and holler all he wants. An unlawful order is an
military has
unlawful.
the monopoly on
Yeah,
violence.
an unlawful order is an unlawful order. You don't have. You can't force someone to follow an unlawful order.
See, I am not as optimistic as you, Sam. I see it splitting maybe 75% versus 25%, and 75% agreeing that it's an unlawful order, but the other 25% not.
No. The military split pretty 50-50 when it comes to politics-wise, but a lot of the people at the top are usually pretty liberal, and
I know that.
and the people at the bottom, even though they're more right-leaning, still respect the authority of those in the military. And a lot of
Can't you
people
just sack the ones that don't.
cool on what authority?
I'm not sure. I don't know exactly how this works.
He could try.
Right?
Like there'd have to be an entire process, and usually when it comes to actually removing like generals and shit, that takes an act of Congress to do.
Mm-hmm.
So I want to fire this general, goes to Congress. Why do you want to fire him, Mr. President? Because he didn't invade Canada. Yeah, we're not getting rid of him.
So, Sam,
Mhm.
so what happens when... Look, all right, so we go the opposite way. What happens when the executive branch doesn't have any power and is no longer the executive branch. Does this Congress impeach? Because that's all they can do.
We have checks and balances for that reason. They wouldn't
And
just
he is
not have any power.
And he is pissing on the checks and balances, and that's the problem.
And the courts are blocking shit left and right.
And he's not listening to the courts. Now, it's not going to get... Here's the thing. It's not going to get nuclear level until the Supreme Court tells him to do or not do something he does or doesn't do it. That's when it gets bad. Because right now, it's all theoretical. All the idiots are just saying, well, it's on appeal. You know, even though if there's a stay, there's a stay. You can't, you know, unless a higher court eliminates the stay stands.
I suppose the issue might be, Dave, is this is hypothetical, okay? So
all of this is hypothetical.
Yeah, I know. I'm just making sure it's clear, because I like to say that because of TikTok as well. So this is just hypothetical, right? Let's just say somehow Trump manages, or the fucking peons behind him, like the Heritage and stuff, his puppet masters, managed to override one of the constitutional amendments. I'm just saying, just arguments for argument's sake. If he's able to do that, then what's to say that the rest of the CNC doesn't end up going down the pan with it?
Well, that's the problem. Look, have a good president, have a bad president, but the military, this very powerful force, should be under civilian control. And when that changes, I worry. If that changes, I worry.
Yeah, because no, I'm just saying, the United States is in exceptionally uncharted waters right now, and so as much as faith as I have, because I know plenty of military from the US, got relatives in the military, and I love every one of them dearly, and you know, that doesn't mean that if shit hits the fan, or for example an engineered situation happens, such as I don't know, a regional
you're talking about a Tonkin, Gulf of Tonkin,
yeah,
or something like that.
yeah, exactly, or some sort of regional martial law was called because Trump and his peons are trying to do the Project 2025, and people start pushing back, and it's more likely to come from the West Coast than anywhere else. You know, that's when things can get very, very dicey and spicy, and that's why I'm saying that there is a potential, and people need to keep that into consideration. This is one of the reasons why Europe's starting to discuss, like, basically throwing the US military out. There are prime ministers, there are people within the European governments going, you know, are we safe to have them here at the moment? And
that's perfectly valid conversation. I have a feeling the conversation I'm having with Sam right now is being conversed, probably not openly, but I'm sure that people in the military are having these conversations of what happens if he really orders us to do X or Y. I can't.
The people in the military are sitting there going, "This is fucking stupid. We ain't doing that."
Well, I desperately hope you're right, Sam.
I've been around for the conversations. I was there for 10 years for that shit. Nobody gives a shit. I'm gonna be real with you. Like 90, dude. Here's how stupid it is. When Trump said we were going to have military parades, people had a fucking uproar in the military. There was a goddamn near uprising because he was like, "I'm gonna host a military parade." The fucking entirety of the military had a goddamn conniption because we were like, fuck no." Fucking parades are fucking stupid. They fucking suck. I'm not doing that shit.
We watch the Russians and the North Koreans do this all the time. We watch the fucking Spanish do it, and they look ridiculous. We're not going to fucking do that shit.
Yeah, but can I just say one thing though? If the US ever did a military parade, at least their shit's real.
Oh yeah. What you mean? They're not gonna mock up a Jeep as a tank and roll it out and say, "Look at our new tank."
All right, enough talking about the American shit though. America's pissing me off right now.
America's pissing you off right now. Yeah, you and me both, buddy.
I've been losing my fucking shit at the Munich conference.
Oh Jesus Christ! Walking up, a guy who's dealing with allegations that he's a drunk walks up onto the podium.
Not even that. Not even that. Who was the guy that was speaking at the town hall meeting?
The town hall.
Yeah, there was a town hall event they had. Because nobody else from the U.S. administration was answering questions on Ukraine, so they straight up had a town hall specifically to ask U.S. representatives about Ukraine. Munich.
It'd be fucking. I'd love it if tomorrow we decide to go to war. That'd be amazing. Europe now, Europe. I'm not talking you guys.
I'll re-enlist.
Do you want to come and join our lot?
How much you paying?
We can sort that out. We can give you a really nice contract.
Who was it that was speaking?
How much do you want, Sam?
More than I'm making now.
So.
Oh, that's what it was. It was Keith Kellogg or Joseph Kellogg. That's who it was that was speaking.
We're not even talking about Kamala Harris. You fucked up.
He is the former national security advisor, and he's a fucking idiot. I was listening to everything he was saying at the security conference, and he was basically
under who?
Wait, former NSA to the vice president. When was this?
This has got to be like, I don't know, what's his head's vice president? Vice president. It's got to be either. Oh God, I don't even remember.
2018 to 2021.
Oh, okay. He was the NSA. He was the NSA to Pence. He was Pence's NSA. Okay.
Oh yeah, he was the one who was the general. That's why they kept calling him general. I forgot he got out as a 4-star. Yeah, no, he was just a fucking moron. Dave, one of the things that pissed me off was people kept asking him questions, and he was I'm bathing in your Kamala lover tears. Bitch, I fucking hate Kamala. What?
We're not even talking.
I'm gonna say this. I
don't care. No, I don't give a shit. Fuck
Hold on.
Kamala.
Sam, I need to say this completely virginal. Shut the fuck up. Sit down. Adults are talking.
Who cares? Nobody fucking cares about Kamala.
Yeah, we're way past.
So the dude was talking at the conference. We were asking him about the whole thing with Russia and Ukraine. He kept saying that Ukraine essentially needs to ceasefire. Ukraine needs to stop. Ceasefire this. Ceasefire that. You guys sound like Kamala voters. Okay.
Fuck off.
What?
Does this accent sound like a Kamala voter?
Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? Who cares? They're both fucking morons. They're both fucking awful choices, and it's a fucking shame that America had these two as their fucking choices. So, like this guy was saying, he was saying at the conference that in order to heal something and continue on with life, you have to patch the wound first. But in order to, you have to stop the bleeding. And how do you stop the bleeding? With the ceasefire. My first thought was, bitch, how do you fucking patch the wound and stop the bleeding if you keep getting shot every time you try to stop the fucking bleeding? To which, thankfully, someone stood up and goes, hey, why would a ceasefire with Russia do anything if every other ceasefire we've ever done with Russia, they violated it within 12 hours?
What is wrong with people? I mean, I know what's wrong with them, but it's just
we know, yeah.
Vargil, I don't get your point. This has nothing to do with Kamala, Vargil. We're not talking about Kamala. She's a fucking moron too. Why even bring her up?
We're not talking about U.S. politics.
Yeah, no, he was just making stupid moronic comments and just saying that the whole thing of just pivoting back to Europe needs to take care of this. It's like, bitch, you're an ally. You can't just back out on an ally when it's inconvenient.
It's not even inconvenient. It's not even fucking inconvenient.
No, they say it's inconvenient, so therefore it is.
Yeah.
From a European perspective, it's morally and ethically devoid, considering that, the USA called Article 5, and we've been told, no, stop, don't do the escalation, don't do the escalation. That was Biden, by the way, fucking jackass for that. Yeah. Don't do the escalation, and then the MAGAs pull crap, and I'm just like, fuck off. I'm like, you guys called Article 5 when you needed it, and yet we get told, "Oh, no Article 5 for you. Fuck off."
I will never forget this statement that was made by a very old friend of mine, a lifelong Republican. When did my party become the party of simping for Russia?
Well, I think it was I've wanted to go because it was, like I said, it was a town hall. I wanted to be there just so I could say something like, "When did we become a bunch of pussies?" Like I just wanted to straight up ask this dude, when did we become such fucking pussies that we stopped with the idea of you touch our allies, you fucking die. You fuck with America's allies, you fuck with us. What happened to that?
I think it's when you banned lead paint.
Maybe that's it. Yes.
We as the USA have been dumping billions into NATO defense and are calling in the debt. Varginal, please explain to me how money works in NATO. Please explain that to me.
Nukes is what happened.
What?
Okay.
That has nothing. No, nukes doesn't mean you just stop protecting your allies. There's conflicts all over the world that have nothing to do with nukes. That no party involved has nukes that we still haven't done shit about.
Yep.
So if after 3 years, yeah, almost 3 years, why hasn't Vladdy Poot Poots actually made good on any
No,
of this
we're
Oh, could it be because every time they
Yeah, we are at
try
almost 3
launching
years.
something, it blows up? It's like, and I know, like, Sam, I can't remember now, but perhaps you might. Can you tell me the last time either, apart from North Korea doing its own testing, can you remember the last time any of us did nuclear weapons tests where we actually let one of them off?
We don't need to. It's been
I don't
since
remember
the
when.
60s or 70s. We don't need
Yeah.
to. They're fully tested. We know how to. We have dial yield. At
We
this
did
point. We've
forget
had it
how
for
to make
40
them for a
years.
bit, though.
We forgot how to make them.
Yeah, we forgot how to make the actual warhead for a while.
So we were just so bored. We hadn't done it in so long. We kind of just
No, we
forgot.
stopped production when we started scaling back because of the Cold War, and we didn't have the full ingredients because there was secret parts of the recipe, essentially, of the chemistry, and we couldn't figure out what the fuck was going on. Turns out that the original chemical makeup had been done, and the atomic makeup had been done with dirty lab equipment. So you had to intentionally unpurify stuff to make it functioning, and we had to find we had to relearn that. Like, that's not a joke. We actually had to relearn that.
Dude, I absolutely
Yeah, America.
Yeah, considering how insane it all is, I am absolutely not surprised.
Yeah, didn't you ask us what that you were missing in the end, if I remember rightly?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I believe so. I believe you asked us, like, what the fuck? And we went, oh, there we go.
That's funny.
Yep. Yeah, what's even funnier is that after the Manhattan Project, where we were supposed to get a yield share of the information, you cut us off, and then you guys then came to us years
Get
later.
fucked, nerd.
How do we make bombs?
Look,
And I was like,
my favorite story, my favorite kind of nuclear arms hilarity has to be the Davy Crockett. Let's give a small nuke to a couple of E3s and E5s in a Jeep, send them out, and light it off. That was fucking insane.
Did it work?
It did. It worked. Well, it didn't work, but you know what I mean. Oh God! Here you go, 22-year-old E5. Have a nuke. Go light the candle. For those of you who don't know, the Davy Crockett was essentially a Jeep portable nuke that had a range of about not even 10 miles.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Good morning.
Good morning, Golda.
Morning, Golda.
Morning, Golda.
We're laughing as the world burns.
That's what
We're not even on fire yet.
Oh, I don't think it was even 10 miles, Kopani. I don't remember. It wasn't that.
Hey,
wouldn't
God damn
do
it! I'm filling my gas tank to pour on top of it. It's fine.
Yeah.
I wanted to discuss Israel, but I got
Oh.
disconnected. It feels like the
Oh yeah,
conversation.
your battery died.
Yeah, conversation
Yeah.
is probably.
I mean, we can go back to Israel. Like the last thing you said was they were colonial state, even though it is literally the largest example of largest and most successful of decolonization in the history of the world.
Can I ask Cool a question?
Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, Cool. How do you define a colony? What is a colonial state?
I would say it's like a.
Not don't say I would say. What is it? Look it up. I'll wait.
Okay.
Ay.
Highs.
Uppies.
Uppies? What? Why?
Someone's
for
asking to
what?
come up.
Yeah,
For
a
what?
government established by a foreign government. And
Right. Exactly. Now, what foreign government owns Israel?
Or even established Israel.
Yeah.
Established the Anglos.
The who? Anglos?
Who are the Anglos? What country is the Anglos?
I mean, wait a minute. Are you talking about the
Hang
Anglos?
on. What country are the Anglos?
The UK.
No.
No.
England and the United Kingdom had literally nothing to do with the foundation of Israel. They noped the fuck out and said, good luck, Jews and Arabs, you're on your fucking own. They abstained from the vote in the partition plan even. They noped the fuck out. They had nothing to do with
They
it.
didn't.
No,
They
no,
didn't help
they
set up the government at all.
they rejected the vote of.
Yeah, they abstained from the vote on the partition plan and left. They pieced out.
So just to get this clear, they didn't help in the
No.
creation of government.
No.
No.
In
And
fact,
I'm no Angle, by the way.
Yeah.
We the Jews actually fought off the British, like we were blowing up their train lines, stealing weapons because we didn't have any. They were giving it to the Arabs. A British general named Pasha Glubb led the Jordanian army, which is how they were able to annex Judea and Samaria and
Yeah,
rename
we haven't even
the
we haven't even gotten that far. Golda, we haven't even gotten that far though.
Mhm.
But yeah,
Okay.
like no, the British again, the British noped the fuck out and wanted nothing to do with the Jews and the Arabs, while also simultaneously, like Golda was mentioning, helping the Arabs and arming them and training them. But when it comes to the government, no, they wanted nothing to fucking do with anything. They got the fuck out.
Next.
Okay, give me 1 second.
Not to
Sure.
mention also that-
We'll wait. Sure, no problem. We'll wait.
I don't know if this guy can hear me, or this person, excuse me, can hear me, but they also, what's it called? All the signs in Israel are written in Arabic and Hebrew and English. Everything in the supermarkets are Hebrew and Arabic. Israel has built over 400 mosques.
Oh, that's even better. I forgot.
1.25 miles? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I was talking about the Balfour Declaration, right?
The Balfour Declaration never happened though.
Mandate for Palestine.
The Balfour Declaration never happened.
And it was also not a legal document. It was like
It was one letter out of an entire group of letters that was just a suggestion of, hey, this is what we want to do. It was 2 fucking paragraphs and it never happened.
Yeah, it was basically notes between 2 mid-level diplomats. Oh, dipping out again, looking for more. This is.
Hey,
I would appreciate you not like condescend me.
I have not yet begun to condescend, young man. You have no
It's just
idea what you're
okay.
doing.
So the reason Dave's acting like this is because it just seems kind of like you're ill prepared. Like maybe you didn't really know about this topic as much as you thought you did. Maybe you should be asking questions more than just raising accusations like Israel is a settler colonial state, even though definitionally it doesn't mean. Fuck, Auntie, stop it. Even though definitionally speaking, Israel doesn't meet any of that or what you're claiming. Like I'm saying, it just seems like you're maybe ill prepared and don't know as much as you think you might about the topic.
which is
You
fine.
have not studied for this exam.
Yeah, sure. But this is not an exam. This is like I thought it was a conversation, right? I'm not here to, like, debate, bro.
fucking joke.
Dave is joking.
Is it a joke? I don't know.
Well,
It's a joke.
is it a
Obviously,
deep
there's no obviously there's
grading
no
on a
exam
curve.
here. There's no exam here.
I am
Obviously,
not
You know what I
grading
meant
on a
by
curve.
when I said it's not an exam.
you know,
You know what I meant.
and you know what he meant too.
Cool world? We're just saying
I'm aware of
that
what he meant. I'm
ask
just
questions
appreciate
instead
his
of
tone and calling
taking.
me a young man.
Cool world. We're saying ask questions if you don't know stuff instead of
I
lying
did ask questions,
accusations.
but I just asked was like what about the Balfour Declaration? That was
So
the
yeah, no,
question.
the Balfour Declaration was a suggestion, and again, it was a conversation between two people that literally never happened. That was it. When it came time for everything to be split up, the British abided by one of their original promises, which was giving the Arabs a state. They give them the entirety of Jordan. Jordan did not exist. Jordan was actually part of the British Mandated Palestine, Land of Israel, because that's the full name, by the way. British Mandated Palestine, Eretz Israel, Land of Israel. It's on all the passports, on all the coins. Jordan was part of that, and they gave Jordan to the Arabs, who made their own separate state. And then what was left, which was it was 78%. The Transjordan, which became Jordan, was 78% of the mandate, which left 22% of the mandate left. Of that 22%, 55% was going to go to the Jews and 45% was going to go to the Arabs, and it was going to be split into areas where each population each group had a majority population in that area. So like 78% of the land, apparently 78% plus 45% of the remainder apparently wasn't enough for them, and they started a war with the Jews.
Wait, Sam, don't forget that 10 years prior to the partition plan that split it up almost 50-50, they offered a plan where they offered 80% of the land to the Arabs, which would leave 20% left to the Jews of that, the tiny strip that we now know as Israel. And they rejected that one too because 20% would be going to the Jews. So the second plan that was offered was more on the 50-50 line, and they said no again. Ronan, no, Israel was not a European dream. They didn't
What the
consider us European.
fuck does that even mean?
I don't know.
He doesn't know.
I really wish people would stop
think he's
reading
talking
off the same script.
How it's a European nationalist project.
How?
Then
has
Jewish
the same-
people aren't even European,
Hang-
for fuck's sake.
Hang on, so
to the Europeans.
hang on, nationalist. So nationalist in what sense?
In the sense of having a nation, I guess, having a nation that you're. Wait, let me articulate, okay? Let me articulate.
Okay.
I would describe it as establishing a nation, specifically on like the character of a people via like, ethnic character or something like that. That's how I would like define it.
You mean like Jews?
So the
Yes.
ethnicity of Jewish people wanting to have a nation in their ancestral homeland.
Jews from Judea wanting
Yeah.
to go back to Judea?
Yeah, it's the further proving my point that it's not necessarily nationalism, it's an indigenous rights movement of decolonization where the Jews are taking back their land that has been colonized for centuries since they were first conquered.
Yeah, it's an indigenous land back movement.
So you would support, or would you support like an American land back movement? That would-
They're doing
Here's
it right
here's the funny
now.
thing. Here's the funny thing. I actually don't give a shit about fucking land back movements. I don't care that that's one of the it is a valid argument for why Israel has the land, but I don't give a shit about that argument.
But Sam, the Lenni Lenape are buying their land back in upstate New York.
Oh yeah,
right
if you
now.
fucking buy your shit
The
back, I don't give a shit.
The Chickasaw Nation is currently buying portions of their land back in Mississippi, and they're following the Zionist example of doing that because we were buying portions of our land back from the Ottoman and then from the British. It wasn't until the British were leaving, and we knew that they were going to leave because it was a temporary custodianship of the land, that we jumped on an opportunity that was presented for us to actually govern ourselves in our ancestral homeland. Not many indigenous people get that opportunity and say yes to it. Arabs got the same opportunity. They got Jordan, and then they got that same opportunity again when they were offered 50% of the remaining land. And they said no because their hatred is bigger than their want for actually living there. We
So
want
turning
any.
down a deal is like because of hatred. Like
Yes,
Yeah,
they
no,
didn't want any of
they
the Jews
openly
living
admit, and they've openly admitted since the fucking beginning of the Palestinian identity, which literally did not exist until 1964, that they only exist to spite the formation of a Jewish state. They
Let me ask.
they
Cool World.
hang on, cool. You know that, right? Like the Palestinian national identity did not exist before 1964.
I think a lot of the Palestinian national identity is characterized by like a response to like
No,
Jewish
that's not what I'm
residents.
asking. I'm not asking about that. I'm saying you
Can I
understand,
just please like
but you're not
you give me a
addressing.
yes or no
You're
answer,
not
like, I don't-
addressing what I said. I don't
it's more
care what
complicated
I
than
don't
that.
care what you think it's in response to, because I can pull up quotes of what it really is in response to. But I'm saying that you know that the Palestinian national identity literally did not exist until 1964. Like this is a newer concept.
What is a Palestinian national identity? What does that mean?
The Palestinian national identity, meaning the Arabs of the land, did not even call themselves Palestinians
So it's
until
just a word?
1964. No,
It's just a word.
that's not what I said at all. I'm saying the Palestinians, as we know them today, did not call themselves Palestinians pre-1964, and that is because they viewed the word Palestinian as a Jewish Zionist identity, because under the British mandate, the Jews were called Palestinians. Everything that the Jews ran, the Palestine Air, the Palestine Post, the fucking Palestine soccer team, all that shit was owned and run by Jews. The Arabs of the land despised being called Palestinians. They literally protested against the British government officially on multiple occasions, demanding to not be called Palestinians. They protested to the Syrian government to conquer the land and absorb them so that they wouldn't be called Palestinians, because they wanted to be called, they wanted to be part of Syria. They wanted to be Southern Syrians. They didn't like being called Palestinians until it served a purpose of going against the Zionists. Like, this is all documented factual history.
Sam, can you pull up the quote from the PLO guy from 77?
What year was it again?
1977 was when he said it.
Palestinian identity exists only to combat Zuhair Mohsen.
Yeah, that guy.
Oh yeah. Here we go.
Wait, Cool World, are you here?
Okay, here we go.
Teacups, I'm just all tapped. I can still hear.
Okay. So here's a quote from Zuhair Mohsen, Palestinian leader in the Syria-controlled Al-Aqsa faction from the PLO.
Dutch newspaper.
Yeah. This is, quote, "The Palestinian people does not exist. There is no difference between Jordanians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese. Between Jordanians, Palestinians, Syrians, and Lebanese, there's no difference. We are all part of one people, the Arab nation. Just for political reasons, we carefully underwrite our Palestinian identity because it is of national interest for the Arabs to advocate for the existence of Palestinians to balance Zionism. Yes, the existence of a separate Palestinian identity exists only for a tactical reason. Once we have acquired our rights in all of Palestine, we must not delay for a moment the reunification of Jordan and Palestine."
Okay. And can you interpret that text for me?
He's literally saying, yeah, we only identify ourselves separately in order to combat Zionists, which, you know, back then they were also a lot more open. They usually just said Jew. And the fact that he openly says, yeah, we're going to control all of the land, and then we're just going to reunite the countries. Like, he's openly saying they don't give a shit about Palestinians. They don't give a shit about the Palestinian identity. The second they are given the opportunity, the Palestinian identity will cease to exist. The second they are given the chance to take over all of the land and combine it with the other nations, Palestinian is not a thing anymore.
Yeah, the nations were carved up by Europeans. They were given control over the land when they agreed to help get rid of the Ottoman Empire. So all of these new nations and all the borders are modern colonial constructs anyway, because beforehand they had one Arab unity land. Like, it was called the land without borders, Bilad al-Sham, like land without borders. And that's what they want again. Israel is in the way of that. So they see themselves as like, if Israel is gone, those other countries are just going to take over, and they want their Arab unity, which is one of the lines of the quote that Sam just read.
I'm sorry to cut across
So
everybody.
do
I apologize. 2 seconds, please. Just had a news update. Apparently, there's fires raging inside the sarcophagus at Chernobyl.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Just they just come in. Like,
Ha! Fire erupts at Chernobyl.
Holy.
Lovely.
Who's controlling CMPP right now?
Hang on. Nuclear experts issues Chernobyl update after it emerges. Fires are still burning. Wait, no, hang on. It may still be externally.
Not inside.
It has a 314 square foot gash on the outside of the roof. Although no rise in radiation is reported yet, an expert issued a frightening warning about how Russia's attack will soon affect nearby radioactivity. Blah, blah, blah. Hang on. Okay, so they fucked up with the ventilation system. Okay, so they've got photos. From 17 minutes ago from MSN, they're not saying anything about a raging fire, but they're saying the fire is ongoing. It looks like there's an electrical area underneath the spot where it hit, and they might have just hit that. And it's the ventilation system.
hopefully, it's just that.
What website's reporting it? What website?
The Metro. I'll send.
I got it. 51 minutes ago, after it emerges, fires are still burning. Okay. Yeah, we know the fires are still going. Okay, nothing new. It's the same as what MSN is saying. Okay. Call me Kit in the comments. I don't know what the fuck you're arguing about, but I don't think you know jack fuck about what's actually going on in Ukraine or Israel.
He said you can't support Ukraine if you support Israel.
So the question I want to ask, like, and just an open question to everybody here, due to the fact that they have deliberately targeted the Chernobyl nuclear reactor 4, due to the fact that there are ongoing fires, surely that should be now a red line because that has been.
It's not gonna be. It's not gonna be. No one's gonna care.
All right, could I?
Go ahead.
Right. Well, I mean, I would say it's like the identity thing is similar to like an indigenous American identity or a First Nation identity,
No,
right?
it's not.
These things didn't exist. No, these things didn't exist before.
No, it's not.
The introduction
No,
of European
national identity is not even. But your premise is based on a falsehood. You're building an argument
can
based on
address
a
that premise
falsehood.
after I'm finished, like constructing the whole argument.
But you're constructing an argument based on a falsehood to begin with. So why even bother?
What is the false? Whatever.
The fact that you're comparing national identity to indigeneity. Indigeneity has been a thing for eons. National identity is a fairly new concept.
That's like the region was called Palestine, like the whole region, which included multiple countries, right? So that's like somebody like from the United States, like, you know, saying they're, you know, wanting to be referred to as a Midwesterner.
Let me ask you a question. Cool. I have a question for you.
I just want to finish my point.
Well, no.
But go ahead. Ask me the question. Go ahead.
I have a question. Do you think that other dispossessed groups in the world, do you think that they have a better grasp of what you're talking about than you do?
What are you talking?
Let's start with the Kurds. You know who the Kurds are? You know who they are?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you think that they have a better? You think that they have a better idea of what's going on than you do?
Going on where?
In Israel, in the region.
Middle East.
I don't know, honestly.
Well,
I mean,
okay,
it depends
so
on
they, all right,
are you talking about individual Kurds or Kurds?
I'm talking about as a whole. Obviously, they are not a monolith.
So the YPG, does the YPG represent the Kurds as a whole, or what are you saying?
That's not what he's asking you.
Okay.
He's asking you, do you believe that the Kurdish people have a better idea of what's going on in the region of the Middle East than you do in America.
Yeah, I would expect a random Kurdish person to know what's going on.
Right. So then why is it that as much as the Kurds can have a nation, and individual Kurds for the most part are very, very supportive of Israel? The same thing can be said for the Yazidis. The same thing can be said for the Druze. The same thing can be said for
the Maronites, the Samaritans.
Thank you.
I don't know, nor do I really
Okay,
care.
let me no. So this is why you should care, because what Dave is referencing is indigenous peoples who live on that land who were colonized by Arab colonialism. Arabic language, it all stems from Saudi Arabia. They colonized all of the Levant, all of the MENA region, like all the way through North Africa to Andalusia, Spain. To this day, we have people who think that Morocco is an Arabic country, is an Arab country, because it has Arabs who speak Arabic in it. Morocco is not an Arab country. Morocco got colonized by Arabs, as did the Levant. Okay, so indigenous groups like the Jews, the Druze, the Samaritans, the Maronites, who are the original peoples there, got colonized by Arabs who are trying to call themselves native and indigenous today. And so for people like you to come up and compare Arab colonialism to Native Americans is highly disrespectful.
Okay, I'm gonna finish my point now. So in a similar way that people will call themselves First Nation or
Okay, no, Sam. This person.
Hang on.
Let me finish, dude. I've never gone through this point
I don't
once.
really give a shit, because if you're
Go
gonna
to-
keep
go to-
making a
relax.
false
Hang on.
comparison, then your point is moot.
Hang on. What comparison is there between First Nations peoples and national identity?
Okay, so their national identity, for example, First Nations didn't exist before American colonization, right?
No, they still had indigeneity. It was just renamed, and national identity. First Nations is not national identity. Like that's no,
They have
like
their own
that's what it's what the colonizers named their indigenous identity. It's what the colonizers, the Americans, the white people, put on them. They are just
And now
indigenous
they use that term
tribes.
for themselves.
They have their own tribes.
Just
each
like they
tribe has
used
their own
Indian for a while
language.
because we called them fucking Indian. That doesn't mean that they're fucking Indians.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, again, they each have their
That's the
own
point.
tribes.
This point is just a word.
They
Like,
had their
they
own
are still
tribes. They
distinct.
had their own languages. They had their
Cool.
own spiritual practice, depending on which tribe they're from. So even just to put a blanket statement and call them First Nations, okay, as if that's like a name that they like. Not everybody calls themselves First Nations.
I'm aware.
Okay, so
Like
then
not
why are
everyone
you
called
doing
themselves
it?
Palestinian, right?
That's not true. No.
Yeah, not everyone called
Because you
themselves
can't
Palestinian. That is
compare
true.
you
It's
can't
literally what you
compare
said.
First Nations to this word that was created.
Yeah, you're talking about a
specifically to
national
combat.
you're talking about a national identity, meaning for a nation. And then indigenous status, indigenous, a tribe, a people, a culture. You're comparing two completely different things. It's like comparing American, like my nationality as an American, to an indigenous person. Those two are not the same.
No, they like an Arab can be Palestinian, but not well. No, the other way. All Palestinians are Arab, but not all Arabs are Palestinian.
Sure. I mean, okay. So my impression of the like before.
No, hold on.
Wait, hang on, Auntie.
Before the Israeli state was established.
Yeah, you were
there
supporting
was
the colonizer.
Hang on. Hold on, guys. Fuck. Go ahead.
Before the Israeli nation state was established, and there was like groups of different indigenous Palestinian,
No.
whatever. No, okay, no, we're not gonna say the word Palestinian. I'll do the no. I'm not doing no speak. Sorry, no bad word. Palestinian. Okay, and tribes to the area of Israel or whatever.
No.
And Okay, well,
No,
yes,
I'm just saying that you would be incorrect in it. You said that was your understanding. I'm just saying that is incorrect. The only
Why?
people that are indigenous to that land are the Jews, because the Arabs, regardless of where they are from, are by definition the colonizers. Per the 7 requirements of indigenous status set in place by the indigenous communities of the United Nations, even, the Arabs of that land do not meet those requirements. You must meet all 7 requirements to be considered indigenous peoples, even by modern standards. The Arabs of that land do not meet all 7 requirements. If you do not meet even one, you do not count as indigenous. The Arabs of that land are literally colonizers. They are not from that land. They originate from the Arabian Peninsula. They do not have a unique cultural identity that is separate from, or that is connected to that land. They have Arabic culture, Arabic language. They are from Egypt, Syria, like they're from the surrounding nations, and it is documented when they all migrated to that land. The Jews have had a historical, continuous connection with that land and have always been indigenous to that land. So there was not just a bunch of indigenous Palestinians or other groups. Now, the Palestinians, or the people that call themselves Palestinians today, have native rights. They have native rights of long-standing presence, but they are not indigenous, because indigenous and native are 2 different things.
Sam, we're not the only indigenous people. The Samaritans and the Maronites and the Jews.
But specifically in that area,
No, the Samaritans are there.
Samaritans are...
It's Judea and Samaria.
Yeah, but I'm talking about like Israel proper right now, like in the area where the Palestinians were. Like,
I know. I'm just saying, just to be more precise, it's the Jews and the Samaritans.
that's why I didn't mention Judea and Samaria, because I'm not talking about there.
I'm gonna butcher this, but
Hold on, but this is actually a good point.
Wait, hang on. Cool's asking a question real quick. Hang on.
Yes, sir.
The Al-Kabne.
The what?
The Al-Kabne 2A. Hold on. Let me in comments.
Putting it in comments. Okay.
So I just looked up,
Al-Kabne.
Palestinian groups.
Al-Kabne?
Yeah.
What about it?
They're not indigenous.
Yeah, they're not indigenous.
No.
What is Al-Kabne?
So I looked up
Are you just
indigenous. I
listing?
looked up indigenous peoples in Palestine. Okay, so
Are you
I
just
went to the
looking up
website.
last names?
Well, these are listed as indigenous groups in Palestine.
I think these are last names.
No, it's just Bedouin groups that claim they're indigenous to the land.
Oh, well, Bedouins actually are very interesting, because Bedouins have been nomadic in that land for like a really long time. If I would call any of the Arabs like the closest to being there like forever, it's the Bedouins.
So
May
here's
I-
the
Okay.
wait, Auntie, I want to point something out. So here we are talking about all of these indigenous and native groups that are part of this land. And Cool World, do you know that all of these groups, or portions of all of these groups, are Israeli citizens? Do you know this?
All of the people of those groups are Israeli citizens.
No, each of those groups has people who are Israeli citizens.
Israeli citizens,
Of
representation.
course. I
of
mean, what? I don't see why that would not be the case.
Well, here's the other side of it. If the Arabs had their druthers, they would be the only ones there.
Here,
The single only ones.
let me show you this, just so we're on the same page, just so I can show you what we were referring to, by the way. So this is from the Indigenous Rights Community of the United Nations. This is indigenous peoples determining what it takes to be an indigenous people. There's 7 requirements here. If you don't meet all 7 requirements, you cannot be considered an indigenous group. So let's just cover the Palestinians. Yeah, I know. So let's read. We've got self-identification as indigenous peoples at the individual level and accepted by the community as their member. Sure, the Palestinians view themselves as indigenous people. They have that one. Historical continuity with the pre-colonial and or pre-settler societies. The Palestinians do not have that. They are of the Arab colonizers. They are literally part of the colonizing group that came to the land. They are not connected to pre-settler society in that land. So that's already 1 for 2, which means they don't count. But let's
more
go.
importantly, the vast majority of them are Egyptian or Saudi.
Dave!
Sorry.
Let me finish. strong link to territories and surrounding natural resources. They don't have that. None of their culture, their history is related to that. Their most important stuff is in different portions of the Arab Peninsula. Distinct social, economic, or political systems. Well, their social system is Arab. Their economics and political systems are Arabic and Muslim based. So no. Distinct language, culture, and beliefs. Arabic language, Arabic culture, Arabic Muslim beliefs. Not unique, especially to that region. It's from a different region. So we're at 1, 4, 5 now. Form non-dominant groups of society. Sure, I'll just give that as a gimme because in their if you take the whole area, they're not the dominant ones. Resolve to maintain and reproduce their ancestral environments and systems as distinctive peoples and communities. Well, based on the fact that they flip-flop with their identity and openly admit that they have no ancestral connection to that area, no. So we're 1 for 7 with the indigenous requirements. What?
7. You gave them 2.
Oh yeah, 2. We're 2 for 7. They literally do not meet the requirements to be considered indigenous peoples, period, let alone in that land.
And yet, they were invited to become citizens of that land and reject it. And they consistently continued to reject it all these years later, even when given the opportunity multiple times.
Let's not forget that when Jordan took over and annexed Judea and Samaria, they ethnically cleansed their entire Jewish population from there who had been living there for over 3,000 years.
You get no points for the exam.
Okay.
I
but
can't help it. It's a good fucking joke.
Yeah, so...
Hello, am I audible?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. What I was gonna say is, it feels like I'm sure that probably most whatever Arab Palestinians are not indigenous to the land in the way that the Bedouins would be, or
Well, the Bedouins are not indigenous either. They're the original Arabs. They are nomadic in nature, so they don't usually stick to one place. They move around.
so how? Well, I mean, you can be nomadic within an area, though, right?
Right.
Indigenous
And,
Americans
and
were nomadic.
eventually, but we're talking Bedouins are they're
But
called
by
Bedouins.
by
They
being
live
nomadic, you already break one of the 7 requirements for indigeneity, meaning like you don't necessarily have a strong connection to land. You roam. You're nomadic. Like you don't pray to a specific part. Like none of the Bedouins, unless they're Muslims, pray to a specific portion of the land in which they don't even pray to that area. They pray towards the Kaaba. Meanwhile, Jews, the indigenous people of the land, have a connection to that land. They pray to their holy site. They pray towards Jerusalem.
We pray towards where the temple used to stand, even by the wall of where the temple was. Like we pray in that direction. The Arabs pray towards Mecca. They turn their back to Al-Aqsa.
So would an indigenous tribe in the United States, for example, that historically is nomadic, would that?
They're not nomadic in the United States. You said this in the comments, and this needs to be said. Ethnogenesis of a people, okay, that describes the birth of a tribe, of a very specific people. It's not the birth of civilization in Africa. That's not what ethnogenesis is describing. So we have our ethnogenesis in a very specific place. So Abraham came from Mesopotamia, but he created the people, the Jewish people, in the land of Canaan. Native Americans crossed over a land bridge, some of them. They had their ethnogenesis in what we know today as the United States of America. They didn't have it on the other side over there. They created their own tribes and peoples and languages and customs afterwards. So ethnogenesis describes that.
It's the birthplace of the indigenous identity.
And it's site specific. So Native Americans were not typically nomadic. They were pushed out and pushed west due to colonization, and a lot of them are living away from their ancestral.
Like let's say a Chickasaw group that doesn't live where they are originally from. Their culture and their religious beliefs and their practices are still tied to the land where they are from. So just because their current fucking reservation is at a different location from where they're from, that doesn't mean that they're not still indigenous to the original area. That means that they are just in a different area. To the idiots who keep saying Jews are from Europe and blah blah blah. The Jews who were in Europe, they went to Europe because they were pushed out of the land of Judea. But their practices, their culture, their language, everything they do still is connected to that original land. They still pray towards Jerusalem. They still speak Hebrew. They still read Hebrew. They still prayed in Hebrew. Like all of their stuff and their practices are still related to the land.
Wait, we just celebrated Tu B'Shvat, which celebrates planting season in the land of Israel. So even though it's wintertime here and it's covered in snow and da-da-da, we're celebrating the planting season in the land of Israel because it is time for planting in that land.
So what would
Oh, I've been patient.
go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, for example, if you look at Britain, for example, the island of Britain, what is the difference? And this isn't a trick question. What is the difference between British and British?
Fucking what? Say that again?
What is the difference between British and British?
You both suck.
Neither.
I'd say it depends. I mean, I feel like people on different sides of the country have different cultures and practices, right?
The people who claim the moniker of Britishness are those who came in and invaded the island. The Anglo-Saxons, the Normans, people like that, yeah. And they formed what was Angleland. Then they formed England, and they then claimed themselves to be the British. They are an invasive force identity that has overtaken much of the island. The British are my people. We are the indigenous people. We are the people who came before the invasion. We are the people who have been on that land for thousands and thousands and thousands of years. We're the people who built the likes of Stonehenge, for example. Okay? So there is a big difference between British and British. And the reality is that when you look at national identity, you look at who we are as people, and you look and you take that message to what's happening in the Middle East. The people of Israel, the Jewish people of Israel, are the original Israelis. They are the people who have got every right to that land, and unlike other places where we still have our colonizers to deal with. And again, I stress, when I say the colonizers, it's their establishment these days that I have an issue with, not the overall population, right? That's just, I've got English friends and English colleagues, and I don't have a big deal with them anymore. But if you look at what's happened with Israel, and if you look at the Arabs are the colonizers, the Israelis are the indigenous. It's basically simply goes down to that.
Hey guys, sorry to interrupt. I'm gonna be removing everyone for now. I've got some scheduled time with History Revealed real quick. We're gonna be discussing some parallels between.
Can I say one last thing before I drop down?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, first of all, Cool World, look up the Israeli Declaration of Independence where it says that we wanted to build a country together with the Arabs who live there. That's number one. And the second thing I want you to think about is how many countries in the world speak Arabic versus how many speak Hebrew. So if you'll notice, most of the world speaks English and Spanish and French and Arabic because those are all colonizer languages. There's only one country that speaks Hebrew. Thank you, Sam.
All right, yeah.
One more thing from me.
All right, last statement.
Okay, I would like anyone here to look up the Palestinian Remembrance Project, and specifically the quotes of the founding fathers of Israel, and that's it. All right, thank you. Goodbye.
Okay, time for scheduled time with History Revealed now. Boop. Hello.
Hi.
How
you doing?
Doing good. Let's see if I could change the format here, the layout. Let's see if it lets me do that. Settings, change layout. Can I do a side by side?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's gonna let me from the computer. Interesting. Are you a moderator right now? Let me double check. Add moderator. There. See if it'll let you change the format. See if it'll give you the option to do a side by side.
It allows me to expand mine. Let's see what
Well, shit. That's all. Nope, that ain't gonna do it.
Absolutely.
That ain't gonna work. All right. All right. So for those in the chat, wanted to have some time with History Revealed because we've been kind of discussing this off the just in private for the last few days. Kind of the parallels between Israel and Ukraine when it comes to positive propaganda. Like even factually, because you can present something factual and still have it be propaganda. But kind of the failure of both governments and the people in general. Like one of the examples was that history gave was an Israeli person doesn't really understand why they have to explain to outsiders like Westerners and stuff that Hamas uses human shields. Like, every Israeli knows that. Every person who served knows that. But they're like, why do I have to explain that? It's like a fact. It's common sense. And they don't understand to a Western audience, you have to do that. You have to explain that. And on my side, the Ukrainians are the same way. The Ukrainians don't understand that they have to explain to the world certain things that Russia does. And it's like, hey, it's common sense. Not really. Where do you want to go with this conversation? Because I know you and I have had a lot to talk about with this.
Yeah, it's for different reasons that both of them suffer from this, and it's got different. There's different reasons it's a problem. So with Ukraine, the thing is, before the war, most people in, particularly America, but I'd say most of Europe as well. Golda says you shouldn't have to explain. Well, that's sort of revealing
That's the problem.
Exactly that you are. That is case in point for what we are talking about. But you do have to. You do.
And there's the things that you have to explain that you shouldn't have to of why it shouldn't be said. Like certain things where it like having to understand that words mean things even to external audiences. Like when Gallant was asked about the Hannibal Directive and his response in Hebrew made sense to Israelis. In English, it was translated poorly, but essentially it boiled down to could have been used, could have not been used. I don't fucking know. That was essentially what he said. Might have been used in some areas, might not have been used in other areas. I don't know. But to the rest of the world, that was, oh my God, they used it? But to an Israeli, they go, oh, yeah, that makes sense. The rest of the world, though, doesn't get that. It's like when Ukrainians make fucking off-color jokes, then I have to explain to them. You can't make that joke. The rest of the world doesn't know you're joking. Like for Ukrainians, they're stuck in 2012's internet humor, where I'm just saying the most outlandish shit. Like, yeah, like I could say some outlandish shit, and everyone knows for the most part that it's a joke. Granted, you have your onesies and twosies that don't understand that it's a joke and believe it, but everyone for the most part around you knows that it's a joke. The problem is Israelis and Ukrainians both don't get that with a multitude of factors.
Yeah, and so with Ukraine, like I say, so before these two wars, a lot of people knew about Israel and had an opinion about Israel, and maybe even had sort of somewhat of knowledge about the country. Ukraine, that wasn't the case. Even though obviously it had been invaded already in 2014. So they're sort of in a way struggling from a point of view that people don't have enough information, and in Israel, it's people are struggling from the point of view that they have too much information and it's the wrong information. And so Ukrainians who might think, oh well, so certain things are obvious because of our history or because of the history of Russia and the history of Europe. It's like particularly Americans haven't got a clue about any of this. Like the Holodomor, for example. No one knows what that is. and that's a very sort of like powerful sort of memory in
It's a
Ukrainian history.
that is a
and culture,
major factor.
Even to this day, people don't know what that is. So it can mean everything to you. It doesn't mean anything to them.
Like a Ukrainian understands why half of their country sided with Yahtzee Germany. The rest of the world, especially the American audience, goes, "Oh my God, they sided with Germany. They must be terrible." They don't understand that the country had just come out of a literal genocide, man-made at the hands of the Soviets, intentionally. They don't understand that. They don't even know it exists. But again, to Ukrainians, like you're saying, that's like yeah, we lived through this. Why do we have to explain it? Because it's not taught. I didn't know about Holodomor until like 2010. I didn't know it. What?
Until I taught you.
No, I learned it from my Ukrainian friends. Like, I didn't know anything. I wasn't taught that in history class. I took AP history. I didn't know about that.
Yeah, and so you got to bear that in mind. What's the and then with Israelis, it's another. It's the other thing that both of them have is they just have no conceptualization that they're in a propaganda war. And even though if you ask them about it, they'll say, yeah, we understand. Like, the media's against us and they're trying to make us look bad. It's like, okay, what are you doing about it?
Let's do an example right now. Let's do an example right now. Be in the mindset of an Israeli right now. Hey, what about
there you go. I'm in the mindset. I've interrupted.
Okay. What's the Havara agreement?
Well, okay, it's Wait, do you want me to actually say? Or?
I don't know. Like, you know where I think you know where I'm going with this, but like how an Israeli understands what the Havara agreement was.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure. I mean, I think actually sort of that's more a sort of like TikTok live talking point. It doesn't actually come up that much.
But you see it on social. It's not just TikTok though. You see it all over like Twitter and stuff.
You do. I think the other thing is like, particularly around the Israeli War of Independence. You know, Israelis will know about like the individual battles here and there and what the situation was, and there'll be this lies about there was this plan to expel all the Arabs, and Israelis, but well, obviously that's not true. It's like, okay, but they don't know that, and when you talk to them, when you talk to them on whether it's social media or TikTok lives, whatever it may be, it's just like there's no conception that this is an important thing to do. It's like again, why would we waste our time debating the 1948 war? It's like, because it matters.
Like with the Havara agreement, an Israeli is going to go, well, no shit, we made a deal with the Yazidis. Who the fuck else had the Jews? Who was holding the Jews hostage? The Yazidis. Who else were we going to negotiate with? The Americans? The Americans didn't have the Jews. But a Westerner who just finds out about Holodomor, hears it and goes, finds out, oh, the Jews gave a bunch of money to the Germans because they knew the Holocaust was coming. Yeah, they did. Because they were saving their people. They gave up literally everything they had to save as many Jews as possible. No shit. But to a Westerner, all they hear is, oh, the Jews gave the Yazidis money because they knew the Holocaust was coming, but they didn't save the rest of the Jews. Like, to an Israeli, though, especially an Israeli Jew, they hear, oh, well, yeah, no shit. What else were we going to do? Why do I have to explain that? It should be common sense. And it's just it's something that both sides like at the beginning I didn't like comparing the two wars and the two countries, but like there's so many fucking parallels.
There really is.
They both have a Jewish president. No. What are I know we've talked about it a lot, but like I don't even know where to go with it. I'm just angry at it.
Yeah, I think the thing with the Ukrainians as well, like, in a way, in a way they got sort of lulled into a false sense of security, because in terms of the information war at the beginning, they didn't really have to do anything. Like, they had the entire world's sympathy, and they really did have the whole world's sympathy. And like Russia's information operations, at least at first, really didn't work.
like the whole justification for the invasion fooled no one, and even the Russian bots on social media were struggling to justify it. And the first year of the war as well, like, Ukrainians were just these unambiguous heroes, and pulling off these incredible feats, which they were doing. And I think they thought that goodwill would last forever, and didn't realize that they'd have to actually end up fighting the propaganda war.
I talked to you about this. How much Ukrainian media do you see? Like actual Ukrainian media dispelling misinformation?
Like virtually zero.
Almost none. I didn't even know that Kyiv Independent had a fucking TikTok channel. I had a fucking interview with Kyiv Independent a couple weeks ago. I had no fucking clue that they were posting stuff on social media. I talked to a girl and I went to their social media. She goes, I think we have TikTok. She wasn't even sure. She goes, I think we have an Instagram. I went to their stuff and there was like almost no views on anything. Like, yeah, occasionally there's 30,000 here, but then it's 1,000 views, 1,000 views, 1,000 views. Okay, 30,000 views, 1,000 views. And it's not even combating misinformation. It's just talking about an event that happened. Oh, Russia bombed this. Oh, this happened. Oh, here's some Ukrainian history. But none of it is dispelling misinformation. Like right now, the core of people dispelling misinformation about Ukraine is people like me. It's random fucking, it's people like me. It's people like history. It's random fucking dudes on TikTok and Twitter. That's it. Like even United 24, the biggest Ukrainian media outlet right now because of the war, most of their stuff when they dispel misinformation, it's just basic, like kind of dispel, like they just make a half-assed attempt at it seems.
I can't say like about them specifically, but yeah, they just don't know they're in it. I think this is a sort of general malaise of the West, really, and that we just don't know we're in a war that we don't know we're in.
Or like people don't realize how much misinformation is out there and how like the lack of media literacy is insane. Like I encourage you to use stuff like Ground News because it teaches you to stop looking at news from just one side.
Why would you say that? You're not even sponsored.
Oh, I actually have an affiliate code. I just don't give a shit.
Okay, you're the worst affiliate in the world then. You sponsor the bloody thing without even making any money off it.
But I like using Ground News because it covers, like, it tells you when you're reading too much from the left. It tells you when you're reading too much from the right. It'll show you, like, you can look up an event or a title, and it will show you all the other news agencies that cover it, who owns them, which way they lean, what their factual rating is. Going on MediaBiasandFactCheck.com or whatever the fuck it is to look at, like, different stuff. Yeah, Ground News, great resource for looking up information. And they even have a thing called I think it's called the blind spot, where like let's say you're reading too much on a bunch of stuff, it'll tell you, hey, you're reading too much on the right. Here's some articles on the left you may have missed. Hey, here's some setter articles you may have missed. Or it'll be like, hey, here's a news story that we think falls in line with stuff you'd be interested in, but we think you may have missed it because we didn't see that you looked at it. But like, people don't understand how to filter through media. People don't understand how to filter through half-truths. Where like, I watch Russian media almost all day. I watch RT and Rybars, and I go through and Taz, and I will sit there and I will go, okay, they've got a story on this thing. Where's the truth in it? Because they don't always just blatantly lie to where you can debunk everything. They'll put a half-truth. They'll hit you with a bunch of off-the-wall shit, and then they'll slip a little bit of truth in there, and then they'll hit you with a bunch of off-the-wall shit again. And a lot of people hear that one truth and ignore all the blatantly false information and go, they clearly must be telling the truth because this one part of the story was factual. And they don't know how to filter through that stuff. And it blows my mind, especially in America, how much the lack of media literacy like there is.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's also frustrating, I think, when sort of like reading about Ukraine. And I think the British media is actually much better than the American media for this, and it kills me to say that because the British media is horrendous in general. But
the Sun,
the Sun.
Well, they used to be shitty, but they're pretty good now.
I mean, they're a tabloid, so I wouldn't expect.
Well, their tabloidness was a lot worse back in the day.
Right. I mean, I don't think anyone was taking them that seriously, but whatever. Yeah. So the point is that you've got these sort of media organizations, and in the UK, it is generally good. There aren't really any pro-Russian. I'm talking about just with Ukraine. Like, yeah, the BBC's terrible in general, but for whatever reason, Ukraine didn't make us stupid. Plenty of other things did, but not Ukraine. And so, but the American media is more polarized, and the American left-wing outlets actually have pretty good coverage of Ukraine, whereas the right-wing ones just tend to sort of be very reactive. They don't really give proper coverage, I would say.
Like, someone in my Twitch chat just brought up Fox News. Fox isn't even allowed to call themselves a news network anymore, even though they do have news. Because of how much they just do like opinion stuff and shock value bullshit, they can't even call themselves a news organization anymore.
I actually haven't seen much of what Fox has said about Ukraine.
It's very in line with the Trump administration. It's a lot of I'm just questioning.
Which people are like that?
Just newscasters in general. Like, I don't even remember all their fucking names, but it's a lot of their talk show people that will just come on like in late Tucker fashion.
Okay.
Like, I'm just asking questions, I saw this thing and I'm just asking questions. Like, okay, cool. But you didn't give an answer. You didn't elaborate. You just asked a question and made a lot of implications. But you're passing this off as if it's news and factual. And the American people will just eat it up. Or like, like someone just said it, a lot of mainstream media as yellow journalism, intentionally leaving shit out.
Yeah, and then now I'm done praising the British press. I'll go to the opposite. So the American press is generally better, but it's not hard. Like, when it comes to sort of any Israel coverage, the entire UK broadcast media is an utter disgrace. And
like, even Israeli media is the same way.
Israeli broadcast media.
Haaretz.
I mean, they are an exception, and no one really.
Or what I don't like, Times of Israel does this. You know what I don't like about Times of Israel?
What don't you like?
They don't state whether an article is an opinion piece until the very end.
Really?
They will publish a lot of stories with a very shocking title and then not put that it's an opinion article until the very end. And I've seen a lot of pro-Pallies citing Times of Israel articles now that are just opinion pieces. Like, there was one that was the one that came out that they were losing their shit about a couple weeks ago. Israel finally lost their first war, or something to that effect. That was an opinion article. But it didn't say that. It didn't say it was an opinion piece. Like most news organizations, even the shitty ones, at the very top, at the very start of the article, will say this is an opinion piece, or they'll put it in the opinion section. The Times of Israel didn't do that. That was not a factual article in any way. It was just purely opinion-based.
Well, yeah, that's yeah, and then when you point this out, and this is the thing. It's just sort of like this spoiled child mentality that you get from Israelis and Ukrainians. It's like when you point out that they've done something wrong, it's like, oh well, why should I care?
Like, so someone in my Twitch chat even just put out Moscow Times. Yeah, they're not even based in Moscow. I disregard most of the stuff that Moscow Times says, but I'll still read it because they are very pro-Western, but in a bias where they even lie about Russia. I read stuff from Moscow Times about Russia and I go, well, that's not true.
Right.
I don't understand. Like, Golda kind of unintentionally did the exact perfect thing where she was like, we shouldn't have to explain stuff. You do, though. And that's the problem. Just because it is common sense to you does not mean that it is common sense to the rest of the world, or even not even the rest of the world, the specific audience you need to be on your side. You're not understanding my context in text. No, Golda, I get it. You shouldn't have to explain that stuff. You shouldn't have to. By all accounts, I agree. You should not have to explain 99% of the shit we have to explain with regards to Israel. But we do. I was trying to say because I'm okay. What's everyone else saying? That's true, but smart at the same time. Blah, blah, blah. News agencies need to separate editorials from journalism. I agree, and a lot of news organizations do. They have an opinion section. Let's say you pull up an article, it will label it in the URL, it'll say opinion. Or at the top, it says opinion.
Yeah.
But
yeah, even the bloody New York Times, which is one of the worst newspapers in the world, does that.
But I hate that, like, New York Times will double down on opinion articles because they'll mix factual stuff in with opinion articles, and then sometimes they'll try to pass it off as factual. Like with their whole thing on their big report over the kids being sniped in the head in Israel. That was an opinion article based on a report that came from from Gaza that was presented as factual. It was very quickly and very thoroughly debunked.
Was that the one
And
with
New
the
York-
stupid was that the one with the X?
The fake X-rays. Yep.
Oh my
the ones that
God.
came from Reddit. And guess what? New York
Is that where it
Times.
came from?
What? Which part?
The picture.
Yeah, the very first photo that they showed, which was their fucking case in point. This is real. This is our X-ray. This is our proof. And they showed it to New York Times saying it was proof. It was posted in in November of 2021 from a Chinese subreddit going over cadaver testing. You could reverse image search it and go back and find it. But the problem was New York Times doubled down on it and refused to take it down because they stated, even though it came as an opinion piece, it was based on something that was presented as factual. And when asked to take it down after it was proven false, New York Times doubled down and said, we think it's true. We're not taking it down. That was insane. I'm not saying we shouldn't explain. I'm saying we shouldn't have to, and we're being put in a position on purpose. Yes, Golda, that's what we're saying. You shouldn't have to. I'm not saying that I didn't think you were saying you shouldn't explain. You're saying you shouldn't have to. I understand that, and I agree, but you do. Or the story about Chosen Company. Yeah, Gringo, the story about Chosen Company. I know you saw this in history. The story about Chosen Company supposedly committing a bunch of war crimes. There was verified. New York Times is getting sued out the ass, by the way, for that one. The fucking law firm that took that lawsuit is so fucking confident they took it pro bono. Chosen Company's not being charged for that case. They're suing New York Times into the fucking ground. For those that don't know, Chosen Company was accused of mass executing Russian prisoners of war and committing a bunch of war crimes. They were proven to be lying. Like one of the guys said, one of the main things was a testimony from a guy who said he was there for a mission where a bunch of war crimes occurred. We have the drone footage from that mission. The drone footage does not match what that dude said in the slightest. The dude wasn't even on the mission. I personally have the text messages that prove the dude wasn't even there. He was at the base complaining about not being on the mission. All of this information was shown to the author of the article, who ended up being friends with the dudes who gave him the intel or the leak. He was friends with them. He was shown that they were lying, and New York Times still pushed it anyways. And that is being taken as a fact now. And again, there is so much counter evidence to prove that these dudes are lying that one of the biggest law firms in Europe is taking the case pro bono. They're not charging because they're so confident that they're going to fucking destroy the New York Times. Like, I don't think people realize how big of a deal that is.
I don't think that got past the editors.
Oh, we found out it never went to the head editor.
Well, not everything does.
No, the dude who wrote it was the editor himself. He was the editor for his own article.
What?
And I've seen the email traffic. There is email traffic and text messages to show that he was officially informed that everything was fake and presented with the evidence, and he still posted it.
Who is he?
Let me see. Let me look it up real quick. New York Times, Chosen Company, war crimes. Thomas Gibbons Neff. And here's the thing again, it's not in an opinion section. This is, again, one of my things. This is not in an opinion section.
Yeah, I mean,
Here,
I think the
so
other thing is-
here, let me show everyone for those that haven't seen it. So this is the article. In Ukraine, killings of surrendering Russians divide an American-led unit. A German medic says he was so troubled that he confronted his commander. Others boasted about unalivings in a group chat. It's from a dude named Thomas Gibbons Neff. Thomas Gibbons Neff reported this article over several months during multiple assignments to Kyiv, Ukraine, and the front lines of the war. Except he interviewed a dude, Casper Gross, who wasn't even on the mission. He was shown proof that he wasn't on the mission, but this dude said he was, and the dude pushed through with the article anyways. This dude, by the way, had a vendetta with Chosen Company because they kicked him out because they found out he was a Yahtzee. Actually, hang on. Is Sandberg still here? Sandberg knows him.
Oh, we get it. We get it.
Yeah. Congratulations, you freed Palestine. Good job, James. But yeah, it blows my mind where people read shit like this and New York Times doesn't label this as an opinion and they take this as fact. Oh, we've got some interviews of he said, she said. And he didn't provide any of the counter evidence. He didn't provide any of the stuff that's like, oh, Chosen Company says this is not true based on X, Y, Z. He didn't provide any of that. Do you have any other thoughts on this stuff?
Yeah, I mean, I think with the Ukrainian stuff, like so much of these sort of anti-Ukrainian sentiment comes down to like, oh, they're taking our money. They don't even have to do that much to sort of counter that, but you don't hear Ukrainians talking about it. Like we talked about, it's all Westerners doing it. Like there's just
I see my Ukrainian friends and they're like, we're used to Russia just making stuff up about us. It's like,
right.
Okay, cool.
And then-
Do something about it.
Yeah, and then with the Israelis, I mean, like the way they act sometimes is really bizarre. I mean, like, after like for example, like the BBC, and they do this a lot. They like treat their friends like shit and their enemies really well. So the BBC tells the lie of that lots of Western media told at the beginning of the war. You know, an Israeli airstrike destroys a hospital and unalives 500 people.
Oh yeah, they had to, multiple Western media sources had to retract that.
Yes, and how did Israel respond to that? To the BBC's
Nothing.
No. Worse. It was worse. If they'd done nothing, that would have been fine. The BBC, in my opinion, should have been expelled from Israel for that. However, not only did they suffer no consequences, they even gave the head journalist, Jeremy Bowen, their Middle East editor, the man who was responsible for the lie, they gave him VIP access to sites in Gaza when very few other journalists were allowed in, to show him sort of how Hamas uses the civilian infrastructure and uses human shields. And what did he do? To the surprise of no one, he's like, oh well, they're claiming this, but we don't really know. He's like, there's no proof Hamas was here. It's like, yes, you invite your enemy in. What do you expect to happen?
Or the fact that Israel doesn't stop idiots who are posting, but like fucking
He's an individual though. Like I don't.
Hang on, but what was his name? It wasn't Naftali Bennett. It was what's his,
I know you're talking about.
What's his name though? The dude that originally when the hospital was hit.
No, I know.
Yeah, I'm explaining for the chat. He basically claimed credit for it. Posted a photo online claiming credit for it, only for everyone to find out, not only is he not in media, not only is he not actually in the government like he was implying, he's a random fucking reservist that had his wife running his social media. Hania Natali? I don't remember. But yeah, random fucking dude with his wife running his social media, presenting stuff as fact because he's not fact checking anything, and then everyone used that as a source, and even the Israeli military and the government just ignored it.
Yeah.
Like, my thing is too, like with the Chosen Company thing, the Ukrainian government didn't even say anything. They did nothing. Why did the Ukrainian government come out and go, hey, we looked into this didn't happen? Why did no one do that?
I think though it's sort of, there is something interesting, like a psychological phenomenon of both countries, where it's not just that the sort of mistakes happen, or that, you know, they suffer from you know, they're suffering from misinformation campaigns. It's just this bizarre inability to learn.
Yeah.
And just this refusal to learn. I mean, we both know the amount of conversations we've had with Ukrainians, both of us, and with Israelis who just, you tell them this is a problem, and it's like, they just don't care. They just will not learn.
Yeah, like someone in the chat just got it. Lions Golems is correct. Israelis and Ukrainians are very convinced the truth is self-evident and eventually fixes the lies.
Okay, but it's not.
What's that famous saying? A lie gets around the world 3 times before the truth is even put its shoes on, or something like that.
Yeah, exactly.
Sam, do you think it is a net positive for the EU to build its own defense and EU centralized command structure? That way we won't be reliant on USA. Have you discussed this? Discussed that earlier. Here it's random money first. What?
No idea.
Did you have any other thoughts on this stuff, or like examples? Because like I we can talk about this right now, and I guarantee you, there's going to be Israelis and Ukrainians who are listening to us talk right now and still not listen.
Most definitely.
It infuriates me to no end.
Yeah.
Like even when it comes to just combating misinformation, even on this app. Like even for Israel, sure, Israel sometimes goes after misinformation, sometimes, and Israeli media sometimes does it. But like the fucking helicopter example. Do you remember that?
No.
There was the accusation that that Israel, the IDF, used the helicopters.
Yeah.
Who was it to dispel that information for the most part?
Geo confirmed, I think, wasn't it?
There was 3 main sources: Twitter, a French news organization, and the fucking police department that got accused of having the report.
Well, hang on, that the police thing was much later, though.
Yeah, I was gonna get to that, but that came later. First, it was geolocated by fucking Twitter.
No, that account, Geo confirmed. I think they were one of the first ones to do it.
They weren't the other ones. It was a bunch of people who were geolocating the stuff on Twitter. And then it was I-24 from France who did their own thing on it, showing, hey, this doesn't add up, this doesn't add up. Hey, how is it supposedly daytime footage of them attacking Hamas if the footage is night footage? Doesn't make sense. Also, hey, it's been geoconfirmed in this area. And then the Israeli police department finally later came out and was like, hey, by the way, this report that Haaretz claims exists literally doesn't exist. We didn't make this.
Yeah. Yeah, it was something like, why would we, the police, be investigating what the Air Force was doing?
Yeah.
Wait, hang on. What was the remind me what the situation was with the, because it was obviously night vision footage. Remind me why that was relevant?
Because it was night vision footage from nighttime of them engaging Hamas militants 15 kilometers south of the Nova Music Festival as they were trying to escape from different areas into Gaza. But the claim was that it was daytime footage from October 7th of them shooting Israeli civilians and Hamas members. Therefore, most of the casualties from the Nova Festival should be associated with the helicopters who were supposedly launching Hellfire missiles.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, in terms of that claim, the one thing they always do, and again, it's so easy for Israel to just produce something to counter this. Have you seen how they
That
show
was the thing though. The IDF was one who released the footage. They released it 2 days after it. They released it the night it happened. The night of October 9th in Israel. Israel was like, look, we're engaging Hamas militants. They're still in Israel. We're still finding them. We're attacking them. Yeah. And then a month later, fucking Twitter came out and was like, oh my God, look, the IDF attacking people on October 7th. Leaked footage. And the IDF didn't come out and go, you realize we released that, right?
Yeah.
All they would have had to do was like, dude, even on Twitter, the IDF could have fucking retweeted the original post.
Yeah.
That could have just done that. Hey, actually, we released this on this date.
So, what was I going to say about the helicopter? So the other thing they do, which is they show like footage of the burnt out cars, parked at the Nova Festival. And they say, look, this is proof of Hellfire missiles. Yeah, because RPGs can't burn cars, but whatever. And if you actually look at a zoomed out bit of footage, you can see that only one section of the cars that are parked are burnt. The rest are untouched.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, what? So the Hellfire missile missed the majority. The missiles missed the majority of the cars. Also, wouldn't it be easy to point out? You tell me if I'm wrong, but like, the impact of Hellfire missiles wouldn't mean the cars stay where they were, right?
Yeah, and like we have videos of them literally launching RPGs at the front of it.
Explain that.
Yeah,
Just explain that.
So I'm just adding on. We have videos of them shooting RPGs at the vehicles, and then we have videos of them taking vehicles and putting explosives in them, and then we have videos of them lighting vehicles on fire. And like you're saying with the ballistics of how these munitions interact with cars, most people don't fucking know anything about this. I look at those vehicles and I go, oh, wow, it was probably this type of explosive. This is where the blast came from. I could tell based on the charring and the angle of metal and stuff. Or like I can see where that stuff, but the problem is that's because I have experience in this stuff. And I've educated myself on this stuff.
So
a lot of people don't.
Explain for the audience, like if Hellfire missiles had hit the parked cars, what the scene would look like.
It's a very specific pattern of. Actually, let me just see if I can look up an example.
I mean, there probably aren't any because, like, it's very unusual that a load of parked cars are, attacked.
No. I got you. I got the perfect example. Vehicles burnt October 7th. Dope. Here we go. Okay. Open image, a new tab. Open image, new tab. Okay. So, everyone in the audience, these are vehicles from October 7th. Fucking melted. Also, you can tell they've been picked up by a fucking crane because you can see here, look at how all the doors at the top are mainly wedged inward.
Yeah.
They've been kind of picked up. But you see something like this. Okay, well, that one's not melted. Obviously, that one wasn't picked up, but it's still got the same melting pattern. Like, everything is very melty. That's a vehicle that was set on fire. That is not something that was hit by explosives. Do you want to see a vehicle that was actually hit by a Hellfire missile? Oh, look, the World Central Kitchen vehicle that Israel actually hit with a Hellfire missile.
Yeah.
That's a Hellfire missile. Kaboom! Single explosive, not a massive fireball, unless it hits like the gas tank or something. This is an example of a Hellfire missile. These are vehicles that were set on fire. Like, I can look at stuff like this too. This was a vehicle that was hit by a top-down munition, meaning it was hit from the top going down. I can look right here, and I can see that there's crinkling metal all over the place, but I can see that the metal folds inward. I can see the scorch marks around the edge, but they're not overbearing, and I can see the way the metal works. You notice how you can see that it goes inward here, but on the very edge, on the leading edge, you see that it kind of bends outward again. That's because there was an explosion on the inside. You can see the initial push of the metal inward, and then you see it peeling back from the center, but still overall concave. That is a sign of a top-down munition exploding on the inside of the vehicle. This is not. This is shit that has gone through a junkyard after it was fucking on fire. This is a fire that causes rapid oxidation of metal, or oxidation of metal. It's the same thing when a fucking tank catches on fire. We've seen videos and pictures of tanks all over Ukraine that have caught on fire, and they rapidly oxidize and rust. Like, there's very specific indicators of this stuff that a lot of people don't realize when they make bullshit claims like, oh yeah, it was Israel firing Hellfire missiles at all these vehicles.
Let me just tell you, like, this footage is and these pictures are used all the time. And as far as I'm aware, no one has actually explained why the cars look like that. It's like, what happened with those cars? And it's absolutely worth it because, as I said, it is used all the time. So you'd think that it wouldn't even have to be an official source, but someone would come up with something that said, this is why it looks like that. And therefore, people who see this and know it's a lie can immediately counter it with, actually, we have an official explanation and this is what it is. But they haven't done that.
Here, watch this. We're gonna here. I'm gonna give you examples. Here's how easy it would be to dispel all this stuff. This is Oryx. It's a website that goes over all the Russian losses in Ukraine. Everything is photo documented, video documented, and geolocated. This is just an example. Rapid oxidation of the metal around here. But look, the fire didn't reach the end of the barrel. The end of the barrel's fine. Okay, let's scroll down. This is documentation of basically everything that was destroyed, captured, damaged in Ukraine. Let's just click on a random vehicle. Let's T-72 OBR. Let's look at vehicle number 40. Rapid oxidation. The whole tank wasn't destroyed, but the whole thing caught on fire. This one's destroyed. Different one. But this one, you could see, that was green. Now it's not. Where'd Oryx go? Where did Oryx go? I had it. Ah, shit. Nope. There we go. Let's click on a different one. Let's go down to T-80s or something. All right, T-80s. Destroyed. Let's see where this one goes to. All right, cool. Look at that. Rapid oxidation over here. It's all burnt and rusted. Like, there's ways to explain all this stuff. But people don't do it.
Yeah.
And I mean, we could beat this dead horse all day long, and people still aren't going to understand.
I know. I wonder what it would take. What it would take for them to actually realize. I know, obviously, we know individuals who do care about this and do realize it's a problem. But just as a culture, what is it about Russia and the Arabs or Iranians who understand that this stuff is so important, but they're the people they're fighting, the goodies?
Well,
don't realize that.
That's the thing is the Russians trained the Arabs in this. That's why the Arabs are so good at the propaganda. Because for a lot of people that don't realize, the Arabs got really close to the Soviets in the late 50s, early 60s, when the Soviets quickly realized that the Jews were not really as communist as they thought they were. They just kind of had their own little kibbutzins and minded their own fucking business. They didn't want to be some fucking communist superpower in the Middle East. So they got really close to the Arabs. That's why you see that's why you see in 1964 the Palestinian national identity literally being created in Moscow by the KGB. That's why you see Russian generals who were openly helping and leading and advising Arab militaries in the 6-Day War. That's why you saw fucking random pilots who, when Israel's planes would lock onto them with their radar, would randomly start screaming in Russian on their radio instead of screaming in Arabic. It's crazy how shit like that happens. They know how the propaganda game works. And like what I tell people is with the Russian propaganda game is, let's say I want you to believe a certain thing. I'm going to throw out 1 million different talking points, a million different fucking angles. All of them could contradict each other in every single way possible. All it takes is for one of them to stick. One of them has to stick. It sticks with you. Then a different one sticks with someone else. And a different one sticks with someone else. You guys are all on completely different pages. None of your guys' shit matches. But you all come to the same conclusion. The thing I wanted you to believe. Mission accomplished. That's what Russian media does. That's what Arabic media does.
Yep.
And I like how this is, to you and me, this is one of those no-brainer things for Rock. We, again, shouldn't have to do this. We shouldn't have to explain this stuff. But we do. I don't even know what else to say because there's so much that could be said, but I don't know what we have or haven't said anymore. Blaming others for what you're doing. Yeah, there's a lot of projection in it, but do you post on Twitter? Sometimes I kind of just retweet stuff and make fun of people like Scott Ritter or Scott Diddler and Colonel McGregor.
Someone says, you mean say Israel spends millions on propaganda and they not getting it right? do they spend millions?
Really? Where is the millions on propaganda?
Yeah.
Let me guess. He's gonna say AIPAC.
Yeah.
What millions are being spent on propaganda? Sam, I'm from Israel, and Russia's the only country that supplied weapons to our enemies. Yeah, except Sahar, here's the thing. Fucking people who support Ukraine and are pro-Palestinian don't understand that. They don't understand because people aren't doing the propaganda thing. They're not telling and explaining to people, hey, you realize Ukraine and Israel are literally fighting the same enemy. That's all Israel does. Hemorrhage money to keep their pariah state afloat. Okay, Bluey, that's not an example. You said they spend millions. Give an example of where Israel spends millions. Where are all these millions of propaganda going? Because I fucking ain't seeing it. I'm not seeing it in Israeli media even. Israeli media seems to not give a shit. Dude, Israeli media could have capitalized so hard on the fucking bullshit of, like, one of the last hostage releases, not even talking about how they all looked skinny as shit and looked like fucking Holocaust survivors. Let's talk about one dude. The dude that was forced to read out a script by Hamas, talk about how he couldn't wait to see his wife and daughter, even though Hamas openly knew that his wife and daughter were dead. Why did Israeli media not capitalize on that? Why did Israeli media not capitalize and show that what they were doing, parading them around and wearing the make pro-Palestinian paraphernalia, is literally a war crime?
By the way, I don't. And if you want to know how particularly the British press covered it, barely any of them mentioned that aspect of it. The BBC, I don't know if you saw it. BBC and Sky News went with that hostage looks weak and gaunt, according to the family.
According to the family. Yeah, not just a fucking image and video that we all saw live.
Yeah.
Show the before and after images. Like,
yeah, the poor man was overweight before.
Yeah, like everything I saw was from people on TikTok. Just people that cared about Israel. I didn't see shit from the Israeli government. Nothing. Which war crime is it? I can't remember the exact verbiage of it, but it's basically you're not allowed to force or embarrass prisoners of war or hostages. Yeah, you're not allowed to parade prisoners around like that. Literally what they've done every single time hostages have been released.
And the Red Cross has been their willing partner in doing it. That's a whole nother story. It's like why Israel loves, I've heard a lot of Israelis whine about the Red Cross, and it's like, okay, and how did they get there? It's like you let them in.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm going to go and have some lunch.
Okay. Oh, yeah, it's lunchtime for you. It's 7 a.m. for me. Everyone, follow History Revealed if you're not already. He makes some great videos debunking lots of morons, and you might learn something at the same time.
It's true. You might do.
They also trolled Israel with banners in Hebrew. Yeah, where they bragged about winning the supposed war / genocide. It's like, oh, it's a genocide, but we're winning. But yeah, everyone have a good night. I'll be on other people's lives for the next few nights. I wasn't feeling good the last few nights, so I didn't stream. But I have work tonight, so I will not be live for the next 3 days. But I will be on other people's lives. So go ahead and follow. Check the links in my link tree in my bio. We are live on Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube every time we go live. And I think that's it. Follow me for more Ukraine and Israel content. I'm going to be fucking losing my shit on U.S. officials over the next few days.
Bye-bye.
All right. Bye-bye. Good night, everyone. Bada boop.